The golden water beast is a spiritual beast that lives in the Boundary Sea. It is also known as a member of the Sea Clan and occupies a sea area. In the sea area of the golden water beast, a kind of ore called golden waterstone is produced, which is an excellent water-attributed refining material. Every time the number 4 hurricane warship returns to the South Continent from the West Continent, it will go to the territory of the golden water beast. If you are lucky, you can get some golden waterstone. The appearance of golden waterstone is somewhat random and it is not easy to get. The speed of the hurricane warship is reduced to the minimum, sailing at an extremely slow speed, and the formation is opened. The breath of the hurricane warship disappears and enters the invisible state. The golden water beast does not like anyone to enter their territory, and all outsiders will be attacked by them. Lu Fengniao also notified everyone on the ship not to leave the hurricane warship. Once you leave, you will bear the consequences. Lin Moyu smiled and said, this time, Lufeng Chamber of Commerce did not force others not to leave. Xiaomei said, why not force them this time? Lin Moyu drank tea slowly, use your brain and think about it. Xiaomei tilted her head and thought for a while with her hands, is it because there are very few gold and water stones? That's not right. The fewer the number, the more we should control it, right? That's what they did on Xianbei Island before, and it was the same several times later. Why is it different this time? After thinking for a while, Xiaomei didn't think of why. She looked at Lin Moyu with a strong desire for knowledge. Teacher, just tell me. 090. Lin Moyu said, in fact, I am just guessing. Many times, many things will not have a very accurate answer. Xiaomei frowned. Teacher, don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me how you guessed. Lin Moyu said with a smile, first, you need to know the value of the gold and water stone. Xiaomei didn't even think about it and responded directly, the gold and water stone belongs to the water element in the 5 elements, and at the same time contains a trace of gold. It is an excellent refining material in the Daozuan realm, and its value is very high. Especially some of the best ones, the value is even more difficult to estimate. Lin Moyu said, so, people dive for money and birds dive for food. Seeing the golden water stone, some guys will definitely be tempted. Some people even come here just for the golden water stone. Lufeng Chamber of Commerce also said that leaving the ship is at your own risk. If someone can successfully get the golden water cloth, can they make a fortune? Also, you need to understand the habits of the golden water beast. They have a very strong xenophobic attribute. Not to mention foreigners like us, even if they are from the same sea tribe, the golden water beast will not allow them to approach. At the same time, some information also shows that the golden water beast tribe regularly holds a sacrificial ceremony, and the sacrifices are all living creatures, including sea creatures and other tribes. Hearing this, Xiaomei was shocked. Teacher, are you saying that Lufeng Chamber of Commerce gave those guys as sacrifices to the golden water beast? Lin Moyu laughed. It's not Lufeng Chamber of Commerce that gave them, but they gave them themselves because they were greedy. Lufeng Chamber of Commerce at most gave a bait, and this bait is placed in the open, everyone can see it. As for whether you will take the bait, it depends on how smart you are and whether you can suppress your greed. Everyone will be greedy. Facing temptation, whether you can keep your heart is the key. If you can't keep it, if nothing happens today, something will happen in the future. Xiaomei said, Lufeng Chamber of Commerce seems a bit cruel to do this, and what good can it do for them? Lin Moyu said, Xiaomei, you also have memories of your previous life, you should know what this world is like. As for the benefits, there will naturally be, the Lord Ancestor does not do business at a loss. Xiaomei sighed, and at this moment her little face put away her childishness and became a little mature. Teacher is right, this world is like this. Lin Moyu took a sip of tea and slowly uttered 8 words, the strong prey on the weak, and the fittest survive. The weak have no say. This world is very unfair, but in a way, it is also fair. The bigger the fist, the harder the truth. What Bai Yuan once said is still true in the origin continent. Xiaomei looked at the Taoist masters who were also on the side of the ship, and she didn't know how many of them would die because of the Jinshui stone. The hurricane warship slowed down and concealed its own breath. After flying in the territory of the golden water beast for half an hour, a golden light suddenly appeared in sight. The golden light intertwined with the water light of the boundary sea, which looked extremely beautiful. Golden water stone. Someone on the warship whispered. Xiaomei could clearly sense that many people's heartbeats and breathing had changed. Greed was aroused, and the people who came to the golden water stone seemed to exceed her imagination. Xiaomei realized that she had practiced for too long in her previous life and her understanding of this world was too shallow. Lin Moyu said slowly, "There are too many temptations in the world, and it is difficult to stick to the heart of Tao." Xiaomei deeply agreed that there were thousands of temptations, but there was only one way to stick to the heart of Tao. The warship gradually approached the golden water stone. Finally, someone flew out of the warship and flew towards the golden water stone. As soon as he left the warship, his breath was immediately exposed. This was a Taoist third-level cultivator. He was well prepared and took out a magic weapon to cover his breath again. On the warship, everyone was looking at him. He was not flying fast. After using the magic weapon to cover his own breath, he still flew carefully. He approached the Jinshui stone carefully. After he came in front of the Jinshui stone, he took out another magic weapon and put the Jinshui stone away. Boom! The waves roared, and the roar of the beasts rang in his ears. A golden light appeared, and each golden light represented a Jinshui beast. The Jinshui beasts had a strong breath, and the weakest ones were all Daozuan, and there were dozens of them. These were just the periphery. If they continued to go deeper, the number of Jinshui beasts would become more and stronger. The Jinshui beast clan was no weaker than any royal family in the demon clan. After obtaining the Jinshui stone, the Daozuan immediately returned to the hurricane warship at the fastest speed. He was very lucky and returned to the hurricane warship before the Jinshui beasts found him. These Jinshui beasts searched once, and after finding no results, they sank into the boundary sea again and disappeared. Success! Xiaomei exclaimed. The man was also full of joy when he came back. He did succeed and brought back a piece of gold and water stone. The value of this gold and water stone was at least 100 times more than the boat ticket. Not to mention him, a Taoist master of the third realm, even for the ancestors of the seventh realm, it was a considerable fortune. It can be said that his net worth has at least increased by dozens of times. Many people were jealous, and greedy gleams appeared in their eyes at the same time. Lin Moyu chuckled and said, "The bait is getting bigger and bigger." Xiaomei nodded. "Yes, I see those people seem to be ready to move. The teacher is really amazing, exactly as you guessed." Lin Moyu said, "It's not that I'm amazing, it's just human nature. After a while, the number of gold and water stones will increase, and the quality will get better and better. It won't be so easy to get them by then. Just because it's not that easy doesn't mean no one can get it." Lin Moyu believes that some people can still get the Jinshui stone. Some people rely on strength, while others rely on luck. If it's really as he guessed, Lufeng Chamber of Commerce must have a deeper exchange agreement with Jinshui Zhang. As for why Lufeng Chamber of Commerce did this, in fact, it's very simple in Lin Moyu's opinion. It's nothing more than profit. Jinshui stone is indeed precious, and it can get more expensive Jinshui stone essence. However, this thing has always been monopolized by Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. Not only monopolized, but almost for self-use, it rarely appears on the market. If others want Jinshui stone essence, they must use a large amount of Jinshui stone for fusion and refining. Tens of thousands of kilograms of Jinshui stone can extract a bed of Jinshui stone essence. Some things can't stand analysis. As long as you think carefully, you can get the result. Lufeng Chamber of Commerce is not a charity. The meaning of their existence is not only to make money, but also to grow and develop. As for those who died here, they were truly people who died for money. Their hearts were not firm, their luck was not strong, and they deserved to die. Sure enough, another gold and water stone was found after a while. The route of the hurricane warship was just as planned, and it was bound to find gold and water stones. Gold and water stones were not as rare as the outside world said. Points of golden light lit up, and each point of golden light represented a piece of gold and water stone. The size of the golden light represented the size of the gold and water stone. As the hurricane warship approached, someone finally couldn't help but leave the warship to get the gold and water stone. They were all prepared, and they all prepared magic weapons to cover their breath. Lin Moyu used the Eye of the Dead to see that in the boundary sea near the gold and water stone, the soul flames were ready to go. However, not every gold and water stone had soul flames near it, which meant that some gold and water stones were safe. Lin Moyu said softly, "Most of these people will die." Xiaomei knew that Lin Moyu would not talk nonsense. Since he said so, there must be a reason. Sure enough, when someone put away a piece of gold water stone, the gold water beast under the boundary sea suddenly launched an attack. The cultivator of the third realm of Dao Zun only resisted symbolically for a few times before being swallowed by the gold water beast. The same thing happened in several other places. Normally, they should withdraw immediately. But the temptation of the gold water stone was too great. Even if they saw someone die, they were still willing to take the risk. Everyone felt that it would not be them who died. Screams came one after another, and people kept dying. The people died for money. Some people relied on their strength to fight their way out of the siege and escaped. Some people were lucky. There were no gold water beasts near the gold water stone, so they could escape back smoothly. No matter which one, as long as they could escape back to the hurricane warship, the water beasts would not chase them. And the bodies of those who were killed were relatively intact. After death, they fell directly into the boundary sea and disappeared. This also further verified Lin Moyu's guess that the Gold Water Beast clan must have an agreement with the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. Both sides are performing a big drama. Xiaomei frowned slightly. Is this really a good idea? Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Okay, let her tell you." There was a knock on the door, and Lu Fengyao walked in a hurry. As soon as she sat down, Lin Moyu spoke, "Sister Fengyao, Xiaomei is asking you if this is really okay?" Lu Fengyao looked at Xiaomei, then at Lin Moyu, and sat down to drink a cup of tea before speaking. "Did you guess everything?" Lin Moyu nodded. "Yes, I guessed it was almost right." Lu Fengyao said, "I don't know if I can't hide it from you. This time I came here to tell you not to take the Jinshui stone. As for them, everyone has their own destiny. The third ancestor will not force them to go, but he will not stop them from going either. The value of the Jinshui stone is there. Even without us, many people will die on the Jinshui stone every year. We have now made an agreement with the Jinshui Beast clan, and they promised not to kill people who come here as much as possible. In fact, the number of deaths each year has not increased much, and we can also obtain the Jinshui stone essence. This is a win-win situation, so why not do it?" Lin Moyu asked, "Is it that simple?" Lu Fengyao said, "Almost. Of course, the number of Jinshui stones that appear on weekdays will also decrease a lot, and it will become difficult to obtain Jinshui stones. Only when our warships pass by, Jinshui stones will appear in large quantities." Lin Moyu understood a little, and his tone slowed down. On the premise that the number of casualties has not changed, the number of Jinshui stones has increased, and Lufeng Chamber of Commerce can also obtain Jinshui stone essence. What are the benefits of the Jinshui beast? Lu Fengyao smiled and said, "Of course there are benefits. If it were someone else, I wouldn't say it. Since you asked, I will say it. The Jinshui Beast clan needs to hold a sacrifice every 100 years. I don't know what the sacrifice is specifically. A large number of living beings are needed during the sacrifice. The bodies of people they usually kill will be preserved and used in sacrifices. Wrote. If there are not enough bodies for sacrifice, they will rush to the mainland and kill some people. If that doesn't work, they will find some creatures from the Boundary Sea for sacrifice. So strictly speaking, more people died at that time than now. Many years ago, we made a contract with the Jinchue Beast clan. Every time our warships passed by, we would let people collect the Jinchue stone, but only allowed them to kill half of them. This reduced casualties, and those who died were destined to die. Brother Lin, if you believe in fate, you will know that some people's fate is already determined. If they don't die now, they will die in the future. If they can escape here, it means that their fate did not let them die. Lin Moyu asked, what if there are not enough people to sacrifice? Lu Fengyao said, if there are not enough people to sacrifice, we will naturally make up for them. There are so many people who die on the origin continent every year, and the most abundant thing is the body. When you went to Dongzhou, the Eastern Spirit Emperor launched a beast tide, and there were billions of people who died. Some of the bodies were collected by us, enough for the golden water beast to sacrifice several times. After Lu Fengyao finished speaking, he looked at Xiaomei. Xiaomei, is there anything else you don't understand? Xiaomei shook her head. Xiaomei understands it all. Lin Moyu smiled and said, it seems that the third ancestor did a good thing. Lu Fengyao said, the third ancestor said that he never thought he was a good person, but he would not be a bad person. He was a businessman, and following the Great Tao was also a business. The third ancestor's business thinking has long been deeply rooted in his soul. Lin Moyu even wondered if there was a road called Business Road. While the two were chatting, the hurricane warship had already penetrated deep into the territory of the Golden Water Beast, and more golden water stones appeared in sight. People kept flying out of the warship, trying to get the golden water stones. Half of the people died outside the warship, and some successfully got the golden water stones and returned. Some people even got one and wanted to get the second one. But the second time, they were not lucky and could not come back. Sometimes, greed is the original sin. Those who succeeded were full of joy, and no one sympathized with those who failed. Looking at the scenes that happened, Lin Moyu had no joy or sorrow. Everything was destined by fate. Suddenly, he looked up and looked into the distance, and the whole person stood up suddenly. A terrifying giant sword appeared in the sky, cutting off the Boundary Sea, splitting the sky and the earth, and the golden water beast died under the sword light. One sword splits the sea. A delicate cry sounded, and a terrifying giant sword appeared between heaven and earth, as if it was going to cut the Boundary Sea apart. In fact, the Boundary Sea was indeed cut apart. The Boundary Sea rose up with huge waves of tens of thousands of meters, rushing straight into the sky, and there was no end in sight. In the Boundary Sea, a bottomless trench appeared. The trench was tens of meters wide, spreading into the distance, and there was no end in sight. The power of this sword was already extremely terrifying. Even the seventh realm ancestor would find it difficult to do it. Lu Fengyao whispered, what a terrifying sword, even the seventh realm ancestor would have to sigh at this sword. When did such a terrifying sword cultivator appear in the origin continent? I have never heard of it. At this time, Lin Moyu suddenly flew out of the boat. Xiaomei was anxious. Teacher, what are you going to do? Lin Moyu replied, one person. As he spoke, Lin Moyu suddenly accelerated and flew out. Xiaomei said strangely, 683, the teacher's expression seems a little strange. Lu Fengyao also said, indeed, it seems a little excited, it's really strange. Lin Moyu has always been calm, even in dangerous times. Lu Fengyao sometimes even feels that there is nothing in the world that can make Lin Moyu excited. This time, I don't know what happened. Lu Fengyao also wanted to go out and see, but the hurricane warship had something for her to deal with in person, so she couldn't leave. Xiaomei held her chin aside. Where did the teacher go? Lu Fengyao thought for a while. Look at the calendar. Lu Fengyao controlled the battle formation in the warship and swung out a projection. In the projection, a distant picture appeared, and Lin Moyu happened to fly through the picture, and the projection immediately followed Lin Moyu. After the sword light, the terrifying power still existed, the waves continued to rise, and the 10,000-meter waves were difficult to fall for a long time. Lin Moyu crossed the waves and saw the situation in front of him, and the excitement in his eyes became more and more obvious. He saw a figure in the distance. That figure was so familiar, and it had been tossed in my memory countless times. After so many years, I finally met again. Lin Mohan held a sharp sword, stood in the wind in the sky, heroic, like a female sword god, overlooking the world. Still so cool. Lin Moyu's heart trembled. The moment he saw Lin Mohan, he thought of the graceful manner of Lin Mohan, who used to kill all enemies with a sword. After many years, he still hasn't changed. At this time, Lin Mohan was also seen in Lu Fengyao's projection screen. Lu Fengyao frowned. Who is this? Xiao Mei also asked instinctively, is it Shihua? Lu Fengyao exclaimed, could it be my sister-in-law? Xiao Mei shook her head, I don't know, but she is so beautiful. Yes, it's really beautiful. Looking at Lin Mohan in the picture, Lu Fengyao couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. Lu Fengyao herself is a great beauty, but now she feels a little ashamed. Although she only saw Lin Mohan through the formation, Lu Fengyao felt like an ordinary person, while Lin Mohan was more like a fairy. This feeling was not only her, Xiao Mei also saw it. Suddenly, a sword light lit up in the picture, and the picture shattered. Lu Fengyao groaned, with shock in her eyes. The formation was broken, and she, as the operator of the formation, was also slightly injured. But none of this matters. The important thing is that the formation was broken. The formation is not here, but on the second floor of the 3 lower floors of the Hurricane battleship. How could the formation arranged there be broken? When Lin Moyu saw Lin Mohan naturally saw Lin Moyu. A brilliant smile spread across her beautiful face. At that moment, all the flowers bloomed and the world was in disarray. But the next second, Lin Mohan slashed out with a sword. A sword light passed by Lin Moyu and disappeared in the distance. The sword light pierced through the space and entered an unknown place. Then Lin Moyu seemed to hear a crisp sound. Lin Moyu knew that he was watching his formation being broken. When Lu Fengyao used the formation to check, Lin Moyu already felt it, but did not make any movement. Unexpectedly, Lin Mohan was so straightforward and directly broke the formation. Whether it was the previous one sword split the sea or the current one sword breaking the formation in a Hurricane warship, all of them showed how strong Lin Mohan was. Lin Moyu couldn't see Lin Mohan's realm clearly, but he knew that his sister's realm was stronger than his. Congratulations, sister, your cultivation has improved greatly. Lin Moyu flattered her when they met. Lin Mohan accepted it calmly. I'm not bad, I've already reached the 4th level of Daozun. Lin Moyu said, it's all thanks to my sister. Lin Mohan snorted, do you feel guilty for saying this? Lin Moyu said, it doesn't matter whether I feel guilty or not, what matters is that I'm thick-skinned enough. Facing his sister, Lin Moyu naturally became very relaxed and spoke freely. This state only occurs when facing Lin Mohan and his wives. After many years apart, the siblings met again without any strangeness. The two of them just smiled at each other and expressed all the longing for each other after years of separation. Lin Mohan had a smile on her beautiful face. I haven't seen you for so many years. Have you ever thought about me? Lin Moyu said, of course I do. Although I can't say I think about you day and night, I often think about you. Lin Mohan snorted, why don't I believe it? Lin Moyu said, whether you believe it or not is up to you, I'm just telling you the truth. But where have you been for so many years, sister? I haven't heard any news about you. Lin Moyu felt very strange. Why haven't heard any news about Lin Mohan for so many years? With Lin Mohan's qualifications, it's impossible for him to be unknown, but even Lufeng Chamber of Commerce has no news about him, which is very strange. With the all-pervasive intelligence network of Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, no news can be found. Either Lin Mohan is in seclusion all the time, or Lin Mohan uses another name. Lin Mohan said, I have been practicing, but my practice place is a little special, so don't ask me. Lin Moyu nodded, okay, I won't ask. What is your sister coming back for this time? Lin Mohan said, I came to get some gold and water stone essence, but the gold and water beast refused to give it, so I had to fight. Lin Mohan was still as straightforward and domineering as ever. She came to get the gold and water stone essence, as if to give face to the gold and water beast. But the gold and water beast refused to give it, so Lin Mohan could only grab it with a sword. Speaking of reason? This is not Lin Mohan's style. Lin Moyu said, then I will help my sister to fight together. Lin Mohan shook his head, no, this is my business, you just watch it. Speaking of, Lin Mohan raised the sword again and shouted at the boundary sea, I'll ask you again, are you going to give it or not? If not, I won't be polite with the next sword. There was a roar from the boundary sea, and a large number of gold and water beasts rushed out of the boundary sea and pounced on Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan's voice turned cold, and he shouted, I die. The sword light exploded, and Lin Mohan raised the sword and slashed it down fiercely. One sword split the sea. It was the same sword as before, but this time it was more powerful. In the sword light, the golden water beasts were crushed one after another and turned into powder floating in the air. The sword force remained unchanged and fell into the boundary sea. With a bang, huge waves surged, and another wave rushed to tens of thousands of meters in the sky, unable to fall for a long time. In the boundary sea, a second trench appeared, and there was no end in sight. The two swords cut out two trenches. This was not the kind of sea in the big world, but the boundary sea. The boundary sea contained powerful power, but it could be cut open by a sword, and Lin Mohan obviously did not use his full strength. This scene was thrilling, especially when standing next to Lin Mohan. Lin Moyu felt it more clearly. He could feel that Lin Mohan's sword contained pure power of the great Tao, and it was not much worse than some Dao Zun 9 realms. But from the aura emitted by Lin Mohan, it seemed that he was not even at the 7th realm of Dao Zun. The contrast between the two was extremely obvious. Lin Moyu couldn't help asking, Sister, what realm are you in now? Lin Mohan said, Dao Zun's 6th realm. Lin Moyu said, Dao Zun's 6th realm shouldn't be that strong. In fact, he said that Dao Zun's 7th realm is not as strong as you. Lin Mohan looked at Lin Moyu with a smile. You are allowed to have adventures, but your sister is not allowed to have them? Isn't it right to fight against higher levels? Lin Moyu was speechless. Indeed, if he could have adventures, it was natural for his sister to have some adventures. But what kind of adventure can make a Dao Zun 6th realm person's combat power exceed Dao Zun's 7th realm, and be on par with the 8th realm or 9th realm ancestors? Even if it was me, I would have to use all kinds of means, unlike Lin Mohan, who could kill them one by one. After Lin Mohan killed hundreds of golden water beasts with the second sword, the golden water beasts did not react. Lin Mohan said, It's really troublesome. It's not just a golden water stone essence. It's over if you give it to me. It's not all. Why are you so stingy? Lin Moyu asked, Sister, how much do you want? Lin Mohan said, Not too much, 10,000 jin will do. Lin Moyu fell down on the spot. 10,000 jin is not much. According to Lu Fengyao, the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce only gets about 1,000 jin of gold and water stone essence each time. Even if the hurricane warship comes once a year, 10 jin per trip, 10,000 jin is 1,000 trips, and the total amount obtained by the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce in 1,000 years. Lin Mohan asked for 10,000 jin. It would be strange if the gold and water beast agreed. Lin Moyu asked, What if they don't agree? Lin Mohan snorted, We shouldn't force them to agree. It's just 10,000 jin. It's not like they can't take it out. Lin Moyu saw this and didn't say anything more. Okay, then I will fight with my sister. Lin Moyu was not worried about the gold and water beast, but worried that the battle here might attract the king of the sea. The gold and water beast is also a member of the Sea Clan after all. If the king of the sea is attracted, it will be a big trouble. With me here, the king of the sea of boundaries will more or less give me some face. Seeing that the golden water beast still had no reaction, Lin Mohan obviously lost her patience. Since you are unwilling to hand over, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Mohan then said to Lin Moyu, Xiao Yu, wait here for a while, I will go to their nest for a visit. Lin Moyu said, I will go with you. Lin Mohan glanced at Lin Moyu and nodded slightly, okay. She swung her long sword, opened the way with sword energy, cut through the sea of boundaries, and rushed down. Lin Mohan seemed to be very familiar with this place and rushed straight down. Lin Moyu was a little curious, have you been here before? Lin Mohan shook his head, it's my first time here, but it doesn't matter, the way of swords gave me guidance, I won't go wrong. This is the first time that Lin Moyu has seen the way of swords as a guide. He followed Lin Mohan closely and opened the Eye of the Dead. Soul flames were seen among the undead, and each soul flame represented a golden water beast. The direction they were heading towards had dense soul flames, which was obviously the lair of the golden water beast. Through the soul flames, Lin Moyu roughly judged the strength of the other party. The strongest golden water beast was the Daozun 9 realm, with only one, the Daozun 8 realm had 3, and the 7 realm had 18. In the Sea Clan, the golden water beast was not very strong, but because they were a member of the Sea Clan and had the king of the sea boundary behind them, even the 3 ancestors would discuss with them and would not force them. Now, Lin Mohan clearly did not give the king of the sea boundary face and wanted to force them. Lin Moyu supported Lin Mohan's approach without any bottom line. This was his own sister, and there was no need to hesitate at all. There was nothing to be afraid of, sharing the blessings and the difficulties together. The sharp sword opened the way, and the water of the sea boundary quickly separated. There was not a drop of seawater in the 100 meters around the two people. The golden water beasts obviously found the two people who were coming to kill them. With roars of beasts, a large number of golden water beasts started to move. At this moment, the two people were surrounded by golden water beasts, and golden water beasts rushed over from all directions. The golden water beasts did not move before, waiting for the two people to be surrounded before moving. Lin Mohan whispered, some wisdom, but not much. Xiao Yu, watch how I kill them. Lin Mohan shouted delicately, and a great way suddenly appeared on her body. The sound of swords rang through her ears, and the great way of swords surrounded Lin Moyu's side. Lin Moyu only realized at this time that Lin Mohan had actually merged with the great way of swords. Originally, it should have been something that only the great way realm could do, but Lin Mohan actually did it. This situation also means that Lin Mohan's soul has entered the selection celebration. The specific level is still unknown, but it is certain that it is the innate soul. And Lin Mohan also used some special secret method to drive the power of the Great Way, not borrowing from the Daozuan realm, but driving it like the Great Way realm. Lin Moyu suddenly understood, the fog was lifted, he finally knew why his sister was only in the 6th realm of Daozun, but the combat power she showed was stronger than those 7th realm ancestors. The reason was that Lin Mohan was driving the power of the Dao like a Dao realm. This feeling was like Lin Mohan was originally in the Dao realm, but she suppressed her own realm to the 6th realm of Daozun, but her ability to drive the power of the Dao did not change. Moreover, Lin Mohan had not used her full strength, and the two swords just now were very easy for her. If she drove the power of the 337th Dao with all her strength, it was really hard to say to what extent her combat power could be improved. No wonder my sister dared to break into the golden water beast's lair alone, and didn't care about the king of the sea of boundaries. It seems that she really has a trump card. Originally, to drive the power of the Dao, it doesn't mean that you have to reach the Dao realm, you can also do it in the Daozun realm. If I can also drive the power of the Dao in the Daozun realm, then the combat power. Lin Moyu found that he had all the necessary conditions, and he also had an innate soul, so he could do it. Kill. With a cry, the avenue around Lin Mohan burst into brilliant light, and the power of the avenue turned into terrifying sword energy, exploding in all directions like raindrops. Most of the surrounding golden beasts died instantly, and the rest were seriously injured and retreated. A huge trench with Lin Mohan as the center extended in all directions like a spider web, directly blasting out of the Boundary Sea. Lu Fengmiao on the Hurricane battleship suddenly changed his face and instantly activated a large number of formations. Countless sword energy shot out from under the Boundary Sea, attacking regardless of friend or foe, and many sword energy hit the Hurricane battleship, causing it to shake. Lu Fengmiao was obviously startled, and immediately manipulated the Hurricane warship to retreat, whispering, "Good sword energy." Xiaomei was a little worried. Is the teacher going to be okay? Lu Fengmiao comforted, "Don't worry, he is more lucky than anyone else, he will be fine." The sea area of 1,000 miles in radius was turned upside down by Lin Mohan. The great Tao of Sword exuded an extremely sharp sword energy, splitting the sea and breaking the mountains, and the trenches could not be filled for a long time. The Boundary Sea was forcibly divided, and countless waters of the Boundary Sea were independent and did not interfere with each other, forming a strange picture. It really did it. As long as the power is strong enough, no matter what magical things happen, it is normal. For Lin Mohan's sword, Lin Moyu could only give a thumbs up and say, "Sister is awesome." Lin Mohan, wearing the great Tao of Sword, exuded a heavy pressure and rolled towards the nest of the golden water beast. The water of the Boundary Sea quickly separated in front of her, forming a waterless passage. There was a roar from the nest, and dozens of golden water beasts stared at Lin Mohan and Lin Moyu. The weakest of these golden water beasts was the 6th realm of Daozun, and the strongest one was the 9th realm of Daozun, which was the golden water beast king. The appearance of the golden water beast king is different from other golden water beasts. It is obviously much larger and glows with golden light all over its body, like a giant golden beast. In its golden body, water is rolling and making a gurgling sound. Lin Mohan raised his long sword and pointed it at the golden water beasts. "Hand over 10,000 gene of golden water stone essence. I will leave immediately, otherwise I will kill you all." The long sword kept making sword sounds, and the sword energy was surging around. Lin Moyu saw that the sword in Lin Mohan's hand was still the one from the big world, but the sword had obviously changed. It should have been refined several times and was much stronger than before. The current sword is already an extremely powerful magic weapon, otherwise it would not be able to withstand Lin Mohan's sword intent. Lin Moyu's sword intent is extremely pure, without any impurities, giving people the feeling of being sharp, nothing else. The sharpness of the sword intent seems to be able to cut through the world, and nothing can stop it. Just the sword intent made Lin Moyu feel painful. This pain came from the soul rather than the body. He felt that if he was hit by such a sword, his soul would be shattered. What happened to my sister in these years? How could she be so strong? Sister wants the gold water stone essence. I'm afraid she also wants to hone her sword intention. This time, old Jean is determined to get it. Even if the king of the sea boundary comes, sister will not stop. Almost without thinking, Lin Moyu decided to stand on the side of Lin Mohan. He didn't need to intervene in the face of the gold water beast. If the king of the sea boundary comes, he will deal with it. No matter what, he must help Lin Mohan. The king of the gold water beast seemed to have sensed Lin Mohan's sword intention. He roared and did not let his men rush up. He came to the front and confronted Lin Mohan. "Do you know what 10,000 kilograms of gold, water, and stone essence means?" Lin Mohan said, "You can produce 100 kilograms of gold, water, and stone essence every year. You use 70 or 80 kilograms, and sell 10 kilograms, and there are still a few kilograms left. 10,000 kilograms of gold, water, and stone essence is just your accumulation of more than 1,000 years. Waste more than 1,000 years, or be killed by me, make your choice. My patience is limited, I will give you 1 minute to think it over." The beautiful voice said the harshest words. Lin Mohan did not give the gold and water beast the possibility of choice. Either hand it over or die here. This is not a choice at all, but a robbery. The king of the gold and water beast was obviously enraged. "You are just a 6th level Daozun, how can you be so brave? Lin Mohan laughed, but you are real. As soon as the voice fell, a huge sword appeared in the sea of boundaries. This sword was condensed from the great Tao of sword, and mixed with Lin Moyu's sword intent, the power it exuded was shocking. At this moment, Lin Moyu felt like he was facing a great Tao realm. Lin Moyu's power was still far from the great Tao realm, but he already had a taste of the great Tao realm, and his real power should still be around the 9th level of Dao Zun. If this sword is cut, I'm afraid that only a few of the Golden Water Beast clan who are above the 8th level of Dao Zun can survive. That would really be a danger of extinction. Lin Mohan was as domineering as ever, life or death, one of the two choices. The face of the Golden Water Beast King was extremely ugly, and the whole beast face was almost squeezed into a ball. Not only him, but also the other powerful Golden Water Beasts were the same. They kept roaring, obviously very angry, but they did not dare to act rashly. They all understood the value of this sword. After a stalemate of more than 10 seconds, the Golden Water Beast King finally spoke, "Don't regret it." He opened his mouth and spit out a huge pearl with a diameter of a centimeter. The pearl exploded with a bang, turning into a ball of light that illuminated the surroundings. A huge breath rose from the pearl, and then a black shadow appeared in the light. The terrifying pressure rushed out and collided with Lin Mohan's pressure, and the surrounding boundary sea was completely blown away. King of the Boundary Sea. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes slightly. The King of the Sea Boundary has come. Although it is only a clone, it is stronger than the King of the Golden Water Beast. The key is that once his clone takes action, the main body will arrive soon. This is the territory of the King of the Sea Boundary. There is no benefit in fighting him here. Even if the Demon King comes here, he may not be able to defeat the King of the Sea Boundary. The heavy and low voice of the King of the Sea Boundary sounded, "Why are you disturbing me?" The King of the Golden Water Beast bent his forelegs slightly and saluted the King of the Sea Boundary. "Great King, someone wants to destroy my entire Golden Water Beast clan and rob the Golden Waterstone essence. Please save my clan, Great Lord." This guy didn't have the courage of the King of the Sea of Boundary at all, and he went straight to the King of the Sea of Boundary for help. "Who is so bold?" The King of the Sea of Boundary roared. Someone dared to act wildly in his territory. The King of the Sea of Boundary was a little angry on the spot. He turned his head and saw Lin Mohan, and he didn't feel anything. But the next moment, he saw Lin Moyu, and he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. "Fellow Taoist Lin?" Lin Moyu smiled and greeted the King of the Sea of Boundary. "Long time no see." The King of the Sea of Boundary was surprised. "Fellow Taoist Lin, are you going to come to the Golden Water Beast?" Lin Moyu said, "No, I just asked them for some Golden Waterstone essence, but they refused." Lin Moyu showed a helpless look, as if this matter was not his fault. The King of the Golden Water Beast immediately said, "They want 10,000 jin. How many years will it take for our tribe to save all this?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Not much, just over 1,000 years ago, no more than 2,000 years at most." "Even if it's 2,000 years, is 2,000 years a long time? What do you think?" The King of the Sea of the Boundary listened to the conversation between the two and understood what was going on. He quickly made a choice between the King of the Golden Water Beast and Lin Moyu. 2,000 years is indeed not a long time. "Old Jean, take out 10,000 jin of Golden Waterstone essence." Hearing the words of the King of the Sea of the Boundary, the King of the Golden Water Beast trembled violently. "Great King, are you really determined to do this?" The King of the Sea of the Boundary roared, "Don't talk nonsense, just take it if I tell you to." In the Sea of the Boundary, the King of the Sea of the Boundary is the supreme existence. He had already spoken, and the King of the Golden Water Beast did not dare to disobey, so he could only take the Golden Waterstone essence out of the warehouse. The weight of the Golden Waterstone essence is very amazing. The Golden Waterstone essence of 10,000 jin is only a fist-sized piece. It is conceivable that if it is 1 or 2 kilograms of gold and waterstone essence, perhaps there is only 1 grain as small as a grain of sand. The king of gold and water beast was very reluctant to hand over the gold and water stone essence, and Lin Mohan was not polite at all and took it away directly. She said loudly, "Thank you very much. We will meet again if we are lucky, Xiao Yu. We will make a promise." The latter half of the sentence was obviously said to the king of the sea. Lin Moyu also said to the king of the sea, "Thank you very much, senior. I will come to you again if I have the chance." Lin Mohan and Lin Moyu left, and the sword hanging over the head of the Jinshui beast clan also disappeared. The Jinshui beast king complained to the king of the Sea of Boundary with a belly full of grievances, "Great king, why don't you suppress them? Many of our people have been killed by her." The king of the Sea of Boundary snorted lightly, "Fortunately, you summoned me in the end. If it was later, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to save your life. At that time, you will be waiting for the extermination of the clan." The Jinshui beast king wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the king of the Sea of Boundary. "Listen to me first." An invisible force surged out and enveloped the two of them. What the king of the Sea of Boundary was going to say next was not convenient for others to hear. Seeing this scene, the Jinshui beast king seemed to realize something and immediately pricked up his ears to listen. The woman just now, her soul has surpassed the Daozuan realm and can drive the power of the Dao. Do you know what this means? This means that there is a very terrifying existence behind her. Ordinary Dao realms do not have this ability. She saw that he was only at the 6th level of Daozun. If you really fight to the death, you are not her opponent at all. Even my clone may not be able to beat him. And that man, although he is only at the 4th level of Daozun, his fighting power is also very terrifying. I am not bragging. Any one of them can kill you. 017. The most important thing is that there is an even more terrifying existence standing behind that man. The king of gold and water beast was stunned. In his mind, the king of the Sea of Boundary is already the most powerful existence, but why does he feel that the Sea of Boundary is a little scared? The king of gold and water beast asked instinctively, "The people behind them, even you are not a match?" The king of the Sea of Boundary smiled bitterly. "This is not a question of whether you are a match or not, it is a question of whether they can destroy me with just a thought. So, let alone 10,000 pounds of gold and water stone essence, even if it is 100,000 pounds, as long as you have it, you have to take it out. 2,000 years is not a long time. You save it, and it will come out in 1,000 days. As for those dead tribesmen, it's their bad luck. The strong prey on the weak, just like the deal between you and the 3 ancestors. The same goes for the humans you killed." The king of the golden water beast was still a little unwilling. "If we had known earlier, we would have used up all the golden water stone essence, leaving nothing behind." The king of the Sea Boundary snorted with a little disdain. "Then you can just wait to be exterminated, old Jean. Although you are not smart, you are not that stupid." The king of the golden water beast thought about it, and it seemed to be true. After thinking about it, there should be no better way to deal with this matter, so he could only swallow his anger. Fortunately, although many of the tribesmen died, they were not seriously injured. If they were to provoke someone who couldn't even afford to offend the king of the sea, it would be like hitting a rock with an egg. What else could they do? Above the sea of the sea, the sword energy gradually dissipated, and the round sea quickly returned to calm. Lin Mohan put away the sword, and his beautiful eyes narrowed into a crescent moon. "Xiao Yu is getting more and more powerful now. Even the king of the sea has to give Xiao Yu face." Lin Moyu smiled. "It's not giving me face. I helped him before, and he returned the favor." Lin Mohan smiled. "Xiao Yu is really humble. I think this person should be very kind." Lin Moyu said, "This is a long story. I will talk about it slowly." Lin Mohan said immediately, "Since it's a long story, let's talk about it later. I have something to do now, so I won't stay here for long." Lin Moyu asked curiously, "We finally met, and I'm leaving again?" Lin Mohan said, "Have you forgotten what I said to you?" Remembering what Lin Mohan said, they both have their own paths. Lin Mohan said, "I've received Xiao Yu's words about the Sword of the World, and I'll go to Wu Daoqing when I'm free." Lin Moyu sighed in her heart. took out the Dao sword core she had obtained before and handed it over. Sister, this is for you. Lin Mohan's eyes lit up slightly. Dao sword core, this is a good thing. Xiao Yu can keep it for yourself. Lin Moyu shook her head. I don't practice swordsmanship. This thing is useless to me. Sister, since you practice swordsmanship, it should be useful. Lin Mohan took the Dao sword core with a smile. It is indeed useful. Then sister, I will not be polite. Thank you, Xiao Yu. Come, let me hug you. My Xiao Yu has grown up. While speaking, Lin Mohan opened his arms and made a hugging gesture. Lin Moyu retreated several meters on the spot. Goodbye, sister, we are all old, don't be too polite. Lin Mohan laughed and said, Hey, Xiao Yu is still shy even at such an old age. Come on, give me a hug. Lin Moyu retreated on the spot and immediately changed the subject. Where are you going next, sister? Lin Mohan looked at the sky. Her voice became sonorous and powerful, and her sharp sword energy rushed straight into the sky. Sister, I want to take a road that has never been taken before. This road has never been taken before. Just by listening to Lin Moyu, you can feel how difficult this road is. But Lin Mohan is so determined, her Tao heart is unshakable. Lin Moyu said, Then I wish you a successful completion of this road that has never been taken before. Lin Mohan put away his sword intent and smiled brightly. Xiao Yu, you should also work hard. Your road is not easier than yours. Go to the end. We will meet at the end. Lin Moyu nodded. Meet at the end. Lin Mohan left. She stepped on the sword light and went far away. Until Lin Mohan disappeared from sight, Lin Moyu murmured, The end? Maybe there is no end. His eyes became more and more complicated, and he turned back to the hurricane warship. At this time, the hurricane warship had retreated thousands of miles. The sword energy just now cut the boundary sea into pieces, and the hurricane warship was also affected and had to retreat. There were a few unlucky people who were injured by the sword energy, but fortunately they saved their lives. When the gods fight, mortals suffer, and they can only blame their bad luck. Back to the hurricane warship, Lu Fengyao and Xiaomei were very happy at the same time. Just now, they were worried because of their anxiety. Although Lu Fengyao said that there was no need to worry, she was still worried in her heart. Now seeing Lin Moyu return safely, both of them are very happy. Lin Moyu's eyes were full of thought, and she sat down at the tea table. I need to think about some issues. After hearing this, the two of them immediately fell silent. Xiaomei quietly made tea for Lin Moyu without making any sound. Lu Fengyao left to deal with the affairs, and she had something else to do next. Lin Moyu drank tea and thought about everything that happened after meeting Lin Mohan just now. All the details replayed in his mind. This unexpected encounter with Lin Mohan was full of strangeness. Many of the details are worth pondering. The first is Lin Mohan's attitude towards himself. Although Lin Mohan is his biological sister, this is true, but Lin Mohan's reaction is indeed a bit strange. Lin Mohan did not have any excitement of reunion after a long time. He was indeed a little excited. Lin Moyu could feel the excitement in his heart, and he didn't reply to Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan seemed happy, but not excited at all. It felt as if Lin Mohan had been watching him all the time and knew what he was doing. This time, he was just happy after seeing each other for real. There must be something strange. Lin Moyu repeatedly recalled everything that had just happened, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. First, Lin Mohan's performance was not right when he saw her, and he didn't have the excitement of a long-lost reunion. Lin Moyu could indeed feel that Lin Mohan was very happy, but this kind of happiness was different from a long-lost reunion. Secondly, Lin Mohan did not ask about the recent situation of Ning Yi and others, nor did he give birth to a baby himself. This was different from her thoughts in the big world. If he didn't urge her to give birth to a baby, it would be understandable, but not asking about the recent situation of Ning Yi and others, it would be extremely abnormal. Lin Mohan knew about Ning Yi's situation, and knew that after she came to the origin continent, she would definitely find a way to change the fate of Ning Yi and others. This was a very important matter, but she didn't ask a word. In addition, there were Yu Qingru and Yu Zhu, who she also didn't mention, which was also extremely abnormal. There are only two possibilities for this. The first is that she is not Lin Mohan, so she doesn't care about them. The second is that she knows the recent situation of Ning Yi and others. The first one is ruled out directly. Blood resonance cannot be faked, and Lin Moyu's spiritual perception will not be deceived. Lin Mohan is undoubtedly a real person. The answer can only be the second one. Lin Mohan knows the current situation of Ning Yi and others, so there is no need to ask. And Ning Yi and others were taken away by the mysterious old man in green robe, and the Taoist partner of the old man also said that he wanted Ning Yi and others to practice the six-phase formation. This shows that Lin Mohan has a relationship with the old man in green robe. But Lin Mohan is her sister. How could she be related to the old man in green robe? Sister said she wanted to take a road that no one had ever taken before, and the road that no one had taken before is not so easy to take. When in the small world, there was nothing strange about my sister's cultivation path. After entering the big world, it was normal at first. It seems that later, my sister's cultivation path changed. If there is a problem, it should be at that time. What I thought should be correct. It must be related to that old man in green robe. Sister can reach the innate soul in the realm of Dao Zun. In addition, she can drive the power of the great Dao. The sword has been refined many times and has already surpassed the category of Dao Zun. When she got the great Dao sword core, she did not show any surprise and recognized the great Dao sword core at a glance, which means that sister has seen or even obtained the great Dao sword core. Things of this level are not easy to get. There is no trace of sister on the origin continent, which means that she is very likely not practicing on the origin continent. Another point, sister said that the 72 swords are the swords of the world. Even I don't know that they are called the swords of the world. In this world, except for the three ancestors, no one should know their real names. Lin Moyu recalled and thought over and over again, and finally came up with an answer. This answer may not be completely correct, but it is almost right. My sister must have some relationship with the old man in green robe, and my sister can see me in some way. Only when I see myself often, I will have that kind of reaction when I meet again after a long absence. And only the old man in green robe has the ability to let his sister embark on a path of cultivation that has never been seen before. Thinking of it this way, everything makes sense. Lin Moyu felt like he was being watched, gritted his teeth and whispered, "Old man, what are you going to do? Do you think of me as a chess piece? Aren't you afraid that I, as a chess piece, will overturn the chess table and smash it on your head?" Lin Moyu was very unhappy, gnashing his teeth in his heart, wishing he could take the Calamity Scepter and hit the old man twice. Even if the Calamity Scepter couldn't kill him, at least it would give him 2 big bumps. Fortunately, his Tao heart was still firm, and he quickly calmed down after letting go of his wild thoughts. Lin Moyu let out a long breath, slowly opened his eyes, and saw Xiaomei looking at him with a worried look on her face. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Lin Moyu took the teacup from Xiaomei and said softly. Xiaomei nodded. "Did you encounter any trouble just now?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "No trouble, just some things I can't figure out, need to think carefully." Xiaomei said, "Just now I saw the teacher frowning, it seems very unhappy." Xiaomei, who has the innate soul of Taoism, is also very sensitive. Lin Moyu's mood changes are all sensed by Xiaomei. Lin Moyu said, "There are indeed some unhappy things, but it's useless to think too much. Some things need strength to be solved." Xiaomei naturally understood what Lin Moyu meant. Lin Moyu obviously didn't want to say it, so she stopped asking and changed the subject. "Teacher, who was that girl just now? She is so beautiful." Lin Moyu said, "That's my sister." "Sister?" Xiaomei exclaimed. "It turns out that the teacher has a sister." Lin Moyu chuckled. "What's so surprising about this?" Xiaomei shook her head. "It's just that the teacher never mentioned that the master is so beautiful. I wish Xiaomei could be so beautiful. Please give me flowers." All women love beauty. Lin Moyu probably understands Xiaomei's envy, but he is a big man and can't discuss this topic. Lin Mohan's beauty covers a lot of things. If Xiaomei experiences Lin Mohan's domineering personality one day, I don't know if she should cry or not. The Boundary Sea returned to calm, and the hurricane warship moved in the original direction again. Some Daozuan started to act again to collect Jinshui stone. The Daozuan suddenly found that the success rate of collecting Jinshui stone this time increased significantly, and they were rarely attacked by Jinshui beast. Even if they were attacked, the number of Jinshui beasts was greatly reduced. As long as their strength was not too bad, they could escape safely. 0-0. The reason Lin Moyu knew it best. Lin Mohan's sword killed a large number of golden water beasts, which led to this situation. It was a matter of time and fate. It can only be said that these Daozuan were benefited by Lin Mohan. The hurricane warship came to the core area of the Golden Light Beast, and Lu Fengyao flew out alone and entered the Boundary Sea. A moment later, Lu Fengyao returned from the Boundary Sea. When she came back, Lin Moyu clearly felt that there was a trace of breath on Lu Fengyao, which was the breath from the Waterstone essence. She completed this transaction with the Golden Water Beast and successfully obtained the Golden Waterstone essence. As Lin Mohan said, 10,000 kilograms of Golden Waterstone essence is just the accumulation of more than 1,000 years for the Golden Water Beast. And the Golden Water Beast has existed for countless years, and 10,000 kilograms of Golden Waterstone essence is not enough to shake their foundation. It's nothing to hand it over. The hurricane warship set off again and left the Golden Water Beast's sea area a day later. Lu Fengyao finally had some free time and began to have time to look for Lin Moyu, chatted and drank tea. Several people talked about Lin Mohan again, and Lu Fengyao also showed deep envy. No matter what realm a woman reaches, she has an instinctive pursuit of appearance. Unfortunately, some things are destined. Even if Lu Fengyao can become Lin Mohan's appearance, it is difficult to imitate Lin Mohan's unique temperament. After flying for several days, the hurricane warship entered a special sea area. In the sea area only 1,000 miles away from the warship, it was the sea area where the Boundary Sea battle was taking place. From a distance, Lin Moyu felt several powerful auras. There was a Taoist master on that sea area, seemingly waiting for something. The sea area where the Boundary Sea dispute is taking place is extremely wide. This sea area is extremely special, and there is an agreement among all tribes that no one can easily interfere in the Boundary Sea dispute. If you interfere in the Boundary Sea dispute without a legitimate reason and without the consent of the Sea Tribe, you will definitely be punished. The Sea Tribe is not a good person to talk to. Someone once came to interfere. As a result, he could not leave the Boundary Sea at all and was buried here forever. Only those who have dealt with the Sea Tribe can understand how domineering they are. Coming here, it is not far from Nanzhou. Lin Moyu said to Lu Fengyao, "Sister Fengyao, I'll get off the boat here." Lu Fengyao knew Lin Moyu's background. "Do you want to revisit the old place?" Lin Moyu nodded. "There is an old friend I want to meet." Lu Fengyao smiled and said, go ahead, some old friends really need to be met. You almost cleared out all kinds of wine in the exchange on the ship, 727, just for that old friend." Lin Moyu smiled and nodded. "That guy is addicted to alcohol, and wine is the best gift." After saying goodbye to Lu Fengyao, Lin Moyu took Xiaomei away from the hurricane warship. In a blink of an eye, the hurricane warship had gone far away and disappeared without a trace. Lin Moyu let Xiaomei sit on the piercing cloud sword, and he flew towards the direction in his memory. The area of the Boundary Sea dispute is very large. He only remembers a general location. Don't look for the specific location. If you follow the previous speed, the Boundary Sea is vast. Even if you look for a few years, you may not be able to find it. But now it is different from the past. Not only is the speed faster, but with the improvement of the soul, the sensitivity has also increased significantly. It only took a few days for Lin Moyu to find the old place and sense the breath of Shuai Zhang Tianzuan. From a distance, Lin Moyu saw Shui Ji Tianzuan. Most of the guy's body was submerged in the Boundary Sea, revealing a big head and a huge turtle shell. Xiao Mei also saw it and asked in a low voice, "Teacher, is that the Shui Shang Tianzuan you mentioned? He is really so old." The realm of Tianzuan is nothing to Xiao Mei, but Shui Ji Tianzuan exudes an ancient and vast breath, telling the world that he has lived for an extremely long time. Lin Moyu nodded. "That's him, that guy should be drunk again." Lin Moyu could feel the strong smell of alcohol from a distance and didn't know how much Shui Shang Tianzuan drank. Seeing Shui Ji Tianzuan again, Lin Moyu also saw something unusual. Shui Ji Tianzuan has indeed lived for countless years, and the breath of time on him is not comparable to that of the three ancestors. It was also because of this that Lin Moyu had some doubts when he saw him again. When there was still 10,000 meters away, Shui Ji Tianzuan finally found Lin Moyu, and his huge head slowly turned around and opened his drunken eyes. After seeing Lin Moyu, Shui Ji Tianzuan said slowly with a little drunkenness, "I am not dreaming, you kid is actually back." Lin Moyu smiled, "You are not dreaming, wake up quickly." The next second, the water of the Boundary Sea boiled, and huge waves rolled up to wash Shui Ji Tianzuan. Countless alcohol gushed out of Shui Ji Tianzuan's body, and after being washed by huge waves, he woke up completely. Shui Ji Tianzuan sobered up and looked at Lin Moyu with surprise. "My goodness, it's really you, you actually became a Taoist master." Lin Moyu smiled, "Is it strange that I became a Taoist master?" Shui Ji Tianzuan shouted, "Of course it's strange, you have only been practicing for a few years, and you became a Taoist master like this. The Tao is unfair. I, the old turtle, have been practicing for many years, but I still haven't become a Tao master. How come you can become one? The Tao is unfair. It's really too unfair." Shui Ji Tianzuan was shouting over there, looking extremely upset. Water was spraying from his eyes, and it was unknown whether it was tears or water from the Boundary Sea, but it was like a fountain. Xiao Mei looked like she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had never thought that the water-stopping heavenly venerable mentioned by Lin Moyu would actually look like this. But it looked like he was still playing. Lin Moyu waved his hand and pushed away all the water spraying over him. "Don't be pitiful. You just want wine, so I brought it all to you. There's wine." Water-stopping heavenly venerable stopped crying in a second. His big head drooped suddenly, his eyes shining. "I've almost finished the last wine, and there's a famine. Since you're delivering wine to my door, I won't complain about the avenue. Hurry up and bring out all the wine, hurry up." Lin Moyu took out the fine wine, most of which was brewed in the Rule World, and some was purchased from the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. Added together, it was over 100 million jin, enough for water-stopping heavenly venerable to drink for a while. Shui Ji Tianzuan was not polite and accepted all the wine, muttering, "You are a good boy and have not forgotten the old turtle." Lin Moyu smiled, "How could I forget you? Without your help, it would be difficult for me to win the battle in the Sea of Boundaries." Shui Ji Tianzuan said, "The old turtle saw that you were compatible and you were also smart, so it was not really helping you." Lin Moyu smiled, "I came back this time, first to see you and bring you some wine. Second, there are some things I want to ask you." Shui Ji Tianzuan said, "What is it?" Lin Moyu said, "Something about the origin catastrophe." Shui Ji Tianzuan was startled, his expression instantly became serious. "You know about the origin catastrophe?" Lin Moyu nodded. "Over the years, I have learned a lot of things, but there are still some things I don't understand, so I came here this time to ask you for advice." Shui Ji Tianzuan said that although his cultivation was not high, he lived long enough, longer than the king of the Sea of Boundaries. The king of the Sea of Boundaries was in the Tao realm and had experienced the origin catastrophe, which meant that Shui Shang Tianzuan had also experienced the origin catastrophe. Shui Ji Tianzuan must be extraordinary to have survived the origin catastrophe. Especially this time, when he saw Shui Ji Tianzuan again, Lin Moyu was more certain that Shui Ji Tianzuan was unusual. Just now, he looked over from a distance and used the Tao of Luck to see that Shu Ji Tianzuan's luck was amazing. Even compared with the three ancestors' demon emperor, he was not much worse, and was even stronger than them. This was not the luck that a Tianzuan should have. And a person who could have such luck could not be a Tianzuan. Unless Shu Ji Tianzuan, like Xiaomei, was also a reincarnation of the weapon. But when he looked with the eye of the dead, Shu Ji Tianzuan's soul was indeed in the Tianzuan realm. From prehistoric times to the present, a soul in the Tianzuan realm, because of the luck of the Tao realm. When they are put together, it becomes very unusual. Shu Ji Tianzuan said in a deep voice, "Tell me first, how much do you know?" At this moment, he was no longer joking, but became serious. Lin Moyu told everything he knew in detail, which involved the gods from outside the domain, as well as the existence of several Tao realms such as the three ancestors. And he also roughly described how he forced Master Kurong away. The reason why he told it in such detail was that Lin Moyu was betting that Shu Ji Tianzuan was unusual and knew a lot. For people like Shu Ji Tianzuan, Lin Moyu was open-hearted, and only by being honest with each other could he get the other party's honesty. As long as he concealed something, the answer he got might not be correct. After listening, Shu Ji Tianzuan sighed, "I didn't expect that you have such rich experience in these years and know so much. Since you already know so much, it's okay to tell you some things." The old turtle just said it casually, "You just listen casually, as for whether it is right or wrong, you can judge it yourself." Shu Ji Tianzuan has lived for too long, from prehistoric times to the present, and has completely experienced that catastrophe of the origin. He knows a lot of things, no less than the king of the Sea of Boundaries. According to him, when the catastrophe came, countless strong men formed an army on the Origin continent and fought against the enemy under the leadership of the strong men of the Great Tao realm. There were many enemies, from different worlds, fighting against the cultivators in the Origin continent in different regions. At that time, the Origin continent was divided into 9 continents and 1 sea, and different continents had to face armies from different worlds. Among them, the Sea Tribe in the Sea of Boundaries also had to deal with an enemy. In addition, on the Great Tao of the Sky, they had to deal with the power of the gods outside the domain and the Black Blood realm. In other words, there were as many as 12 worlds attacking the Origin continent at the same time. In this case, the Origin continent still did not lose, although it suffered heavy damage. 5 of the 9 continents sank, countless Great Tao realms fell, and several Great Taos were beaten into silence. But the Origin continent still persisted to the end, which also proved how strong the Origin continent was. Even the army of the Origin continent launched a counterattack. Not only did they defeat the invading team, they also beat them back to their homeland. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, the cultivators in the 19th tier of the Origin continent were not just passively beaten. This war lasted for many years, and some people achieved enlightenment and reached the Tao realm during the war. It was also because of the Tao realm and countless strong men who fought one after another that the Origin continent stood to the end. But after that war, the world was severely damaged, the Origin continent began to dormant, and the world was cut off. The Tao realm could no longer stay in the Origin continent and had to return to the world of the heavenly Tao. After listening to this, Lin Moyu had a rough guess in his mind and couldn't help asking, since the Tao realm is not allowed to stay in the Origin continent, why can the king of the Sea of Boundaries stay here? Shu Ji Tianzuan said, they can stay here because they became enlightened in the war and have some special relationship with the Origin continent. There are very few such people, and they have paid a lot of price to return to the Origin continent and stay. Lin Moyu looked thoughtful. Why do they want to stay? Shu Ji Tianzuan smiled. Of course, they have a purpose to stay. They are waiting for a big change, an opportunity to ascend in broad daylight and travel thousands of miles in one step. Shu Ji Tianzuan's voice became lower and lower, and they can't stay alone, you understand. Lin Moyu suddenly understood that the 3 ancestors and others achieved enlightenment in the catastrophe, and it was for this reason that they were able to stay and paid a lot of price. They have a shallow foundation and have not accumulated much in the Tao realm. Those prices are not necessarily what they can pay. So who will pay the price? Naturally, the people behind them. Like the whale who was rescued by him, he should be a member of the power behind the king of the sea. If the world changes drastically and there is an opportunity to make great progress, then not only they will benefit, but also the power behind them. So Master Couron was forced to leave by him, and he might not only offend Master Couron, but also the power behind him. Lin Moyu had a headache. He had not yet reached the Tao realm, but he had already offended a force in the Tao outside the sky. He had not yet gone to the soul void, but he had already offended a big man in the soul void. Not to mention other abilities, his ability to cause trouble is really not small. What Shui Ji Tianzuan said was almost the same as what Lin Moyu knew before, and there was not much difference. Lin Moyu had a clearer and more complete picture of the origin of the catastrophe in his mind. It also made Lin Moyu more certain that there must be a leader behind the Heavenly God realm and the Black Blood realm, and it was this leader who broke the hell. Lin Moyu looked at Shui Ji Tianzuan and asked word by word, "Then why did you stay?" Silently, an invisible force enveloped him and Shui Ji Tianzuan, and even Xiaomei beside him could not hear their conversation. Shui Ji Tianzuan's eyes slowly narrowed. "Smelly boy, why do you ask that?" Lin Moyu said, "Although I am not 100% sure, I am at least 80%. You don't have to hide it. Let's talk about it in private. I promise not to tell anyone." Shui Ji Tianzuan laughed and said, "What do you think I am doing here, old turtle?" Lin Moyu said, "Then I have to ask you, what was the opportunity in that drastic change? Is it what you said about making great progress in a day and ascending to heaven in broad daylight? I feel that what you are looking for is not that simple." Shui Ji Tianzuan said, "There are some things that I am not convenient to tell you, but don't worry, staying here will only benefit the origin continent. Forget it, since you want to know so much, I will reveal more to you. This is something that many Tao realm people don't know." Lin Moyu immediately pricked up his ears. He was really interested in things that even Tao realm people didn't know. Shui Ji Tianzuan said, "Back then, the origin continent was not fighting alone, and the origin continent also had helpers. Guess why the Buddha's heritage can stay here? Why can the Zerg reproduce on the origin continent?" Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes slightly. "You mean, the Buddha and Zerg are the helpers of the origin continent?" Shui Ji Tianzuan nodded. "That's right. Many Tao realm masters don't know about this matter. They only know that these two tribes have a big cause and effect and can't be touched." Lin Moyu completely understood that the real root was here. If the two tribes had stood on the side of the origin continent during the origin catastrophe, they did have a huge cause and effect with the Tao of the origin continent, and it was not easy to touch. Shui Ji Tianzuan continued, "So if you can't get entangled with these two tribes, don't get entangled with them. The cause and effect is too complicated, with good and bad. If you don't care, you will be trapped in it sooner or later, and it will be difficult to extricate yourself." Lin Moyu nodded. "Then do you know 683, when will the great changes in the world come?" Shui Ji Tianzuan shook his big head. "It's hard to say. It may be tomorrow, it may be millions of years later, or you may not be able to wait for it in your lifetime. The great changes need opportunities, and when the opportunities appear, it means that the time has come. But although I don't know the specific time, there will always be some signs before the great changes come." Lin Moyu asked, "Some time ago, I was in Shizhou, and a genius appeared in the Buddhist clan. He comprehended the three live secret method and achieved the pseudo-Tao realm. The fourth evolved insect mother also appeared in the insect clan. Is this a sign?" Shui Ji Tianzuan thought for a while. "It can be considered as a sign. Before the great changes come, there will always be some powerful geniuses. This is due to the changes in the luck between heaven and earth. But such signs are not enough. The closer the drastic change is, the more obvious the abnormalities will be. Well, after talking so much, I am tired. Do you have anything else to ask? If you don't have any questions, I want to drink some wine and then take a nap." Lin Moyu still had a lot of questions in his mind, but looking at the appearance of Shueiji Tianzuan, he obviously didn't want to talk anymore. Indeed, he had said enough today, and many things should not be told to him. Lin Moyu was thick-skinned. Don't sleep yet, let me ask a few more questions. Do you know the eldest prince of the Dragon Clan? Some time ago, he went to the Buddha clan and knocked down the 3 lives Buddha realm of the Buddha clan, and fought back with the Pseudo-Dao realm. The eldest prince of the Dragon Clan. Shueiji Tianzuan seemed to be recalling. After thinking for a long time, he shook his head. It's too long ago, I really can't remember it clearly. I remember that something seemed to have happened to the eldest prince of the Dragon Clan and he was punished. If you say so, it seems that the eldest prince of the Dragon Clan also stayed in the origin continent, and he must have some plans. It's very simple that he knocked down the realm of the 3 lives Buddha, because he didn't want to have a big cause and effect with the Buddha clan, and at the same time he wanted to delay the arrival of the drastic change. The specific reasons, you have to find out by yourself. If you want to know, you can check it out. But the old turtle advises you not to do this, it's useless. Everyone who stays has their own purpose. As long as you don't disturb them, they won't come to trouble you. Everyone has different methods, but the goal is the same. Shueiji Tianzuan's voice became lower and lower, and a large jar of wine was taken out. The wine flew out of the jar and fell into the big mouth. The aroma of wine filled the air all day long. In a blink of an eye, Shueiji Tianzuan was smelling of alcohol and fell asleep with his eyes closed. The next second, a deafening snoring sound was heard, and huge waves were constantly blown up in the sea of boundaries as Shueiji Tianzuan breathed. Lin Moyu knew that Shueiji Tianzuan would not say anything more, so he closed his eyes to drive him away. He removed the shield and said to Xiaomei, "Let's go." Xiaomei did not ask what Lin Moyu and Shueiji Tianzuan had just said. Just what they had said before was enough for her to digest. She felt that she had lived in vain in her previous life. She had cultivated to the peak and lived for so many years, but she didn't know as much as she did in recent years. This world actually hides such a huge secret, which is really beyond her imagination. Lin Moyu also sat on the piercing cloud sword at this moment, and was led by the piercing cloud sword to fly to Nanzhou. With the speed of the piercing cloud sword, it would take less than 2 days to fly to Nanzhou, which was much faster than the last time Shueiji Tianzuan sent him there. Along the way, Lin Moyu thought about Shueiji Tianzuan's words, sorted out the information he had obtained, and then handed all the information to the human emperor. After the Emperor of Humanity stores it in the database, it is combined with various data for analysis and deduction, and finally a more accurate answer is obtained. This is what the Emperor of Humanity is best at, but the amount of data is a bit large, and it takes some time to analyze it. Lin Moyu really wants to know what the so-called upheaval in the world is. In the past 2 days, Xiaomei also tried hard to digest the information she had obtained before, and she was re-understanding this world. It was not until the coastline reappeared in sight and islands of different sizes were seen that Xiaomei whispered, "Teacher, what is the identity of Shui Zaiwizhen? I feel like he seems to be more than just Tianzuan." Lin Moyu said, "I don't know what his identity is. He is now Tianzuan. As for what he was before, it's hard to say. His lifespan is longer than that of Hansui Holy Land, and he knows a lot of things. In short, he has no ill will towards us or the world, and that's enough. As for what he wants to do, we don't need to care, and we can't care." Xiaomei nodded obediently, just like the third ancestor and the Demon King, we can't care what they want to do. Lin Moyu smiled, "That's right, we take care of ourselves, as long as we are strong, we can deal with anything. If we are not strong enough, we may be finished with a little wind and waves. When we return to Dongzhou, I will give you a task." Xiaomei nodded immediately, "Teacher, please tell me." Xiaomei promises to complete the task. Lin Moyu said, "When the master is not here, you have to take Xiaowu and Xiaoye to practice. Don't let them be lazy, especially Xiaowu. You help the master to take good care of her." Xiaomei exclaimed, "Isn't this my goal?" Lin Moyu said, "It doesn't matter whether you are a master or a sister, what's important is that the master believes you can take good care of them. Don't look at Xiaomei's young age, but she has the memory of her previous life. In terms of practice experience, even Lin Moyu may not be better than her." Xiaomei felt something else from Lin Moyu's words. "Teacher, do you think it will be dangerous when the time comes?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "Whether there is danger or not, it is always right to improve your strength." Xiaomei nodded. "Anyway, Xiaomei will listen to the teacher and take good care of them." Lin Moyu really felt that the drastic changes in the world might not be far away. The 9 wheels that have not appeared for countless years have merged into one, and the Zerg has also evolved into the 4th form. The human race has obtained a way to advance to the Great Tao realm. Although it is difficult to succeed, there should be many pseudo-Great Tao realms. All of this is foreshadowing the coming of drastic changes. At the same time, Lin Moyu also had doubts in his heart. What is Antares preparing for? Is it really to delay the arrival of drastic changes by knocking down the realm of the Triple Buddha? But if I didn't inform Antares at that time, Antares wouldn't know. This guy didn't tell me anything, and I don't know what he is doing in secret. He believed that Antares must have his own things to do, and he also thought of Lin Mohan. Each one is more mysterious than the other, and they are all very strange and can't be figured out. Lin Moyu felt as if he was surrounded by a mystery, and it was difficult to solve it. But no matter how difficult it was, he would solve it. As he got closer and closer to Nanzhou, the coastline kept expanding in his sight, and he finally saw the mainland of Nanzhou. The aura became different, and the power of the boundary sea was gradually receding. Around the island, a large number of fishermen were fishing. The fishermen who could fish in the boundary sea were not ordinary people, but cultivators. They formed a small force and tried to survive. The location where Lin Moyu entered Nanzhou this time was similar to when he first entered the Origin continent. The first city he saw was Linhai City. Linhai City used to be the territory of the Lan family, but now it has changed people, and Lin Moyu is not interested in caring about who has changed. He asked Xiaomei to point the way and went directly to the Hanshui Holy Land. Nanzhou is very large, and the Hanshui Holy Land, as a holy land, controls a very large area. Unless the Origin spiritual vein can be used for transmission, otherwise at Lin Moyu's speed, he must at least fly to the sky map. Half a day later, rays of light appeared in sight. The rays of light were 7 colors like a rainbow, falling from the sky, illuminating the city like a dream. Xiaomei said, "That's the 7-colored city, the territory of the 7-colored sect, which is in the mountains behind." The 7-colored sect is formed with a 7-part one-master structure, 1 color for 1 sect, and is divided into 7 public sects. Then the 7 colors converge and become the main sect of the 7-colored sect. At the same time, each sect is in charge of a city, so the 7-colored sect has a total of 8 sects and 8 cities, which is considered to be a relatively powerful sect system in the Hanshui Holy Land. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "So this is the 7-colored layer." Xiaomei asked curiously, "Does the teacher have a grudge against the 7-colored sect?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "It's not a grudge, there was a little intersection, but it's not important." Xiaomei hummed, "The strongest in the 7-colored sect is only the 5th realm of Dao Zun. To the teacher, it's just a small shrimp." The two flew directly over the 7-colored city and disappeared in the distance. In Lin Moyu's eyes now, the 7-colored sect is indeed just a small shrimp that can be easily destroyed, and Lin Moyu has no interest in destroying them. The temperature began to drop gradually, and before we knew it, snowflakes fell between the sky and the earth. Xiaomei said, "We have entered the area of the Hanshui Holy Land." The cultivation method of the Hanshui Holy Land is biased towards ice. Over the years, the large area where the Hanshui Holy Land is located has become extremely cold, and the closer to the Hanshui Holy Land, the colder it is. And all of this is divided by ice and snow, which is quite similar to the wind and snow mountains of the Demon King. There is a strange power in the ice and snow. If you are not a cultivator, you can't bear the coldness brought by the ice and snow for a long time. No matter how many clothes you wear, even if you put the brazier in your arms, it's useless. This is the invasion of the power of the great Tao, which cannot be resisted by ordinary flames. A force rises from the piercing cloud sword, isolating all the ice and snow. Lin Moyu naturally doesn't care, but Xiaomei can't. At this time, Xiaomei is still very weak. Although she has cultivated to the peak of the super god realm in the past 3 years, she still can't bear it for a long time. The ice and snow are getting denser, and gusts of cold wind blow over, enough to freeze the super god realm to death. Lin Moyu said, "It seems that your Hansui Holy Land really doesn't welcome outsiders." Xiaomei said, "This is the wind and snow formation left by our ancestors. It's not very powerful, but it can block some unnecessary troubles. Every 643 years, there are 10 days when the wind and snow formation will reveal a passage. At that time, if someone wants to worship in the Holy Land, they can come in along the passage." Lin Moyu pointed to the distance. "Is it that passage?" Xiaomei looked over and saw a black line in the distance where the wind and snow were mixed. There were crowds of people on this black line, and many people were heading there. There was no wind and snow there, and the temperature was normal. Even ordinary people could pass through it. Xiaomei said, "What a coincidence, it happened to be the day of accepting disciples." Lin Moyu laughed. "Let's go over and take a look." Xiaomei smiled. "I'll listen to the teacher." Lin Moyu immediately flew over, and his appearance became very abrupt in the vast expanse of ice and snow. In the passage revealed by the formation, many people looked up at Lin Moyu. Seeing Lin Moyu standing on the flying sword, like a fairy god, these ordinary people showed envy. The reason they came to Hansui Holy Land was to worship in the Holy Land and become practitioners from then on. But they also knew that Hansui Holy Land was extremely strict in accepting disciples, and it was highly likely that they would not be able to enter. It was just that everyone had hope and wanted to try before they would be willing. Lin Moyu swept his eyes and looked at the souls of all the people. These people had decent qualifications. If they were too poor, they would probably not come here. He looked at the luck again. There was no one with strong luck. They were all ordinary people. Lin Moyu said softly, "With these people's qualifications, it is enough to join some small sects. If they want to join the Hansui Holy Land, they are a little insufficient." Xiaomei naturally believed Lin Moyu's words. Teacher is right. The Holy Land accepts disciples once a year, but it often takes 3 to 5 years to receive a qualified one. Lin Moyu said, "Although it seems hopeless, there is always a ray of hope under the avenue, and there may be a miracle." Xiaomei followed Lin Moyu's words and said, "Old Xian is right, miracles are everywhere." Lin Moyu was amused by Xiaomei. "When did you become so good at flattering?" Xiaomei said, "It's all taught by the city." The two flew along the passage from the ice and snow to the Hansui Holy Land. The terrain continued to rise, getting higher and higher. Although there was no ice and snow to block it, the terrain alone was enough to block many people. This was also the first test given by the Hansui Holy Land. If you can't even get to the mountain gate, you are not qualified to join the Holy Land sect. On the top of the mountain, between the swirling ice and snow, a huge mountain gate can be vaguely seen. This is the end point for all those who come to become disciples, and also the starting point for the next level. Lin Moyu climbed all the way and flew towards the top of the mountain. He did not see any disciples from the Holy Land along the way, and no one cared about this road. According to Xiaomei, if they accidentally died halfway, they would be dead, and they could only say that they were unlucky, and the Holy Land would not care. This is the world of cultivators, which is extremely cruel. Every step is dangerous, and one wrong step means death. After a while, the two came to the gate of the Holy Land. Lin Moyu smiled slightly. "They are here as expected." At this moment, in front of the gate, CCDD, Wu Xingwang and several members of the Wu family were standing there. Those ordinary people who wanted to become disciples were still on the road, and the fastest one was still a little distance away from the gate. At that time, Lu Fengyao said that Wu Xingguang would come to the Hanshui Holy Land to ask for marriage, and he really came. Lin Moyu asked curiously, "Since you are here, why don't you go in?" Xiaomei explained, "During the days when the Holy Land is recruiting disciples, the gate is not open. Only when all the apprentices are present, the gate will be opened. The passage will last for 10 days. After 10 days, except for an area in front of the gate of the Hanshui Holy Land, other places will be blocked by ice, snow, and cold wind. In other words, if those who want to become apprentices cannot walk half the distance within 5 days, they must turn back immediately and leave through the teleportation array at the starting point. Otherwise, they will be frozen to death on the way. And those who can walk to the gate within 10 days are eligible for the next round of tests." Lin Moyu has no feeling about this rule. Everyone has to pay the price for their choice. Life or death depends entirely on themselves. This is fair. Lin Moyu glanced at Xiaomei, as if to say, "Why didn't you say it earlier?" He said calmly, "It seems that we have to wait here for a few days." Xiaomei giggled, "I believe that the teacher will definitely find a way to get in." Xiaomei's implication was naturally the relationship between Lin Moyu and Gu Hanyu. Sometimes, rules are rules, but if the relationship is good enough, the rules can be changed. At this time, Wu Xingguang also noticed Lin Moyu. He frowned, his eyes flashed, and then he smiled. "I didn't expect to see fellow Taoists here again. It's really fate." Wu Xingguang remained calm on the surface, but his slight changes could not be hidden from Lin Moyu, even Xiaomei. Lin Moyu could clearly feel that this guy had a slight murderous intention towards him, but the murderous intention was very weak and not enough for him to really take action. At the same time, the 2 7th-level ancestors behind Wu Xingguang seemed to be a little wary of him. Lin Moyu slowly landed. "It's a coincidence. This is no longer a hurricane warship. Would you like to consider killing me here?" Wu Xingguang was stunned on the spot. He never thought that Lin Moyu would say it so directly. He did think of killing Lin Moyu, but that was just a thought. After the 2 ancestors persuaded him, this idea had faded long ago. Wu Xingguang was embarrassed for 2 seconds, and smiled on the spot. "Dao Yu are joking. Xingguang has never thought of being an enemy of Dao Yu." Lin Moyu said lightly, "Really haven't thought about it." Wu Xingguang immediately said, "It was just a misunderstanding at the time. Dao Yu is Fengyao's friend, and naturally Wu's friend. How could you think about those things?" Lin Moyu laughed. "It's good that it's a misunderstanding. Then Dao Yu Wu, why don't you go in?" Wu Xingguang said, "It seems that Dao Yu doesn't know the rules of Hanshui Holy Land. This time it happens to be the day when the Holy Land accepts disciples, and the mountain gate will be closed for a few days. You can only go in after a few days." Lin Moyu smiled. "Really? Let's try it." Lin Moyu took out a token and activated it, and said to the token loudly, "Senior, Lin Moyu is here to visit." The token shone and flew up automatically. The word "San" on the token was very conspicuous. Wu Xingguang was not at a high enough level and did not recognize the token. But the 2 7th-level ancestors behind him took a breath at the same time, the token of the ancient ancestor song. Lin Moyu smiled slightly. "Yes, it is indeed the token of the ancient ancestor song." Before, the token was stored in the storage space, and even Gu Tsang could not sense it. Now that the token is activated, even if Gu Tsang is in seclusion, he can hear Lin Moyu's voice. Sure enough, in less than 2 seconds, Gu Tsang's heavy and majestic voice came from the token. "Little friend Lin is visiting, and the Hanshui Holy Land is honored. Gu, please forgive me for not welcoming you from afar." The door slowly opened with Gu Tsang's voice. "There are no unbreakable rules in the world. It depends on whether your relationship is strong enough and your fist is hard enough. The ancestor Gu Tsang has ordered that the gate of the Holy Land dare not open." The door opened, and a cold air rushed out from behind the door. The token flashed with a faint light, shining on Lin Moyu, blocking all the cold air. Xiaomei huddled behind Lin Moyu and used Lin Moyu as a meat shield. Gu Tsang's figure appeared in the cold air and walked out from behind the door. The terrible pressure followed Gu Tsang, rolling in like waves. The faces of Wu Xingguang and others changed suddenly. Facing this pressure, they actually felt a sense of collapse of their Taoism. Especially the two seventh-level ancestors of the Wu family, who felt the depth of inaction. They looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. Guzong's pressure seemed to be more than the ninth level of Dao Zun. Guzong strode over and laughed. Congratulations to Lin Xiaoyu, your cultivation has made great progress. Lin Moyu also smiled and said, congratulations to the senior, it should not be far away. Guzong smiled and said, not far away, not far away, it's all thanks to Lin Xiaoyu that I see hope. Come in, if you have anything to say, go inside. Lin Moyu said, will it break the rules? Guzong said, what bullshit rules, the sky is the rule. Lin Moyu was no longer polite, then I'd better obey your orders. Guzong said, what respectful or disrespectful, if Lin Xiaoyu says this again, it means you don't regard me as a friend. Come on, I have some good tea here, just invite Lin Xiaoyu to enjoy it together. Just as they were about to go in, Wu Xingguang suddenly said, Grandmaster Tsang, I am Wu Xingguang of the Wu family, can we go in together? Guzong seemed to have just seen Wu Xingguang at this time, and glanced at him, Wu Xingguang of the Wu family? I haven't heard of him, who is Wu Xingchen to you? Wu Xingguang immediately said, Wu Xingchen is my younger brother, my real younger brother. Guzong looked at him, then at the people behind him, and seemed to understand something. Since you are from the Wu family, then come in together. Wu Xingguang was overjoyed and immediately followed him in. The door closed again, and only a group of people who were trying to climb were left outside. Behind the door was a magnificent hall, very bright, and the temperature was not as cold as imagined. It was indeed a little colder than the normal environment, but it was still bearable. The key point is that the power of the Great Tao did not appear here, which means that ordinary people can survive here as long as the clothes they wear are warm enough. The Hanshui Holy Land looks no different from other sections. There is no prosperous holy scene, and it is not full of strange phenomena. But if the spiritual sense is sharp enough, you can sense the difference here. The Hanshui Holy Land has reached a level of returning to nature. Every pillar around and every brick under your feet have been refined. They look ordinary, but they actually hide mysteries. Lin Moyu can see that there is a formation here, and the formation does not enhance the power of the origin, but suppresses the power of the origin. The power of the origin in the origin spirit vein under the Hanshui Holy Land was firmly suppressed, and it was not allowed to be released. It was not really not allowed to be released, but it was released when needed, and it was suppressed at other times. In this way, it became extremely difficult to practice in this area. If you can practice quickly in this environment, it can not only prove that you have a strong talent, but also lay a strong foundation. When the spirit vein is released, the accumulated energy over the years will turn into power, and the practitioners will be able to soar into the sky. After walking a few steps, several disciples in white winter clothes came to greet them and saluted Guzong respectfully. Guzong gestured for them to take Wu Xingguang and others to the main hall. He was too lazy to take care of ordinary affairs, so he naturally handed them over to others to handle. Passing through the hall, Guzong came to a teleportation array. The Holy Land is a bit big, and flying is not very convenient. Let's take the teleportation array. Lin Moyu naturally had no objection. Guzong is the ninth realm ancestor of the Hanshui Holy Land, but the power of teleportation of the origin spirit vein is not in his hands, but in Gu Hanyu. Even he can only use the teleportation array to travel back and forth. After a short teleportation, the three came to the mountains. One iceberg after another is located between heaven and earth like a knife and an axe. The mountain peaks are like blades, as if they are going to pierce the sky. Lin Moyu could see that these knife-like mountains were actually a formation, and a formation of a very high level, at least the peak of the 7th level, and possibly the 8th level. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The Hanshui Holy Land seemed simple, but in fact everything was hidden under the simplicity. Guzong's residence was located in the mountains, and he had a valley all to himself. This valley was also the center of the formation. Once the formation was activated, tongue play could control the formation here. However, Lin Moyu felt that this formation had not been activated for a long time. Gu Song took Lin Moyu into the yard, and waves of fragrance came towards them. Outside the yard was ice and snow, but inside the yard was warm as spring, and the fragrance of tea was everywhere. It was simply two different worlds. Lin Moyu took a deep breath. What a fragrant tea, with a hint of ice in the tea fragrance. You don't need to drink it to know it's a good tea. Gu Song laughed. As long as Lin Xiaoyu doesn't mind, please come in. Gu Song was very polite to Lin Moyu, even a little too polite, which made Lin Moyu feel a little strange. Oh. After sitting down, Gu Song was very enthusiastic to let Lin Moyu drink a cup. The tea fragrance entered his mouth and then exploded, and a clear feeling surged into his heart. For a moment, Lin Moyu's memory was churning, and he thought of the iced tea that Yuju brewed for him. The two teas tasted very similar. He thought of Yuju and his wife, and fell into memories for a while. Xiaomei also took a sip, and her eyes also showed nostalgia, and the memories of her previous life were churning. This is a tea that is only available in the Holy Land of Hanshui, and she used to drink it often. Gu Song didn't know what the two were thinking, so he couldn't help asking, "Little friend Lin, how about this old man's tea?" Lin Moyu came back to his senses. Good tea, the tea is icy, contains the power of the Tao, can clear the soul, it is indeed a good tea. Gu Song smiled. Little friend, do you know what kind of tea this is? Lin Moyu said, you are testing me. Everyone knows that Hanshui Holy Land produces Hanbing Dao tea, but since you asked this must not be Hanbing Dao tea. How about letting my disciple answer this question? Lin Moyu directly pushed the question to Xiaomei. He believed that Xiaomei would definitely know. Xiaomei whispered, it's Jilji Glacier tea, but this tea should be at level 6, not yet Jilji. Gu Song was shocked on the spot and blurted out, how did you know? Lin Moyu smiled, right? Gu Song nodded, yes, but Lin Xiaoyu's disciple, how did you know? Lin Moyu shook his head, what do you think? Gu Song looked at Xiaomei, then at Lin Moyu, and asked doubtfully, is the girl related to Group 3? Lin Moyu laughed and did not answer directly. Lin Moyu's silence was like a tacit agreement in Gu Song's eyes. There were very few people who knew about the 9 Extreme Glacier tea, only a few ancestors of the top forces. But the only one who could taste the specific grade so clearly was probably the 3rd ancestor. The 9 Extreme Glacier tea ranged from the most common 1 extreme to the most top 9 extremes, and only the 3rd ancestor had obtained all the 9 Extreme Glacier tea from 1 extreme to the extreme. As for the 8 Extreme and 9 Extreme Glacier tea, even Gu Song had never tasted it. Even the 7 Extreme, he had only tasted it once. So Gu Song instinctively thought that Xiaomei was related to the 3 groups. Gu Song could never have imagined that Xiaomei was also the 9-realm ancestor of the Hanshui Holy Land and had personally tasted the 9 Extreme Glacier tea. Lin Moyu said that Xiaomei was his disciple, which made him feel that Lin Moyu's relationship with the 3rd ancestor was extraordinary, far beyond his expectations. He became more polite to Lin Moyu. Little friend Lin, what is the matter with you this time? Lin Moyu said, there are indeed 2 things to do. One is to ask you something. Gu Song said, you can ask me anything. Lin Moyu said, I went to the Netherworld clan in Shizhou some time ago and found that the Netherworld clan took people from my human race as sacrifices. Does the senior know about this? Gu Song said without thinking, I have not been involved in the affairs of the sect for many years. I am not very clear about most of the affairs, but I can ask you something. Lin Moyu nodded, there is no rush for this matter. I will tell you the second thing first. I am afraid that the second thing will embarrass you. Gu Song said, I am not bragging. As long as it is a matter of the Holy Land, I can still make the decision. If you don't want to send it, just say it. Lin Moyu said, I am here to pick someone up. Gu Song looked puzzled, catch someone? Lin Moyu nodded, my wife, the current Holy Lord, tongue pressing. Gu Song was stunned on the spot. Little friend Lin, did I hear it wrong? Otherwise, please say it again. Lin Moyu smiled a little. You heard it right, it's Gu Hanyu, my wife. Gu Song frowned. If someone else said that, Gu Song would have slapped him, but now it was Lin Moyu. He held back and didn't do it. Gu Song whispered, Little friend Lin, can you tell me what's going on? Lin Moyu said, some things are not convenient for me to say alone. Why don't you call Hanyu and let her tell you? Gu Song nodded, that's fine. He sent a message to Gu Hanyu to come over. Although Gu Hanyu was the Holy Lord and was in charge of the affairs of the Holy Land, she still had to be obedient in front of Gu Song. Strength is everything, and a name is just a name. Lin Moyu could feel that Gu Song was in a complicated mood at this moment. On one hand, there were the rules of the Holy Land, and on the other hand, there was himself, which made him a little embarrassed. It was obvious that Gu Song did not want to offend him, because he felt that the third ancestor was standing behind him, and he actually did not want to offend the third ancestor. Lin Moyu understood the interests involved. Gu Song sighed, Little friend Lin, do you know the rules of the Holy Land? Lin Moyu smiled, rules are set by predecessors, and it is not impossible for future generations to break them. The unchanging rules sometimes need to be updated. I don't want to embarrass you, so I have thought of a few ways here. Gu Song's eyes lit up, Little friend, why don't you tell me? Lin Moyu said, the Holy Lord of the Holy Land cannot marry outside, so let Hanyu give up the position of Holy Lord, then she can marry outside. After saying this, Gu Song frowned even more tightly. Since the establishment of the Holy Land, there have only been Holy Lords who died in battle, and no Holy Lords who voluntarily gave up their positions. This method sounds good, but it is actually not feasible. Xiaomei has said before that there are only two possibilities for the Holy Lord of Hanshui Holy Land. One is to be promoted to the 7th Realm Patriarch and select the next Holy Lord candidate before giving up his position. But the 7th Realm Patriarch is also impossible to marry out. The 7th Realm Patriarch is an extremely important fighting force for the Holy Land, and its importance is not much less than that of the other lords. Another possibility is that the Holy Lord died in battle. In the early days of the establishment of the Holy Land, it fought with the Taoist sect for many years, and a Holy Lord did die in battle during that period. Apart from these two possibilities, the Holy Lord never has a third way. Now they want Gu Hanyu to take the initiative to give up the throne. Even if he really gives up the throne, Shi Hanyu will choose the last one. Taking the initiative to give up the throne and then letting the last Holy Lord marry out is an insult to the Hanshui Holy Land, and it is impossible to agree. Although Gu Song did not explicitly refuse, he actually told Lin Moyu that this way would not work. Lin Moyu said, if the first method doesn't work, then the second method is the only one, but the second method is not very good, and I don't want to embarrass Hanyu. Gu Song understood what Lin Moyu meant. The first method is to discuss it well, and the second method is to take action. Based on Gu Song's understanding of Lin Moyu, the reason why he dared to say this shows that Lin Moyu must have the confidence. But Lin Moyu's realm is only the 4th realm of Dao Zun. Where does he get the confidence? Does it mean that the confidence needs to be given by the third ancestor? But will the third ancestor take action against us for him? Gu Song and the third ancestor have known each other for many years, and he feels that the third ancestor will not take action for such a thing. He is a little confused. A bunch of smiles squeezed out of the old face. I believe that we can always discuss a win-win method. Lin Moyu smiled and said, if this is done, we will be relatives, and it would be best if we can avoid hurting the harmony. Xiaomei said nothing, drinking tea by herself, being a qualified spectator, and eating her teacher's melon. She said she was very happy. Soon, the space outside the valley was slightly distorted, and the ancient cold jade, as beautiful as snow, appeared outside the valley. She walked into the valley with lotus steps and saw Lin Moyu in the courtyard. The whole person couldn't help but pause. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He's really here. The memory surged, thinking of what Lin Moyu had said. Lin Moyu once said that when he got a foothold, he would come to Hansui Holy Land to marry himself. At that time, I just thought of it as a joke. It's not easy to get a foothold, and I want to come to Hansui Holy Land to marry myself. I don't know how many years it will be. Tens of thousands of years are very short. Unexpectedly, it's only been a few years, Lin Moyu actually came. Not only did he come, he also drank tea with Gu Tsang, and they seemed to have a good relationship. Gu Hanyu had no idea what was going on. After a second of freezing, she returned to normal. But this second of freezing had already given Gu Tsang the answer. Gu Hanyu came to Gu Tsang and saluted Gu Tsang 0.1, Ancestor, what is the matter with calling Hanyu? Gu Tsang did not hide it. Tell me about what happened between you and Lin Xiaoyu. Gu Hanyu's delicate body trembled slightly. What happened between me and him? While speaking, Gu Hanyu looked at Lin Moyu, hoping to get an answer from Lin Moyu. Now she couldn't ask through voice transmission. At this distance, the voice transmission would definitely be heard by Gu. Lin Moyu said, just tell the truth, no need to hide. Gu Hanyu whispered, are you sure? Lin Moyu said, sure, don't worry, I'm here, no one can touch us. Hearing these words, Gu Tsang's eyebrows jumped. Lin Moyu used the calmest tone to give the biggest threat, clearly telling him that he did not take Hansui Holy Land seriously. Okay. Gu Hanyu took a deep breath, and she chose to believe Lin Moyu's words. Gu Hanyu told Lin Moyu about his affairs in detail, without hiding anything. Gu Hanyu knew very well that an old man like Gu Tsang, who had lived for 1,000,000 years, had already become a shrewd person. If he had hidden anything, he would definitely be discovered. After listening to this, Gu Tsang frowned even more tightly. Lian Lizi. It turned out to be Lian Lizi. So, in fact, you don't know whether you really love each other or it's because of the effect of Lian Lizi. He was surprised that Lin Moyu was so weak at that time, but he could force Gu Hanyu to the point of living and dying together. This is not something that an ordinary cultivator can do. In the eyes of others, it is simply a miracle. Lin Moyu chuckled, it doesn't matter anymore. Gu Tsang sighed, it really doesn't matter anymore. Lian Lizi has no solution. Lin Moyu said, you know the cause and effect, so let's discuss what to do next. Gu Tsang coughed lightly, to be honest, I personally don't object to you being together. But the ancestral rules are there, the Holy Lord cannot marry outside, and there is no precedent of the Holy Lord voluntarily giving up the throne. Even if you want to set a precedent, it will be difficult to get the consent of other elders. Although I have lived the longest among the ancestors, I can't regard the Holy Lord as the one who has the final say. Lin Xiaoyu, how do you think about this? I will discuss with the ancestors and give Lin Xiaoyu an answer. Lin Moyu said, it should be. If we can discuss a good result, it will naturally be the best. Gu Tsang looked at Gu Hanyu, Hanyu, you and Lin Xiaoyu haven't seen each other for many years. Just stay here with Lin Xiaoyu, and I will go to discuss with other ancestors. After saying that, she and I quickly walked towards Gu Xingjian. The cold wind blew from outside the valley, and it became warm once it entered the valley. The valley is like spring all year round, very comfortable. Gu Hanyujio had a strange look on her face, and her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Moyu without blinking, as if she saw Lin Moyu for the first time. Lin Moyu smiled, is there anything strange about my husband? Gu Hanyu asked, how did you do it? Lin Moyu knew what Gu Hanyu meant. Gu Tsang, as the ancestor of the 9 realms of the Holy Land, could talk to him so calmly and even think of ways for him. In Gu Hanyu's eyes, this was absolutely impossible. Who is Gu Tsang? He once fought against the world and killed decisively. Even other people in the Holy Land were a little afraid of him. But now he can talk to Lin Moyu so kindly, which makes Gu Hanyu incomprehensible. Gu Hanyu almost thought that Lin Moyu was Gu Ta's illegitimate son. Lin Moyu smiled and said, sit down and have some tea. This is 9-polarity glacier tea. I guess you don't usually get it easily. Gu Hanyu frowned and snorted, what is the status of this Saint Lord? 9 polarity glacier tea is just food. At this time, Xiao Mei suddenly spoke. The Saint Lord usually drinks 2 polarity glacier tea, and occasionally 3 polarity glacier tea. Gu Hanyu was slightly stunned. Little girl, what's your name? Xiao Mei stood up and saluted Gu Hanyu. Xiao Mei greets Master Hanyu. Lin Moyu said, Xiao Mei is my disciple. Isn't she very smart? Gu Hanyu nodded, looks very smart. As she spoke, she took out a jade token, which was obviously a good magic weapon. This is a gift for you. Gu Hanyu did not object to Xiao Mei's address to her, which meant that she recognized her identity as Lin Moyu's wife. Xiao Mei took the jade card and smiled. Xiao Mei thanks Master's wife. Master's wife is really generous, much more generous than the teacher. Lin Moyu snorted, you talk too much, drink tea. Xiao Mei giggled and turned into a bystander. Lin Moyu brewed a cup of tea for Gu Hanyu again and handed it over. Try it, Qiji's glacier tea, you probably can't drink it normally. Gu Hanyu took the tea but didn't drink it, still staring at Lin Moyu. How did you do it? Lin Moyu smiled and said, this is a long story. Even if I make it short, it won't be clear in a short time. Anyway, my husband is very powerful now, even Gu Qi has to give me face. Gu Hanyu didn't ask any more questions. Now is not the time to ask these questions. She whispered, even if Zhongzhu will give you face, the Holy Land is not Zhongzhu's one-man show. Zhongzhu has to respect the opinions of other ancestors. Especially Bing Zhu will definitely not agree. Our business is not that easy. Gu Hanyu's words were filled with worry. She knew the internal situation of Hanshui Holy Land very well. She knew the character of each ancestor and knew that the problem between her and Lin Moyu was not easy to solve. Lin Moyu said, don't worry, there is nothing in the world that cannot be solved. Since your husband is here, then leave the next thing to your husband. Gu Hanyu said, although you are very powerful, you are only at the 4th level of Dao Zun after all. Gu Hanyu did not continue, as if he did not want to hit Lin Moyu in terms of realm. Lin Moyu smiled and said nothing, whispering, Xiao Mei, do you know who Bingzhu is? Xiao Mei thought for a while, it should be Gu Hanbing. If it is really her, it may be a bit troublesome. She is very traditional, has a bad temper, and does not know how to adapt to many things. From Xiao Mei's description in a few words, Lin Moyu probably already knew what kind of person the water group was. Gu Hanbing, just looking at the name, should be from Gu Hanyu's line. Lin Moyu asked again, Hanyu, is the ice ancestor you are talking about Gu Hanbing? Gu Hanyu said, Xiao Mei is right. The ice ancestor's temper is not very good and she doesn't know how to adapt, but she is still very good to me. If I beg her, maybe. Xiao Mei shook her head, it's useless. No matter how good Gu Hanbing is to you in private, she will not show favoritism in major matters and will only handle official matters impartially. Gu Hanyu was a little surprised. Why did Xiao Mei know so clearly? Lin Moyu asked, Hanyu, is Xiao Mei right about not eating trees? Gu Hanyu nodded, Xiao Mei is right. The ice ancestor is indeed like this. She never shows favoritism in major matters. Moreover, the ice ancestor and the old ancestor Gutsong do not get along and have quarreled before. She will definitely not agree to this matter. Lin Moyu had already found the information of Gu Hanbing while the two were talking. Gu Hanbing became the ancestor of the 9 realms 180,000 years ago. Xiao Mei was reincarnated after the dissolution of the army 200,000 years ago, so in terms of seniority, Xiao Mei is older than her. When Xiao Mei was reincarnated, Gu Hanbing should not have cultivated to the 9 realms of Dao Zun. However, judging from Gu Hanbing's character that could argue with Gu Tsang, Gu Hanbing was not the kind of person who could be pressured by seniority, even if Xiao Mei revealed her identity. Lin Moyu whispered, this kind of person who is too particular about rules is indeed a bit troublesome. If it doesn't work, we can only win people over with virtue. Gu Hanyu almost spit out the glacier tea in her mouth. Win people over with virtue? Lin Moyu said, virtue is also virtue. He said that winning people over with martial arts was winning people over with virtue, and he also said martial virtue. Gu Hanyu was speechless for a while. Isn't there any other way? After all, she is the Holy Lord of Hansui Holy Land, and she is extremely unwilling to have an unpleasant experience with Hansui Holy Land. But she firmly stood on Lin Moyu's side. Whether it was the influence of Lian Lizi or not was no longer important. Lin Moyu said, besides Cangzhou and Bingzhou, are there any other 9 realms ancestors in the Holy Land? Gu Hanyu said, there is another one, Qinzhou. Gu Hanyu said softly, Ancestor Qin, originally Mu Qin, was a disciple of the Holy Land. Later, he fell in love with a female disciple of the Holy Land and became a Taoist couple. Later, Ancestor Qin became the ancestor and cultivated to the 9th level of Dao Zun. But Ancestor Qin has never been involved in things, especially after the Taoist couple sealed themselves. He spoke even less. From Gu Hanyu's words, it can be heard that Kuan Qin is a devoted person. Every day, he stays by the Taoist partner's side. Even if the Taoist partner has been sealed himself, he will not leave. Gu Tsang and Gu Hanbing represent 2 forces in the Hansui Holy Land. If the 2 sides disagree, this matter will be difficult to handle, and it may be a stalemate for a long time, which will make Gu Hanyu fall into a difficult situation. If both sides agree and do not allow it, it will be easy to handle, and Lin Moyu will directly snatch people. Although the Hansui Holy Land is strong, Lin Moyu is not afraid, but this is the worst result, and neither he nor Gu Hanyu wants it to be like this. So Lin Moyu hopes to find a third party to break the balance between the 2 sides. Now it seems that his hope has been dashed. Xiao Mei suddenly said, if Mu Qin can speak, it won't be useless. Although Mu Qin doesn't talk much, he is still the ancestor of the 9 realms and has power. And in the Holy Land, many people follow him. Gu Hanyu felt more and more strange. She was very curious why Xiao Mei knew so much about the things in the Hansui Holy Land. Lin Moyu asked, who are the followers of the ancestor Mu Qin? Gu Hanyu said, the Holy Land is basically divided into 2 parts. One is our Gu family, and the other is the disciples of other surnames. There are also elders and ancestors among the disciples of other surnames. The strongest among them is Qinzhou, and they naturally follow Qinzhou. At this point, Lin Moyu has understood the power relationship within the Hansui Holy Land. For their own rights and interests, the disciples of other surnames naturally have to look for backers. There is no doubt that Mu Qin, who is the strongest, is their best backer. The children of the Gu family are not monolithic. The faction headed by Gu Tsang and the faction headed by Gu Hanbing have formed 2 different factions. So, there are 3 pillars in the Hansui Holy Land. But one of them is not very responsible. Lin Moyu asked, did Qinzhou's Taoist partner self-proclaimed because Chun Wu arrived? He calculated the time. Even if Mu Qin's Taoist partner did not self-proclaimed, he should not have lived to 400,000 years old. For a Taoist master, he should not choose to self-proclaim at 400,000 years old. There may be some problems. Gu Hanyu said, Qinzhou's Taoist partner is called Gu Hanxue. He self-proclaimed because he was injured. Qinzhou has been looking for a way to heal him for many years, but he has never been able to do it. Lin Moyu said, is it a wound on the soul? Gu Hanyu said, only a few ancestors know what the specific wound is. I don't know, but I heard Bingzhou say that it should be related to the soul void. If it is related to the soul void, it is most likely a wound on the soul level. The wounds at the soul level are the most difficult to heal, and even the 3rd ancestor has no good solution. Otherwise, the 3rd ancestor would not be helpless with the 160 Dao Masters at that time. Lin Moyu thought for a while, maybe I can get Qinzhou to speak, but before that, I want to meet Qinzhou. Gu Hanyu said, I'll take you there. Gu Hanyu is the Holy Lord, in charge of all affairs in the Holy Land, and she has great power on weekdays. Controlling the origin spirit veins for transmission is her authority. She immediately took Lin Moyu to Qinzhou's location. After a short transmission, the 3 of them came to a valley. The temperature in this valley is lower, much colder than the valley where Gugong is located. Lin Moyu took a look and whispered, "This formation is pretty good." Gu Hanyu explained, "This is the Xianbing formation arranged by Chen Zhu. The Xianbing formation can further enhance the self-sealing effect." Lin Moyu understood that most of the people in Hanshui Holy Land practiced the cold ice system. Ice is not only harmless to them, but also beneficial. Even if it is self-sealing, it is carried out in an extremely low-temperature environment. The lower the temperature, the better. But each practitioner can withstand different levels of coldness according to their own realm. Chen Zhu arranged the Xianbing formation in his residence, and used the formation of Hanshui Holy Land to further reduce the temperature of the valley. 10th layer reached the limit that he could withstand. In this state, the effect of self-sealing can be at least increased by 30%. Gu Hanyu said, "Generally speaking, Chen Zhu will not leave here. Even if there is something to discuss, at most he will send a clone over. Sometimes he will not even use the clone." Lin Moyu looked around. Not a bad place, not a bad formation, not only lowering the temperature, but also attracting the luck of the Holy Land. Although it is not much, it can accumulate over time. It seems that this Chen Zhu loves deeply. The eye of the undead swept over, and Lin Moyu saw 2 soul flames in the valley. One soul flame is extremely huge, reaching the 9th level of Dao Zun, which should be Mu Chen. The other soul flame is incomplete, obviously severely damaged. The soul is severely damaged and may collapse at any time, but the soul flame has fallen into a dormant state. Under the dual effects of self-sealing and ice, the momentum of soul collapse is curbed. Judging from the soul of the residual soul, the other party's cultivation level should be around the 6th level of Dao Zun, less than the 7th level. Lin Moyu was sure that his soul was enough to repair the other person's soul, and said, "Let's go, Chen Zhu is inside." Gu Hanyu continued to lead the way in front, walking towards the inside of the valley. The valley was not big, and there were no courtyard buildings inside. There was only a small wooden house and simple fields. Outside the house, there was a big silver tree, and the big tree was covered with wind and snow. Under the big tree, a 5-meter-high crystal stood there, and in the crystal, a beautiful jade woman was lying in it. Next to the crystal, an extremely inconspicuous man in plain clothes was sitting cross-legged. Gu Hanyu said loudly, "Meet Chen Zhu." Mu Chen did not open his eyes. "Is there anything for the Holy Lord to come here?" Gu Hanyu said, "There are indeed some things to trouble Chen Zhu." Mu Chen said, "You are the Holy Lord, just say what you have to say." Gu Hanyu said, "This matter may make Chen Zhu, Li Qian Zhao, a little embarrassed." Mu Chen did not speak. He was waiting for Gu Hanyu to speak. Gu Hanyu roughly talked about the things between himself and Lin Moyu. Mu Chen finally opened his eyes and looked at Lin Moyu, saying in a low voice, "Holy Lord, do you know the rules of the Holy Land?" Gu Hanyu said, "Hanyu understands, but the rules are set by people, so they can be changed naturally." Mu Chen shook his head. "That's right, the rules can indeed be changed, but you don't have the ability to change them at the moment. If you want to change them, wait until you become the ancestor of the 9th realm." Gu Hanyu sighed lightly. She knew early on that Mu Chen would definitely not support her. Lin Moyu smiled slightly. "Senior Mu Chen, I, Lin Moyu, would like to do business with you. If I can cure your Taoist partner's injuries, can I stand on your side?" Mu Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. "What did you say?" Lin Moyu was unhurried. "It means literally, think about it." Mu Chen almost didn't think about it, and replied without hesitation, "If you can save my Taoist partner, I will help you get out of the Holy Land." Lin Moyu found that Mu Chen was a very principled person. His principle is his Taoist partner. As long as he can save his Taoist partner, he can and is willing to do anything without any bottom line. As long as you know the other person's principles, it is easy to get along with such people, much easier than many people who are cautious. Hearing Mu Chen's answer, Gu Hanyu was stunned on the spot. Not to mention Gu Hanyu, Xiaomei was also stunned on the spot. One of them is the current Holy Lord, and the other is the former 9 Realms ancestor. They are all Gu family members and have deep feelings for the Hansui Holy Land. Mu Chen's words made them a little difficult to accept. Mu Chen said, "The Holy Lord does not need to care about Mu Chen's words. For Mu Chen, Hanshue is more important than anything else. Mu Chen does not want to betray the Hansui Holy Land. The Hansui Holy Land is also Mu Chen's home." Gu Hansui understood Mu Chen's thoughts a little bit. He could only say that Mu Chen's love for Gu Hanshue was so deep that it surpassed everything else. For Gu Hanshue, Mu Chen could give up his home, but that didn't mean he didn't like his home. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It's not that exaggerated. We just need Senior Mu Chen to say a few words for us at that time. If we really want to kill the Holy Land, Senior Mu Chen doesn't have to do it. I want to take people away, and they can't stop me." Mu Chen looked at Lin Moyu. "I don't know if you are talking big, but I feel that you are very confident in your own strength." Lin Moyu smiled. "I will treat the injuries of the senior's Taoist partner first, and we will talk about other things after the injuries are healed." As he said this, he walked towards the crystal that sealed Gu Hanshue. Mu Chen did not stop him, but he kept staring at Lin Moyu. If Lin Moyu had any abnormal behavior, he would naturally not be polite. Lin Moyu came to the side of the self-sealing crystal. "Senior Mu, please remove the Xianbing formation and lift the self-sealing." Lin Moyu can actually do this, but with Mu Chen here, it's not his turn. Mu Chen said to Lin Moyu, "How confident are you?" Lin Moyu said, 100%. Mu Chen looked at Gu Hanyu, and Gu Hanyu said, "I believe him." Mu Chen nodded, waved his hand, and the Xianbing formation stopped with a bang, and the temperature began to rise rapidly. Then the crystal began to melt, and the self-sealing was lifted. The reason why Mu Chen agreed so readily was that he really had no other way. It had been so many years, and there was a time limit for self-sealing. The longer the self-sealing, the slimmer the hope of recovery. Now that Lin Moyu appeared, and was brought by Gu Hanyu, Kuan Chen had to try it anyway. Under the eye of the dead, Lin Moyu saw that Gu Hanshue's soul flame began to sag, recover and beat, just like a heartbeat, becoming stronger and stronger. But because of the serious injury and the incomplete soul, this strength was just an illusion. The soul was gradually disintegrating between the beats and could collapse at any time. The people present could clearly feel that Gu Hanshue's soul was gradually declining. If it was not stopped, it would not take long for the soul to completely collapse. Lin Moyu said nothing, and a soul flew out of his palm and quickly landed on Gu Hanshue. The spiritual flower bloomed, covering Gu Hanshue. The spiritual flower contained magical power, and the soul that was declining suddenly calmed down. Then, the soul's breath began to become stronger, not only no longer declining, but began to recover. Mu Chen's eyes showed a deep joy. He seemed to see hope. It really began to recover. Lin Moyu said, "Lin keeps his word. If he says he can save, then he will definitely save. It's just that Lin is a little curious about how Senior Hanshue was injured. I observed Senior Hanshue's soul, and it seems to have the breath of a soul void." Mu Chen sighed, "It's all because of me. We were curious and wanted to go to the soul void to have a look. We also know that the soul void is dangerous and easy to get lost, so we didn't want to go too far, we just wanted to take a closer look. It's a coincidence that we didn't fly far before we ran into an item. The soul's induction told us that this thing would be of great benefit to our souls, so we tried to get it. The thing was flying towards us, and we didn't dare to leave the soul world too far, so we waited there. After waiting for a long time, the thing was finally in hand, but with the thing came a terrible guy. We fought with that guy, we were defeated and had to run away. Although we got the thing in the end, Hanshue was also injured by that guy. To be honest, it was that thing that helped me reach the 9th level of Daozun, but the price I paid was too high. If I could do it again, I would never go to the soul void again." For Mu Chen, living well with his lover, even if his realm is lower, he can be happy every day, which is better than now. Every day, Mu Chen faces the self-sealed crystal and his beloved wife in the crystal. No matter how high his cultivation is, it is useless to him. Now, he finally sees hope. Mu Chen assured Lin Moyu, "Don't worry, my friend, I will definitely stand on your side in your matter with the Holy Lord Hanyu. In the world, true love is the most precious thing, and the rules of the Holy Land should be changed." Lin Moyu looked at Mu Chen with a serious face, and thought to himself, this Chen Zhu is a love-minded person. There are countless people in the world who love each other sincerely, but there are very few who love him as much as he does. Lin Moyu knew that the three-legged power in the Hansui Holy Land had been broken by him. If Gu Tsang could also stand on his side, and with Mu Chen, his matter with Gu Hanyu would be much easier. Originally, there was no need to be so troublesome. As long as Gu Hanyu was willing, he could just take him away. Although the Hansui Holy Land is strong, it is only comparable to the Netherworld clan at best, and it is far from enough to stop him. Even Lin, if Moyu wanted, he could force his way into the Holy Land of Hansui without discussing it with them. He did this out of consideration for Gu Hanyu's feelings. After all, this was her home, and he didn't want her to have any regrets. After a spiritual flower was used up, Gu Hanyu's soul had recovered to 78. However, there was a special force that had been preventing the soul from recovering. This power came from the mysterious existence in the soul void. The power of the soul void was different from that of the origin continent, and it was very troublesome to clean up. However, for Lin it was not a big problem for Moyu, it was just a matter of using a few more flowers. As long as Gu Hanyu had not reached the pseudo-Dao realm, the injuries she suffered did not exceed the Daozuan realm, and it was not caused by a heavenly punishment. The spiritual flowers could heal it. Every time a spiritual flower was used, Gu Hanyu's soul could recover a little. After 3 spiritual flowers, the special aura on Gu Hanyu's soul was completely removed. The 4th spiritual flower completely cured Gu Hanyu's injuries. Gu Hanyu slowly opened her eyes and looked around with a trace of confusion. Mu Chen occupied all of Gu Hanyu's sight at the first time. "Hanyu, how do you feel?" He was too concerned, and he knew that Gu Hanyu had recovered, but Mu Chen, a 9th-level ancestor, still asked very naive questions. Lin Moyu said, "Let's go out first and don't disturb them." Gu Hanyu's eyes were full of envy. "Okay, let's go back first." In the eyes of outsiders, Gu Hanyu is extremely cold. Even in the eyes of fellow disciples in the Holy Land, Gu Hanyu is like a queen, high and mighty. But from the look in her eyes just now, Lin Moyu clearly saw that Gu Hanyu also envied beautiful love. Perhaps this is her nature, or perhaps it is influenced by the Lian Lizi. It is completely unclear which one it is, and there is no need to distinguish it. Lin Moyu gently held Gu Hanyu's hand. Although he didn't say anything, he actually said everything. The warmth transmitted from Lin Moyu's palm turned into a hot current, warming Gu Hanyu's heart. Back to the courtyard where Gu Tsang was, Gu Tsang hadn't come back yet. It was obvious that he was still discussing with the ancestors. In Lin Moyu's eyes, what the specific results of the discussion would be, in fact, was not important. The results are nothing more than 2, everyone is in harmony, or he can win people over with virtue. Gu Hanyu asked softly, "What have you experienced in these years?" Lin Moyu smiled, "Are you referring to my cultivation?" Gu Hanyu nodded, "I knew you went to Dongzhou back then, and it happened that Dongzhou was in chaos. Later, some things happened in the Holy Land. When things were almost dealt with, I lost contact with you. But fortunately, Lian Lizi is here. I can probably sense that you are still alive." Lin Moyu smiled, "I have had many adventures in these years. I have built a small force in Dongzhou and have established a firm foothold." Gu Hanyu said, "I went to Dongzhou when I was young. It was a bit chaotic there. There were often beast tides, and the Dongling Empire was too mysterious." As the Holy Lord of Hansui Holy Land, Gu Hanyu naturally knew the Dongling Empire, but she didn't know too much. She only knew that the Dongling Empire would occasionally set off a beast tide and destroy the major cities in Dongzhou, which was also one of the sources of chaos in Dongzhou. In addition, there are conflicts among various tribes in Dongzhou, and various forces often fight for some resources. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "My place is a little remote, but it's safe. I have a good relationship with the third ancestor and the new emperor of the Dongling Empire. In addition, my power is not large, so it won't affect their interests, so there won't be any problems." Gu Hanyu nodded. "That's good. I met you today and I know you are doing well. But our matter is actually very difficult. Even if Chen Zhu stands on our side, it is not easy to change the rules set by the ancestors." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "For you, I am willing to talk to them about the rules. If they don't want to change, then I can only convince them with virtue." Hearing about convincing people with virtue again, Gu Hanyu couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. "Stop talking big. Although you are powerful, this is in the Hansui Holy Land. It's not as easy as you say. The formation here alone is a big problem." Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. "I forgot, the formation." As he said that, Lin Moyu looked up and looked around. In his eyes, the veins of the formation appeared. The great formation of the Hansui Holy Land is called the Nine Extremes Cold Sky Formation. As the Holy Lord, Gu Hanyu has partial control over the Nine Extremes Cold Sky Formation, but the real control is not in her hands, but in the hands of several ancestors. The Nine Extremes Cold Sky Formation is not a single formation, but is composed of hundreds of formations of different sizes and functions, and then controlled by a unified large formation. The Nine Extremes Cold Sky Formation is extremely powerful. With the help of the 8th level origin spiritual veins of the Hansui Holy Land, once it is activated, its power is comparable to that of an 8th level formation. Even if it is a Dao Zun of the 9th realm, it can escape unscathed. That's why Gu Hanyu said that if she took action, Lin Moyu would not even be able to pass the level of the great formation of the sect. And once she took action, her formation authority would be taken back, and she would not be able to control the formation at all. It took Lin Moyu a few minutes to completely see through the structure of the Nine Extremes Cold Sky Formation. This formation group, composed of a large number of formations, is powerful, but it is much easier to disassemble than the real 8th level formation, and it is not difficult for him at all. After seeing it clearly, Lin Moyu began to draw runes, and at the same time, crystals of origin flew out of the valley, and flew towards the distance. Gu Hanyu looked at Lin Moyu's actions and realized that Lin Moyu actually had the idea of the Nine Extreme Cold Sky Formation. She couldn't help but exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Lin Moyu said, "Change it a little bit. Hanyu didn't mention it before, and I forgot it. If we fall out, this formation can't be a weapon against us. Now change it a little bit and let it be used by me." Gu Hanyu looked at Lin Moyu's smooth movements, and the shock in her eyes became more and more intense. "Your attainments and formations are so high." She knew very well how complicated the Nine Extreme Cold Sky Formation was. It was comparable to the 8th level formation. In Lin Moyu's eyes, it seemed to become very simple. If it wasn't that Lin Moyu's attainment and formations was too strong, then Lin Moyu was just messing around. "Please give me flowers 0. It's impossible to mess around." Gu Hanyu is a Saint Lord after all, a Taoist master of the 6th realm, so she has some vision. Lin Moyu was not modest at all. "My husband's attainment in formations, although not the best, has barely reached the 8th level. 8th level? Gu Hanyu's beautiful eyes widened, and she couldn't believe her ears at all. Lin Moyu actually said that he had reached the 8th level. There were not many 8th level formation masters in the entire origin continent. In the history of the Hansui Holy Land, there was only one 7th level peak formation master, and he used a huge amount of resources to pile up. In just these few years, Lin Moyu had to practice and comprehend the formation. I really don't know how he did it. Gu Hanyu felt that compared with Lin Moyu, what was she practicing? When she was shocked, Lin Moyu continued, "If this formation is a single 8th level formation, it is indeed not easy to change. But it is only a 7th level formation. It is only by using the origin spirit vein and combining multiple formations that it can barely reach the 8th level. It is much easier to change it. Destruction is always easier than construction, isn't it?" It is indeed not easy to rearrange a 9 extreme frost sky formation. It is time-consuming and laborious, and it is also necessary to consider various conditions such as terrain and origin spirit veins. If it is just a change, it will be much simpler. After all, the formation is ready-made. The predecessors planted the trees, and he, the descendant, naturally enjoyed the shade. Lin Moyu moved quickly, and his hands had residual images, but they were not beautiful, like a visual feast. Gu Hanyu was fascinated by it. Lin Moyu became more and more mysterious in her mind, as if shrouded in a mystery. She really wanted to see what the real Lin Moyu looked like behind the fog. A few minutes later, Lin Moyu took out a jade card, and several runes flew onto the jade card, and the jade card suddenly turned into a formation plate. The formation plate looked plain and unpretentious, no different from an ordinary formation plate. Lin Moyu handed the array plate to Gu Hanyu. Through this array plate, you can completely control the 9 extremes frost sky array. Before it is activated, the 9 extremes frost sky array is the same as before, without any changes. It is up to Hanyu to decide how to use it and whether to use it. Gu Hanyu took the array plate and nodded slightly, okay. As the Holy Lord in charge of the Holy Land, he is naturally decisive and knows what decision to make at what time. Without anyone noticing, no one knew that the Hansui Holy Land had been stolen. The great formation that guarded the sect, the 9 extremes frost sky formation, had already fallen into Gu Hanyu's hands silently. If they really turned against each other in the end, the 9 extremes frost sky formation alone would be enough for them to escape. Gu Hanyu was a member of the Gu family, and she naturally didn't want to turn against her family unless it was absolutely necessary. After doing all this, Lin Moyu drank tea slowly. Xiaomei, what do you think of what the teacher did? Xiaomei blinked. Of course I watch with my eyes. I support whatever the teacher does. Lin Moyu seemed to be joking. What if we do it like in the Netherworld clan? Xiaomei shook her head. The teacher won't, otherwise the master's wife will definitely not let the teacher go. Lin Moyu was amused by Xiaomei. Indeed, she won't. Listening to the conversation between the two, Gu Hanyu was a little puzzled. First, Xiaomei's attitude was really strange. Ling Bachi, this disciple looked only 13 or 14 years old, but in the conversation, he didn't look like a 13 or 14-year-old, because he was too mature. And why did they bring up the Nether clan again? What does that mysterious Nether clan have to do with it? Gu Hanyu asked, why did you mention the Nether clan? Lin Moyu said lightly, I went to Shizhou before and asked the Nether clan for something. They didn't cooperate very well, so I accidentally harmed them. What? You slaughtered the Nether clan? Gu Hanyu exclaimed, and lost her composure for a moment. Although she had never been to the Nether clan, which was extremely mysterious and had existed for a very long time, was not much weaker than the Hansui Holy Land. It must have had its own unique features to survive for a long time between the Dragon Clan and the Baichao Alliance. But Lin Moyu actually said that he slaughtered the Nether clan, which was simply unimaginable. Lin Moyu nodded slightly, so there is no need to worry. The Hansui Holy Land can't stop us, unless you don't want to. Gu Hanyu froze slightly, and then sighed. In fact, I don't know what to do. The Gu family gave birth to me and raised me. I grew up and practiced here since I was young, and finally took charge of the Holy Land. In the future, I will become the ancestor, abdicate and live alone. In fact, my life is already determined. I just didn't expect that you and I would. Lin Moyu smiled. You can't tell whether it's true love or the influence of the Lianlizi, right? Gu Hanyu shook his head. Not really. I often think about this problem, but I can't figure it out. Later I realized that I don't need to think about these things. Even if I am influenced by the Lianlizi, it has penetrated into my soul and cannot be separated. You said you wanted to marry me at the beginning. Although I thought it was just a joke, I was really happy at the time. I didn't expect you to really come. Lin Moyu gently held Gu Hanyu's hand. Then you should have decided. Gu Hanyu said, I have already decided when you came. Lin Moyu smiled. That's it. as long as you have no problem, then other problems are not a problem. For Lin Moyu, the most important thing is Gu Hanyu's attitude. As long as she is fine, the rest is not a problem. As the two talked, Xiaomei drank teacup by cup and continued to be a qualified spectator. After a while, Gu Song finally came back. Seeing that his face didn't look very good, Lin Moyu probably guessed the result. "Senior, is it not going well?" Lin Moyu asked with a smile. Already knowing Gu Hanyu's choice, he no longer had any pressure. Gu Song said, "It's okay, but the old woman Gu Hanbing is too stubborn. I had a quarrel with her." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "We are all family members. It's normal to quarrel occasionally. The most important thing is the final result." Gu Song said, "I think this rule can be changed. After all, there are many women who marry outside our holy land, so why can't the Holy Lord marry? If the Holy Lord gives up the position of Holy Lord, then he is no longer the Holy Lord. But that old woman Gu Hanbing." This coincides with Lin Moyu's thoughts, but obviously, Gu Hanbing doesn't think so. Lin Moyu asked, "Ice Ancestor disagrees, right?" Gu Song said, "Who said it's not true?" She insisted that the rules are the rules and they must not be changed. "No matter what I say, it's the same. I quarreled with her. It wasn't the first time. I'm familiar with this. We quarreled for a long time without any result. Then Mu Chen came. Han Shue's injury was cured. I and Grandma Bing were very surprised. Mu Chen said that Han Shue's injury was cured by Lin Xiaoyu. He stood firmly on Lin Xiaoyu's side and advocated changing the rules. I thought it was all right, but I didn't expect Grandma Bing to still insist on not agreeing. This stubborn old woman." Gu Song had just finished speaking when a loud shout came from a voice outside the valley sounded, "Old Song, who are you scolding? Do you want me to hit you?" Hearing the voice, Gu Song's face changed slightly, turned his head and looked, and shouted at the same time, "Who else can it be except you, a stubborn old woman? Looking for a fight?" With a delicate shout, a powerful force rushed in, turned into a big palm of ice and snow, and slapped it in the air. He said he would fight, and he didn't give Gu any face. Gu Song was not polite, and directly fought back, punching and palm colliding in the air, and the aftermath almost shattered the surrounding glaciers. Fortunately, there were formations nearby to block their power. Gu Hanyu whispered in Lin Moyu's ear, "This is the Ice Ancestor." Lin Moyu nodded slightly, looking at the person who came. Gu Hanbing looked middle-aged from the outside, with a beautiful face, and extremely gorgeous clothes on her body, showing the temperament of a noble lady. Although she is no longer young, she is far from the old woman that Gu Song said. According to Gu Hanbing's age and cultivation, she really can't be called an old woman in the Daozuan. Gu Hanbing walked in with a frost on her face, and there were several ancestors beside her. Among them, Mu Chen was beside him, and there was a woman beside Mu Chen, who was Mu Chen's Taoist partner Gu Hanxue. Although Gu Hanxue was not an ancestor, no one dared to say anything when Mu Chen brought her with him. After Gu Hanbing attacked once, she did not attack again. As an ancestor of the Hanshui Holy Land, she still had some sense of propriety. She stared at Gu Song fiercely, "If you talk nonsense again next time, I will definitely tear your mouth apart." Gu Song snorted lightly, "I am not afraid of you. If we really fight, I don't know whose mouth will be 1.7 first." Lin Moyu could hear that although Gu Song refused to suffer a loss, he didn't seem to have any confidence in what he said. It seems that the two should have fought, and Gu Song lost. Gu Hanyu bowed slightly to the elders. Hanyu greets all the ancestors. Gu Hanbing waved his hand, "Saint Lord, there is no need to be polite. You are the Saint Lord, your status is not lower than ours, so there is no need to be so polite." She clearly acted in a businesslike manner, neither polite nor distant. Just this one time, Lin Moyu already knew her character. No matter how good she is in private, it will not affect the official business. Gu Hanbing looked at Lin Moyu. "Are you Lin Moyu?" Lin Moyu smiled slightly. "Hello, senior." Gu Hanbing was not happy. You don't have to call me that. Maybe we will become enemies in a while. Lin Moyu said, unless it is absolutely necessary. Lin doesn't want to be an enemy. Lin Moyu said it neither servile nor overbearing, neither aggressive nor backing down. The implication was also very clear. If we really want to fight, I am not afraid of you. Gu Hanbing looked at Lin Moyu with interest. She seemed to want to see where Lin Moyu got the confidence from. But when she saw Lin Moyu's age, she was still a little scared. Lin Moyu was really too young. Compared with those Qinjiao, Lin Moyu was shit. Even she herself, at the age of 3,000, did not even touch the edge of Dao Zun. What a terrible genius! Gu Hanbing said in her heart, labeling Lin Moyu. In her mind, people like Lin Moyu should not be provoked, and once provoked, it is best to kill them. If they cannot be killed, there will be endless troubles in the future. But now she wants to kill Lin Moyu, not to mention that Gu Tsong will not agree, even Mu Qin will stop her. Gu Hanxue had just been rescued by Lin Moyu, so Mu Qin would certainly not sit idly by. At this time, Gu Hanbing saw Xiaomei, frowned slightly, and thought to herself, why does this little girl look familiar? But she had never seen Xiaomei in her memory. Xiaomei was only 13 years old, and she had never left the Hanshui Holy Land in the past 10 or 22 years, and she had seen very few people. If she couldn't remember, she could only say that Xiaomei might be somewhat similar to someone in her memory. All thoughts flashed through her mind in an instant. On the surface, no one could see that she had thought so much in an instant, not even Lin Moyu. After all, she was an old fox who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and the 4 words calm and unmoved had already reached the state of perfection. At this time, Gu Hanxue came over with the support of Mu Qin and bowed to Lin Moyu. Hanxue thanks Mr. Lin for saving her. It is all thanks to Mr. Lin that Hanxue can meet her husband again. This is a great favor. If Mr. Lin has any instructions, Hanxue will not dare to disobey. Mu Qin also said at the same time, Mr. Lin, just say it, Mu Qin will definitely not refuse. Mu Qin has made his attitude clear. As long as Lin Moyu speaks, he will help Lin Moyu. Even if he is not a direct enemy of Hanshui Holy Land, at least he will protect Lin Moyu and Gu Hanyu and leave Hanshui Holy Land. Gu Hanbing's face was a little ugly at this time. Of course, she could understand the meaning of Mu Qin's words. Mu Qin's words were not only for Lin Moyu, but also for himself. Gu Tsong laughed. See, Chen Zhu has already expressed his position. 3 against 2, if you insist on doing so, it won't change anything. Don't turn a good thing into a bad thing. You should know that fellow Taoist Lin has a talent and his future achievements will definitely be better than ours. Friends like fellow Taoist Lin are hard to come by, but you actually want to push him away. Believe it or not, as long as fellow Taoist Lin opens his mouth, those ancestors will be eager to clean up their saints and send them over. Gu Tsong said it bluntly, but the words were rough and the truth was not rough. These ancestors knew that it was indeed the case. Not to mention anything else, just the 3,000-year-old Dao Zun 4th realm is enough to drive those ancestors crazy. Gu Hanbing snorted coldly, even if you all agree, this ancestor will not agree. The rules of the ancestors cannot be broken just by saying it. Lin Moyu's ears moved and heard the hidden meaning. Then Bing Zhu, tell me, how can we break the rules of the ancestors? Gu Hanbing whispered, if you want to break the rules of our ancestors, my words don't count. Only the words of our ancestors count. Lin Moyu frowned. Ancestor, tell me in detail. Gu Tsong's eyebrows jumped. Old woman, you are not going to let fellow Taoist Lin go there. Gu Hanbing's eyes glared at him fiercely. Call me old woman again. Believe it or not, this ancestor will immediately turn hostile. Seeing that Gu Hanbing seemed to be really angry, Gu Tsong immediately admitted his defeat. Okay, I will pay attention next time, if you really want to let fellow Taoist Lin go there. Gu Hanbing said, that's right, this ancestor said that the rules set by the ancestors can only be changed by the ancestors, no one else can. Gu Hanyu seemed to realize something, and her pretty face changed suddenly. No, we can't go there. Seeing that Gu Hanyu suddenly became so nervous, Lin Moyu asked strangely, "Where?" Gu Hanyu said word by word, "Jilji Glacier." Lin Moyu asked, "Is it the place where Jilji Glacier tea is produced? Is it very dangerous there?" Gu Hanyu nodded, "It's very dangerous, you can't go." Gu Tsang whispered, "Ice Ancestor, you are making things difficult for me." Gu Hanbing looked serious and said firmly, "This ancestor said that only the ancestors can change the rules of the ancestors. If anyone wants to break the rules of the ancestors, this ancestor will not agree even if he dies. If you want to force it, the worst that can happen is that both sides will die. This ancestor will not let you leave even if he summons the spirit with blood. Summoning the spirit with blood, awakening the spirit of the ancestors with one's own blood. A holy place like Hansui Holy Land, which has been passed down for countless years, naturally has its heritage. At critical moments, the spirit of the ancestors can be awakened, but after awakening, the heritage will be lost and the luck will decline, which is an irreparable loss for Hansui Holy Land. Even more seriously, it will lead to the decline of the Holy Land." Gu Tsam's face was also solemn. "Ancestor Bing, this is not a big deal. Do you have to go this far?" Gu Hanbing sneered, "Rules are a big deal. If the rules are broken, the Holy Land will collapse sooner or later. You and Mu Qin joined forces, and this ancestor admitted that he was no match for you, but you can't stop this ancestor from summoning the spirit with blood." At this time, Gu Hanbing seemed a little crazy. She also had her own trump card, a trump card that she would not hesitate to fight to the death. Gu Tsang was speechless for a while. "Ice Ancestor, you are really going crazy." Gu Hanbing said coldly, "This ancestor has such a personality, don't you know?" The atmosphere seemed to become more and more tense. Lin Moyu said, "Ice Ancestor, let's talk about the 9 extreme glaciers. Even if you want me to go, you have to tell me where it is first." Gu Hanbing glanced at Lin Moyu. "Hanyu, you are the Holy Lord, so you can talk about it." Gu Hanyu's face was very 427 ugly at the moment. He shook his head at Lin Moyu, "Really don't go." Lin Moyu said, "It's okay, you tell me first, let me hear if it is really so dangerous, believe me." While speaking, Lin Moyu gently pinched Gu Hanyu's soft hand, indicating that she should rest assured. Gu Hanyu sighed helplessly. "The Jilji Glacier is a forbidden area of our Hansui Holy Land. It is a glacier of unknown depth. The deeper you go, the lower the temperature. The ancestors called the glacier Jilji and divided it into 9 areas, with 10 poles every 10,000 miles. The deeper you go, the colder it is. Even a Taoist master like Bingzu, who is at the 9th level, can only reach the 7th pole at most. This is because Bingzu practiced the Great Way of Ice. If it were a Taoist master of other great ways, he would not even reach the 7th pole. It is said that the ancestors are buried under the Jilji Glacier. Bingzu wants you to find the ancestors under the Jilji, and he changed the rules himself. According to the records of the Holy Land, the heroic spirits of the ancestors are eternal and immortal under the Jilji. After that, Lin Moyu wondered, is it just the low temperature? There should be other dangers. Since it is a glacier of unknown depth, how can it be divided into 9 poles? The 9th pole is only 90,000 miles. What about after that? Gu Hanyu said, after the 9th pole, there is endless glaciers. The 9-pole glaciers start from the 4th pole, and there will be eternal ice winds and glacier beasts. These are all dangerous. See. Gu Hanyu described the Jilji Glacier in detail, explaining everything she knew. She knew Lin Moyu. Although Lin Moyu had not said that he wanted to go, he actually wanted to go. Gu Hanyu was a little touched. She knew that Lin Moyu had the ability to take her away, but if he did, she would become a sinner of the Hansui Holy Land. Lin Moyu was unwilling to let herself do that. The group would be willing to go to the Jilji Glacier. Although the Lian Lizi did not allow the two to truly communicate with each other, it allowed each other to sense each other's thoughts at certain times. After listening, Lin Moyu said to himself, the Jilji Glacier, 1 pole every 10,000 miles, the deeper it is, the colder it is. Starting from the fourth pole, there will be eternal ice wind and glacier beasts, plus low temperature. These 3 points are the dangers of the Jilji Glacier. In addition, the difficulty is how to find the ancestor of your holy land. What if he is not in the Jilji land, but further down the endless glacier? How can I find him? The last half of the sentence was said to Gu Hanbing. Since you let me go, you must tell me how to find him. Otherwise, the world is so vast that it is even more unreliable than searching for a needle in a haystack. Gu Hanbing said, of course, we can't search randomly. This jade token can sense the ancestor within 1,000 miles. Gu Hanbing took out a white jade token, and Lin Moyu saw at a glance that a trace of Gu family blood was integrated into the jade token. The ancestor of the Holy Land is also a Gu family member, and searching through blood is indeed a good method. Gu Hanbing said, the Holy Lord has already told you about the situation of the 9 extreme glacier. It's up to you to decide whether to go or not. If you don't go, this ancestor will not allow you to break the rules even if it means death. If you go, you will bear the consequences of life and death. Gu Hanbing handed the decision back to Lin Moyu, and it depends on whether Lin Moyu dares to go. Gu Hanyu looked at Lin Moyu. It's really too dangerous, don't go. Even the 9 Rome Dao Zund who practiced the great way of ice and ice like them found it difficult to enter the 9th pole of the 9 extreme glacier, so how could outsiders get in? No matter how strong Lin Moyu's fighting power is, he is only at the 4th level of Dao Zun. There is still a huge gap. Moreover, the eternal ice wind and glacier beast after the 4th level are extremely dangerous. Unless you are at the level of the 7th level ancestor, you can't go there at all. Lin Moyu gave Gu Hanyu a reassuring look and said loudly, I have killed countless people since I started practicing. The sea of blood is under my feet. I have entered countless secrets and killed countless strong men along the way. 1. For the sake of Hanyu, I promised Bingzu to go to Jilji Glacier. Lin also said it in advance. If the ancestors of your holy land are like Bingzu and are unwilling to change the rules, don't blame me for not taking lightly. And when I return, it will be the time to take Hanyu away. Whoever stops me at that time, there may be no more Hansui Holy Land in the future. As he spoke, Lin Moyu's murderous aura boiled, and the terrifying murderous aura dispelled the chill in the glacier and enveloped a large area of mountains. Just like the night fell, the sky darkened, and even the light of the sun and the moon could not shine down. The faces of the ancestors changed. Although they were strong, they could not step on the sea of blood like Lin Moyu. They never dared to imagine that a person's murderous aura could reach this level. How many people had to be killed to condense such a murderous intention? Even the legendary Jiao Jiao Xingjuan, who was in charge of killing, was far less murderous than Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's murderous aura was heavy, and coupled with the previous sweep of the netherworld, the battle with Master Ku Rong, and the slaughter of countless insects, the murderous aura was more intense than before. Under the murderous aura, even the avenue was trembling. Some ancestors were even shaken by the murderous aura and their Tao hearts were a little unstable. Gu Hanyu was deeply moved at this moment. What Lin Moyu said was exactly the same as what she had sensed before. She made up her mind in her heart that as long as Lin Moyu could come back, she would accompany Lin Moyu to break out even if she really left the Hansui Holy Land. Mu Chen gave Lin Moyu a look of approval. Lin Moyu's words were in line with his temperament. If it were him, he would do the same. Only Gu Tsang's eyes were full of solemnity at this time. Others don't know Lin Moyu, but he knows a thing or two. Lin Moyu's words are not exaggerated at all, he really can do what he says. The murderous aura lasted for a few seconds and then gradually dissipated. Lin Moyu said to Gu Hanbing, Ice Ancestor, let's go. Gu Hanbing handed the jade card to Lin Moyu and asked again to confirm, are you sure? Lin Moyu smiled and said, Lin Moyu has been to the most dangerous places, so why dare not go to the Jilji Glacier? Gu Hanbing said to Gu Hanyu, Saint Lord, teleport. Now Gu Hanyu is still the Saint Lord, and only Gu Hanyu can teleport freely in the Holy Land. Gu Hanyu took a deep breath and directly used the Origin Spirit Vein to teleport. Jiuji Glacier is the forbidden area of Hansui Holy Land. It is shrouded by formations, and even disciples of Hansui Holy Land cannot come here. Only ancestors and saint lords above the 7th realm have the power to come here. Jiuji Glacier is endless, and everything in sight is a white world. At the end of the glacier, it seemed to be connected to endless darkness. Just standing outside the glacier, one could already feel the horror of the glacier. The temperature dropped sharply, and ordinary practitioners who were not at the Tianzuan realm could not survive here at all. In the biting cold wind, a group of people appeared outside the glacier. Gu Hanyu held Xiaomei's hand, and she protected Xiaomei with her own strength. Xiaomei's realm was too low, and she would be frozen to death here. Gu Hanyu pointed to the front. Jump down from there, and you will reach the first pole of the Jiuji Glacier. Jiuji Glacier, except for the connection between each pole, cannot fly. Are you really going? Gu Hanyu's eyes flickered. She was telling Lin Moyu that if Lin Moyu didn't want to go, she could teleport away with Lin Moyu in an instant. She was still the Holy Lord and had the power to teleport. As long as she moved quickly, she could be millions of miles away from the Holy Land of Hansui in just a moment. By the time Bingzu and the others reacted, she had already gone far away. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "If you go, I can't let you have any regrets. After all, this is your mother's home. If you haven't fallen out, you can come back sometimes." Gu Hanyu knew that Lin Moyu had made up his mind. "Then you must be careful." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have been to the most dangerous places. It's just the Jiuji Glacier, it's nothing. When I come back, get ready to be the daughter-in-law of the Lin family." Gu Hanyu said, "I'll take you in. To enter the glacier, you need to open 2 formations. The 2 formations are controlled by 2 stone tablets. These 2 formations are to prevent the cold air in the Jiuji Glacier from affecting the Hansui Holy Land." Gu Hanyu led Xiaomei and Lin Moyu to the Jiuji Glacier. The 3 of them dragged out long shadows, looking like a family of 3. Coming to the stone tablet that controls the first formation, Gu Hanyu began to manipulate the stone tablet to open the passage. Xiaomei suddenly said, "Teacher, the glacier beasts that appeared from the 4th pole of the Jiuji Glacier are not that powerful. But the glacier beasts starting from the 7th pole become extremely terrifying, especially when there are many of them. They will merge with each other and become the Glacier Beast King. You must be careful. And the glacier tea after the 7th pole is a good thing. If you see it, you can collect some. Glacier tea from the 7th level will contain the power of the Great Tao. Play is very helpful for understanding the Great Tao. The effect of the glacier tea of the 8th and 9th levels is stronger, but it is basically unavailable. Even the 9th level ancestors find it difficult to obtain. Also, if you encounter a large explosion of glacier cold, you can retreat to the connection between the poles to hide. The cold at that time is more terrifying, and you don't need to bear it head-on." Gu Hanyu was surprised. Xiaomei said these things, even he, the master of choice, didn't know. How could Xiaomei, an outsider, know? Gu Hanyu felt that Xiaomei was a little strange from the beginning. She seemed to know a lot of things in Hansui Holy Land. And the breath emanating from Xiaomei also made her feel like she had seen her before. But now she was manipulating the formation and had no time to care about Xiaomei. The formation covering the entrance of Jiuji Glacier did not belong to Jiuji Hantian Formation. It was extremely powerful and extremely complicated to manipulate, so she could not be distracted. The formation was activated, and a light curtain appeared in the empty world. There were countless complex runes flashing on the light curtain. Lin Moyu recognized at a glance that these runes were divine runes from prehistoric times. The appearance of the divine runes showed that this formation had existed since prehistoric times, and its history was even older than Jiuji Hantian. Comparing it with the history of Hansui Holy Land, that is to say, this formation existed before Hansui Holy Land appeared. If you count, why did the ancestors of Hansui Holy Land appear under Jiuji Glacier? Is there any other secret? A portal appeared in the light curtain. The moment the portal opened, a piercing cold air that was enough to freeze the other shore to death rushed out. Gu Hanyu said, "Let's go." There is a second formation. The second formation is behind the light curtain, about 1,000 miles away. Between the two formations, a huge space with a depth of 1,000 miles was formed. Such a setting is very strange. Passing through the portal, the temperature dropped sharply, as if entering another ice world. Compared with the cold before, it is simply a small witch meeting a big witch, and it is incomparable. However, this is only the entrance to the Jiuji Glacier. It has not really entered the Jiuji Glacier, and it is even worse than the first pole. You can imagine how cold the Jiuji Glacier will be. At this time, Xiaomei continued, "Teacher, do you know the function of these two formations?" Lin Moyu glanced over. This formation is isolated from the inside and outside, and you can't get in and out without the correct method. The formation in front, if I guessed correctly, should be the same. And there is more than one formation here. There is another formation in this world, but this formation is hidden. And under this glacier, there is an origin spirit vein, at least 8 levels, which is artificially sealed here. Lin Moyu's spiritual perception is too sharp. The moment he entered, he had seen the situation here. Xiaomei exclaimed, "You are worthy of being a teacher. You can see this." Gu Hanyu, who was standing by, also had a strange look on her face, because she didn't know the questions Xiaomei asked and the answers given by Lin Moyu. She even doubted whether she was the Holy Lord of Hansui Holy Land. How could two outsiders know something that she didn't know? Gu Hanyu couldn't help but cast a questioning look at Lin Yu. After all, she was the Holy Lord, so she had to save face and couldn't ask Xiaomei directly. Lin Moyu understood Gu Hanyu's thoughts and smiled slightly. "Don't worry, Xiaomei will tell you the answer." Gu Hanyu glared at Lin Moyu, as if to say, "Who told you to say it?" Xiaomei continued, "Both formations come from prehistoric times, and the arrangement methods are completely different from the current formations. These two formations are extremely powerful, much more powerful than the 9 extreme cold sky formation. In between these two formations, there is also a killing formation. It's just that this killing formation is not controlled by the water area." In Lin Moyu's mind, a clear picture has been formed. The two formations at the entrance of Jiuji Glacier are like two city walls thousands of miles apart. The first function is to prevent things in Jiuji Glacier from rushing out. If the first wall city is lost, then the killing formation will be activated. Destroy the enemy completely before they break through the second wall. Lin Moyu asked, "What will come out of the Jiuji Glacier?" Xiaomei said, "I don't know, no one knows." Lin Moyu whispered, "It seems that the Jiuji Glacier is not as simple as imagined." Xiaomei laughed crisply, "Teacher, what did you think the Jiuji Glacier was like before?" Lin Moyu said, "I originally thought that the Jiuji Glacier was like the ancestral land of those demon tribes, but now it seems that it is not as simple as imagined." Gu Hanyu whispered, "It's so dangerous, why don't you go?" Lin Moyu, CCFH, shook his head, "If you retreat when you encounter danger, I'm afraid Hanyu will look down on your husband." Gu Hanyu hurriedly said, "I don't mean that." Lin Moyu laughed, "Your husband is joking with you. Hansui Holy Land is your home. Try not to leave any regrets." Gu Hanyu nodded slightly, "But I'm a little worried." "Don't worry, believe me." Lin Moyu pinched Gu Hanyu's soft hand and gave her a reassuring look. The three of them traveled thousands of miles and arrived in front of the second stone tablet. Gu Hanyu manipulated the stone tablet and opened the second formation. The second formation looked no different from the first one. When the portal was opened, the cold air gushing out of the Jiuji Glacier was even worse than before. Lin Moyu took a deep breath and said to Gu Hanyu, "Be good and wait for me to come back." Gu Hanyu nodded, "Be sure to be careful." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Don't worry." As soon as the voice fell, Lin Moyu passed through the portal and really entered the Jiuji Glacier. Gu Hanyu stared at Lin Moyu behind the formation, walking farther and farther, until he disappeared at the end of his sight, her eyes full of worry. Xiaomei said, "Don't worry about the teacher." The teacher can sweep across the netherworld and drive away Master Kurong. The Wuji Glacier is nothing. Gu Hanyu naturally knew Master Kurong, who was as famous as the third ancestor and the Demon King. Lin Moyu could actually drive Master Kurong away. Then Lin, how strong is Moyu? In Gu Hanyu's opinion, it is more terrible to face Master Kurong than the Yu clan. She was about to ask, but Xiaomei spoke first. Master, do you know why after becoming a 7th level ancestor, you have to come to the Jiuji Glacier to practice for a period of time? There is a rule in the Hansui Holy Land. Once you become a 7th level ancestor, you must go to the Jiuji Glacier, open 2 formations, and truly enter the Jiuji Glacier to practice for a period of time. This period of time can be as short as a few months or as long as dozens or hundreds of years. And the ancestors above the 7th level will come to the Jiuji Glacier to practice for a period of time every once in a while. Every 10 years, the ancestors will regularly go to Jiuji Glacier to collect Jiuji Glacier tea. Jiuji Glacier tea is the best tea. Drinking this tea helps to practice, and it has no side effects. It is more effective than many elixirs. The effect of Jiuji Glacier tea will be better with each additional pull. As a Saint Lord, Gu Hanyu can only drink 3 pulls of glacier tea, and occasionally 4 pulls. Only the 7th realm ancestor can often enjoy 4 pulls of glacier tea. These are the information Gu Hanyu knows. As for why she came here to practice, Gu Hanyu is not clear. She has never really entered the Jiuji Glacier. Xiaomei continued, the Gu family has a special bloodline called Hanmei Holy Blood. But not every Gu family member has Hanmei Holy Blood. As for how to tell if there is Hanmei Holy Blood, you just need to see if a Hanmei mark will appear on your body when you are running the Great Tao. You must have it, otherwise you can't become a Saint Lord. Xiaomei talked more and more, many of which were unknown to Gu Hanyu. She never knew that the Gu family actually had the holy blood of plum blossoms. The human race has never been judged by blood. Although there are various special physiques and bloodlines are 2 different things and cannot be compared. But what is the holy blood of plum blossoms that Xiaomei is talking about? When she was practicing and circulated the power of the Great Tao, a plum blossom would indeed appear on her wrist. But she never knew that this was the so-called holy blood of plum blossoms, and she didn't know that the holy blood of plum blossoms was related to her position as the Holy Lord. Xiaomei continued, it's normal that you don't know. The holy blood of plum blossoms has never been recorded. It is only passed down orally among the ancestors of the Gu family above the 7th realm. Even if you ask Mu Chen, he doesn't know. The holy blood of plum blossoms is both an honor and a curse for the Gu family. With it, the Gu family can practice the Great Way of Ice and get twice the result with half the effort. But at the same time, the Gu family cannot leave the Jiuji Glacier and must guard here forever. In the Gu family, if you want to be the master of the Holy Land, you must have the blood of plum blossoms. The blood of plum blossoms can be strong or weak. The weak ones are not obvious, while the strong ones are born with the mark of plum blossoms. People like this. People with the mark of plum blossoms have a much higher probability of becoming a holy master than others. Gu Hanyu was more and more shocked as she listened. She found that her understanding of the Gu family was so shallow. The Gu family seemed to be more complicated than the world knew. Xiaomei continued, but even if you have the Hanmei mark, it only means that your Hanmei blood is extremely strong, but it has not really awakened. To awaken it, some other conditions are needed. Although some Gu family members do not seem to have the Hanmei mark, it just means that their blood is not strong enough. After all, they are all Gu family members and have the same blood. This is why after becoming the ancestors of the 7th realm, they all have to come to the Jiuji Glacier. Those Gu family members who do not have the Hanmei mark may also awaken the Hanmei holy blood under the stimulation of the Jiuji Glacier, but their blood is a little worse than those who are born with the Hanmei mark like you, and the upper limit will also be a little worse. If it were you, as long as you were promoted to the 7th realm, you would not have to come to the Jiuji Glacier, and your blood would naturally awaken. If you come to the Jiuji Glacier in advance, you can awaken it in advance with the right method. Gu Hanyu finally couldn't help asking, "How do you know so much? Who are you?" Xiao Mei chuckled, "Because I was a member of the Gu family in my previous life." Previous life? A person who was reincarnated. Gu Hanyu's memories were churning, and suddenly she thought of Xiao Mei's identity, because only this explanation could really explain it. Gu Hanyu covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes widened, revealing an expression of disbelief. "You are Mei Zhu." Xiao Mei chuckled, "After so many years, you still know me, it's really rare." Gu Hanyu said, "Of course, Mei Zhu has always been a legend in the Holy Land. At the most glorious moment, Mei Zhu resolutely died and reincarnated. This heart of Tao is something that ordinary people can't imagine at all." Xiao Mei laughed crisply, "You mean, no one will be as stupid as me?" Her voice was crisp, obviously a child's voice, but the tone of her voice was old-fashioned. Gu Hanyu quickly denied, "Of course not. Hanyu admires Mei Zhu's heart of seeking Tao. If Hanyu cultivates to the 9th level of Dao Zun in the future, when he knows there is no way to ascend, he will choose to reincarnate like Mei Zhu. Even if the reincarnation fails, Hanyu will not regret it." Xiao Mei sighed softly, "Reincarnation is a helpless move. As long as there is a way, I will not choose it. But if you really want to choose this path, the sooner the better." Like Cang Zhu and Bing Zhu, they have lost the opportunity to choose, but they are lucky and have waited for a new path. Gu Hanyu was a little surprised, "And I Zhu and Bing Zhu have a new path?" Xiao Mei nodded, "Yes, they finally waited for the new path. Although the new path cannot go far, at least they can go 1 or 2 more steps. They are very lucky, but they are not as good as you." Gu Hanyu was a little puzzled. "Please ask Mei Zhu to solve my doubts." Xiao Mei said, "Because you met the teacher, with the teacher, your path will go further than them, and it will be easier for her to walk. Not only you, I am also lucky. After the reincarnation of Bingjie, I can meet the teacher. I will definitely go very far in this life." You must be wondering why Cang Zhu is so polite to the teacher, because Cang Zhu's path was given by the teacher. In Gu Hanyu's ears, Xiao Mei's words were a little outrageous, but because of Xiao Mei's identity, she did not dare to question it and could only listen obediently. After Xiao Mei finished speaking, she stretched lazily, "It feels so good to say it out. I haven't been to this Jiuji Glacier for many years. I really miss it. It just so happens that now we have to wait anyway, so I will tell you how to really activate the Hanmei Holy Blood. In fact, those rules really need to be changed. People with good talents like you should really come to Jiuji Glacier earlier and activate the Hanmei Holy Blood earlier. Ask for flowers. Let's go in," Xiao Mei said, and walked straight towards the open door. She left Gu Hanyu's protection. With her current cultivation level that is not even at the true God realm, she should have been frozen to death in an instant. But no, Xiao Mei was not only not frozen to death, but also looked comfortable, as if she was immune to the cold. Gu Hanyu quickly caught up, and then she saw a Hanmei appeared between Xiao Mei's eyebrows. The Hanmei was lifelike. The moment she saw the Hanmei, Gu Hanyu seemed to see endless plum blossoms falling all over the sky. If there was a little doubt before, now, Gu Hanyu has completely believed Xiao Mei and is sure that Xiao Mei is the Gu Hanmei who resolutely decided to reincarnate 200,000 years ago. 0. The two of them stepped through the portal one after the other and truly entered the Jiuji Glacier. The cold air became stronger and the temperature dropped sharply again. Xiao Mei stood in the cold air without any problem. With the protection of Hanmei Holy Blood, as long as you don't enter the depths of Jiuji Glacier, the cold air will not hurt you. Sit down now, operate the 9 turns of ice method, draw the cold air of Jiuji Glacier into your body, use your soul to provoke the ice avenue, and let the two resonate. Use the dual power of Jiuji Glacier and Ice Avenue to activate Hanmei Meridian. Gu Hanyu did as he was told, sat on the glacier, and began to absorb the cold air of the Jiuji Glacier. The cold air of the Jiuji Glacier contains a strange power that can resonate with the Ice Avenue, thereby activating the holy blood of Hanmei. Gu Hanyu was born with the holy blood of Hanmei, and his blood strength is also top-notch in the Gu family. As long as he knows the method of cultivation, it will be easy to do. In just a few seconds, a strange breath rushed out of Gu Hanyu's body, and the breath exploded in the air, turning into thousands of cold plums falling down. The cold air and the foam Jiuji Glacier swept over, rolling up thousands of cold plums flying in circles in the air, like a dream. Looking at this scene, Xiaomei smiled with satisfaction. The blood is indeed powerful. If it were me, I would not let her leave home with such a blood. What a pity, the holy blood of Hanmei is both an honor and a curse. Let's go. While speaking, Xiaomei raised her little hand and pulled gently. A large amount of cold air was pulled over and flew around Xiaomei. Similarly, Xiaomei also exudes a strange aura, transforming into countless winter plums, intertwining with the winter plums of Gu Hanyu. The wind blows the plums down, turning them into a plum blossom rain, which is so beautiful that it cannot be harvested. Lin Moyu came to the end, and there was a cliff in front of him. As long as he took a few more steps forward, he would enter the first pole of the Jiuji Glacier. The Jiuji Glacier was shrouded by the power of the Great Tao, and at the same time, it was accompanied by another powerful force, forming a special seal. Except for the area within a kilometer of the junction of the two poles, it was impossible to fly elsewhere. Lin Moyu jumped up and flew along the cliff to the flying layer. After flying down about 100,000 meters, Lin Moyu officially stepped on the land of the first pole. The cold air that hit him was ignored by Lin Moyu. The first pole of the Jiuji Glacier corresponds to the fourth realm of Daozun, and not all Daozun 4 realms can be safe and sound in the first pole. Only those who are powerful or practice the great Tao of ice can move freely in the first pole. There are many Daozun 4 realm practitioners in the Hanshui Holy Land. They are all capable of coming to the first pole, but they are not qualified. Only the 090 saints and some ancestors above the 7th realm are qualified to come here. Occasionally, some people who have made contributions will be allowed to come to the outskirts of the Jiuji Glacier to practice, and the speed of practice here will be much faster than in other places. Outsiders like Lin Moyu who enter the Jiuji Glacier are rare in the history of the Hanshui Holy Land. Lin Moyu walked on the glacier, which was extremely solid and had not melted for many years. Even if Lin Moyu stepped hard, he could only create some cracks, but could not crush it. The solidity of the glacier is far better than the ground of the origin continent. Lin Moyu, while walking, he felt the Jiuji Glacier. Under the glacier, there are two forces, one from the origin continent, and one from the origin continent. The two forces merged into one, and with the ice avenue, they eventually formed an eternal glacier. This power is very ancient and vast. Could it be from prehistoric times? Not only under the earth, but even in the cold wind, there is ancient power. It's really strange. The ancient power is faint but always exists. Not everyone can sense it. Lin Moyu took out the jade card given by Gu Hanbing. The jade card contained a trace of the blood of the Gu family. In the eyes of others, a trace of blood is just a trace of blood. But in Lin Moyu's eyes, a lot of information was analyzed from the blood. The ancient power permeated in the glacier is very similar to the power contained in the jade card blood, and they have the same roots and origins. This made Lin Moyu know that the source of the ancient power was the ancestor of the Hanshui Holy Land. Lin Moyu played with the jade card and said to himself, the ancestor of the Hanshui Holy Land should be an extremely powerful existence. His power has existed for so long and has never dissipated. It is really amazing. 1. In this environment, the Gu family should be able to practice much faster. If my judgment is correct, the higher the number of poles, the more concentrated the ancestor's power will be, and the practice will be twice as effective with half the effort. Unfortunately, the glacier is not safe, and practice must not be disturbed, so the 9-polar glacier is not a good place for practice. Even if it is only 1 to 3 poles, there will be occasional cold currents. Perhaps the outside of the glacier is also a good choice, with relatively low efficiency, but at least safe. Lin Moyu walked towards the depths of the glacier while muttering to himself. The first 3 poles of the Jiuji Glacier are not dangerous. As long as the cold air does not explode, you can walk very fast without paying too much attention. Soon, Lin Moyu saw a tea tree, the Jiuji Glacier tea tree, which is also the only plant in the Jiuji Glacier. The Jiuji Glacier tea tree is like a jade carving, white, crystal clear, and translucent. It doesn't look alive, but more like a jade carving. Even the leaves on the branches are as pure as snowflakes, swaying back and forth in the cold air. In each pole of the glacier, there are glacier tea trees. The tea trees are not connected, but scattered one by one, very scattered, and there is no pattern to be found. There is a scratch in the translucent trunk of the tea tree. The scratch looks like it was scratched by the claws of a wild beast, but if you look closely, you can see that it is actually naturally grown. One scratch is a pole. The more poles there are, the higher the quality of the glacier tea tree is, and the better the glacier tea produced is. The first glacier tea tree that Lin Moyu saw did not grow tea leaves. The glacier tea trees are distributed in various areas, very scattered, and the roots are thick. The time for tea leaves to grow is also the same, very inconsistent. Fortunately, once tea leaves grow, they will not fall off, will not wither, until they are picked. The ancestors of the Hansui Holy Land come to pick them once a year. The first 3 poles are under the charge of the ancestors of the 7th realm, the 4th to 6th poles are under the charge of the ancestors of the 8th realm, and only the ancestors of the 9th realm dare to go down to the 7th pole. As for the 8th pole, the ancestors of the 9th realm will not go there, and they will die if they go there. Lin Moyu passed by tea trees, some of which were still hanging with tea leaves. The fragrance of tea leaves mixed with the cold current and penetrated into his nose. However, Lin Moyu did not go to pick them. The first pole glacier tea was not in his eyes. He quickly walked past the first pole, jumped down, and entered the second pole. In the second pole, Lin felt the changes brought by different poles. It was a little colder, the cold air became more and more intense, and the power of the ancestors of the Holy Land became more and more intense. In addition, there were 9 pole glacier tea trees. 2 scratches appeared in the body of the glacier tea tree at the second pole, representing the second pole. Then Lin Moyu came to the third pole. The third pole was still a little colder, but such coldness did not cause any harm to Lin Moyu. There was a constant roar in the body, and the cold air that invaded the body was forced out as the blood circulated. The third pole has made me feel a little pressure. My realm and cultivation are not enough to enter the third pole. Thanks to my strong body, I can be safe and sound in the third pole. If it is the 4th pole, the pressure on the body will definitely be stronger. I just don't know if it can temper the body. If possible, this is an opportunity for me. My body can at least be upgraded to a higher level. The most difficult part of upgrading my body is to find a suitable place. Now it seems that the 9-pole glacier may be an opportunity. In the third pole, Lin Moyu also saw the glacier tea trees. The glacier tea trees here are taller. There are 3 scratches inside the translucent tree trunk. There is a tea tree full of tea leaves, and bursts of fragrance wafted over. The 3-pole glacier tea is already a good product. Gu Hanyu usually drinks this level. Lin Moyu picked a batch of 5.0 without hesitation. Another advantage of glacier tea is that it does not require subsequent processing and can be used right after picking. It is also a good thing to collect some glacier tea on this trip, especially the glacier tea after the 5-pole, which is the best tea and its value is inestimable. After confirming that there is nothing special about the 3rd pole, Lin Moyu finally went to the 4th pole. The figure slowly fell in the air, flew down 100,000 meters, and entered the territory of the 4th pole. A cold current came in the face, like a knife, and came very suddenly. Then, Lin Moyu saw a pair of white eyes with silver in them, appearing behind the cold current. Glacier Beast. Lin Moyu didn't even think about it, and punched out. The Dao Zun's 6th realm body was controlled by the great Dao of power, and at the same time activated his soul power. The power of this punch had already reached the peak of the 6th realm. Boom! The glacier beast was knocked away by a punch, and Lin Moyu could see its appearance clearly. This glacier beast with an eagle-like head is about 5 or 6 meters long. Compared with the human race, it is already huge, but compared with the demon race, it is nothing. The opponent's strength is very strong, and he was only slightly injured by being knocked back by his punch. No blood flowed out of the wound, but cold air flowed out. The eye of the dead opened instantly, and did not see the soul, the other party's living being. It is not a living being, it should be a monster evolved from the power of the ancestors mixed with the power of the avenue. While he was thinking, the glacier beast flew over again. It was as fast as lightning and came in front of him in an instant, with its eagle mouth opened and sprayed out a cold current. The cold current instantly turned into a sharp ice arrow and shot straight at him. Lin Moyu still punched out, the blood and chi on his fist roared, and smashed the ice arrow to pieces with a bang. Lin Moyu's fist was slightly numb, and this ice arrow was extremely powerful. The ice arrow that exploded into powder instantly evolved into ice rain, and the temperature dropped sharply, as if it could freeze everything. Lin Moyu shouted, and his mighty blood and energy burst out, turning into a giant dragon, shaking off all the ice rain. Then his thoughts surged, and the surrounding space began to distort. Tens of thousands of skeleton generals appeared in all directions, surrounding the glacier beast. The sword energy was crisscrossed, and it was slashed densely on the glacier beast. The glacier beast roared, spewing out countless cold currents, and instantly froze a large number of skeleton generals into ice sculptures. The ice sculptures shattered at the touch, and the tincture inside died together. But the next second, the skeleton generals resurrected and continued the battle. Tens of thousands of skeleton generals surrounded the glacier beast. They couldn't kill the glacier beast for a while, but they also trapped it tightly. Lin Moyu watched this battle and saw a lot of information from it. The glacier beast is not a living creature, it has no wisdom, but it has a fighting instinct. Their fighting instinct should come from some living creatures. There should have been a war here, and many living creatures died. These creatures are all very strong, leaving behind a powerful collection that is eternal and indestructible. Moreover, the war broke out in the depths of the nine-polar glacier, and the obsession did not spread to the top 3 poles, but only reached here at the farthest. The deeper you go, the heavier the obsession, and the stronger the remaining power, and the stronger the glacier beasts will naturally be. After so much experience, Lin Moyu is already very experienced, and his judgment of various things is already very accurate. Even if it is not completely correct, it is almost right. The strength of the glacier beast in the 4th pole has reached the level of the 6th realm of Daozun, and it is already very difficult to deal with. If it goes down, the glacier beast will become stronger and stronger, and then the undead army will lose its effect. If the temperature is lower and the cold is stronger, the undead army will not be able to survive at all, let alone trap the glacier beast. Only now can the skeleton generals play a role. The skeleton generals with the combat power of the 5th realm of Daozun can only trap the glacier beast with the advantage of numbers, but it is difficult to kill it. Taking this opportunity, Lin Moyu thought about tactics. He had a lot to consider. In case the glacier beast was too strong, he had to consider not how to defeat the opponent, but how to get away. At present, he can only rely on his own advantage in numbers to conduct guerrilla warfare. Unless the weakness of the glacier beast can be found, otherwise there will be trouble below the 7th pole. Lin, after observing carefully for a while, Moyu could not find any weakness in the glacier beast. Because there was no soul, all soul attacks were ineffective, and the fire of burning the world was useless. Look for a few more and maybe we will find something. This kind of monster created by obsession must have weaknesses. It depends on whether I can find them. With a finger, the skeleton held naturally emerged with the distortion of space. A large number of hellish evil spirits pounced on the glacier beast, biting it one by one, and devoured it in the blink of an eye. Facing the hellish evil spirit that has reached the 7th level of Daozun and eats everything, this glacier beast has no power to resist. Lin Moyu's eyes suddenly lit up. He felt that the hellish evil spirit got a little supplement when it devoured the glacier beast. After the transformation and sublimation, the skeleton hell has not eaten well and has been in a hungry state. Now it has eaten a glacier beast and replenished a little strength. Although it is only a tiny bit, it was still added by Lin Moyu keenly. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. That's right, although it has no soul, it is an aggregate of obsession and various powers. Strictly speaking, it is a soulless beast of the Dao Zun realm. As long as there is power, it can become the food of the skeleton hell. The skeleton hell is really not picky about anything, and eats whatever it has. Lin Moyu feels that he can use the glacier beast to feed the skeleton hell, and perhaps prevent the skeleton hell from becoming stronger. In this way, he can also be more confident. In the case of not finding the weakness of the glacier beast, the skeleton hell has become the best way to deal with the glacier beast. If the fight really goes this way, you can still use the Undead Legion to trap the opponent, and it is best to leave by yourself. After confirming the plan, Lin Moyu officially stepped into the Four-Pole Glacier. The moment he officially entered the Four-Pole Glacier, Lin Moyu immediately felt the difference. Under the ground of the Four-Pole Glacier, there is a powerful force flowing. This force is as ancient as the power of the ancestors of the Holy Land, and it seems to have existed for countless years. Lin Moyu realized that there were some problems with his previous judgment. It is not a scattered and disordered obsession. These obsessions have a ruler. This ruler took the initiative to gather the obsessions together to form a group of glacier beasts. There is a big difference between active gathering and passive gathering. The number of passive gathering is always limited. If someone actively gathers obsessions, the number of glacier beasts formed will be much larger. Fortunately, the Seven Realms ancestors in the Holy Land come down every year. In addition to practicing and collecting glacier tea, they should also clean up some glacier beasts. But even if the glacier beasts are killed, their obsession will not dissipate, and they will recondense after a long time. Let me see what this power is like. Lin Moyu used the Eye of the Dead to look at the glacier land. The Soul Eye did not see anything. The power that Lin Moyu felt was not reflected in the Soul Eye. This also means that this power does not exist in the soul. Could it be that it is also unconscious? If it is unconscious, it would be better. Lin Moyu was curious, and he thought of a possibility. Perhaps the Jilji Glacier was also a battlefield in prehistoric times. At that time, more than one world invaded the origin continent, and Jilzhou had its own enemies. Perhaps the enemies in the Jilji Glacier were the former enemies of Nanzhou, and this was one of the battlefields of the origin catastrophe. Curiosity was aroused, and Lin Moyu wanted to see what was hidden under the Jilji Glacier. He had a feeling that it was extremely important for him to solve the mystery of the origin catastrophe. If he could really solve it, he could get unimaginable huge benefits. Now on the origin continent, it is estimated that except for a few people, he is the one who knows the origin catastrophe best. If anyone is qualified to solve this mystery, it is only himself. And in the process of solving the mystery, he may also get great benefits. Lin Moyu walked towards the center of the Fourth Pole Glacier step by step along the direction of the power flow under the glacier. The power under the glacier flows like an underground river, as if it is gathering from all directions, and it seems to be spreading in all directions, with an extremely complex structure. Even Lin Moyu cannot sort out the direction of the power flow in a short time. The world of Jilji Glacier is white, and there is no need for the skeleton god to explore here. There are only glacier beasts in this world except glacier tea trees, and nothing else. Lin Moyu changed directions again and again, as if he was walking in a maze on the vast land, and the fields were divided into solid monsters. If the glacier was not too hard to be smashed, Lin Moyu really wanted to smash the glacier and go down to see it himself. Along the way, he encountered many glacier beasts. Fighting with glacier beasts again and again, he discovered some characteristics of glaciers again. There are many types of glacier beasts, and they look different. Moreover, glacier beasts retain some characteristics of wild beasts, such as glacier beasts with an eagle-like appearance, which can fly freely in Jilji Glacier. Unlike himself, the ability to fly is sealed. Fortunately, the glacier beast has a strong desire to attack, and anyone who enters its sight will be regarded as an enemy. And Lin Moyu discovered that the direction of the power under the glacier will also change with the glacier beast. When the glacier beast died, the direction of the power flow under the glacier immediately changed. It was as if the other party sensed the death of the glacier beast, and then was frightened and shrank back all of a sudden. The shrinking power was very fast, and Lin Moyu also lost the direction of tracking several times. Searching again and again, encountering glacier beasts again and again, gradually, Lin Moyu understood a little. Whenever the glacier beast was killed, the ancient power under the glacier would retreat, as if it was frightened. The glacier beast evolved from the obsession power it gathered, and the glacier beast was equivalent to the extension of its tentacles. When the glacier beast was killed, the tentacles broke and it would shrink back. This situation is in line with the instinctive reaction of many creatures. Just like when a person is suddenly injured, he will instinctively retract his hand. In this way, as long as he kills enough glacier beasts, most of the power will shrink, and he can also find its body based on this. After figuring this out, the next thing will be easy. Lin Moyu began to take the initiative and kept looking for glacier beasts on the glacier land, and then determined their location according to the direction of the ancient power contraction. After several times, it took only half a day for Lin Moyu to find the location of the other party's body. Under the White Glacier, undercurrents converged to form a lake. The countless dark river-like powers under the glacier all spread out from this lake. Lin Moyu stood on the lake, sensing the breath of the place through the thick. It's a strange feeling. The glacier is like a huge iron plate, pressing it firmly here. It should try to penetrate the earth, but it didn't succeed. It can only survive in the small gap between the earth and the glacier. The Eye of the Dead opened again, and this time I finally saw a tiny soul flame. This soul flame is extremely small, not a complete soul flame. It should be just a clone of a huge soul. Although the soul flames are called the same, they have different forms, and the soul flames of each creature have their own characteristics. Lin Moyu couldn't help but frown when he saw this soul flame. Black blood again. He was very familiar with the soul flame in front of him. He had seen it many times. It was exactly the same as the soul flames of those strong men in Hey Erdizeo. The Eye of the Dead saw black blood, but strangely, there was no disgust in the soul. It is intriguing that he did not feel disgusted even though he saw the black blood. Lin Moyu pondered and gradually found a possibility. The black blood soul in front of him had obviously lost its self-consciousness and was only moving in an instinctive state, gathering strength and evolving into a glacier beast. The reason why the Great Tao disgusted him was probably because it was dead. At least the Great Tao thought it was dead, with only instincts left, like a walking corpse. It could not do anything except evolving into a glacier beast, and naturally would not pose any threat to the world, because the Great Tao would certainly not hate it. The Great Tao did not hate it, but it did not mean that Lin Moyu did not hate it. He remembered clearly what those guys in the Black Blood realm had done. From the moment Lin Moyu saw the soul flame, he had been thinking about how to kill it. Now that it was dead and had no consciousness, what if it evolved into a new consciousness in the future? This kind of thing would be a disaster if it was kept. Unfortunately, the glacier was too thick and solid to be broken. If Supu takes action, he should be able to break the glacier, but there should be other ways. Otherwise, even Supu may not be able to break through the glacier under the seventh pole. Its power can seep out from under the glacier and gather to evolve into a glacier beast, so there must be a passage. The passage is... Lin Moyu instantly understood how the other party broke through the glacier blockade, and it used the glacier tea tree. The glacier tea tree is rooted on the glacier, and its roots penetrate the glacier and deeply penetrate the earth under the glacier, forming tiny passages. Its use of the glacier tea tree allows the power under the glacier to seep out little by little. In this case, he can also use the tea tree to attack the power under the glacier. The other party is very old and has been able to exist for so many years under the suppression of the glacier, so its strength must be strong. But there is no need to have a direct conflict with it. As long as the remaining soul flame of the other party can be wiped out, the other party's power will naturally dissipate. Even all the glacier beasts in this pool will collapse quickly. Lin Moyu looked around and found the nearest glacier tea tree. He swung out the burning world fire, compressed it into a thin line, and then stuck close to the glacier tea tree and drilled down along the tree. The glacier tea tree and the glacier seemed to be tightly attached, but there was actually a gap, but the gap was smaller than a hair. Lin Moyu raised his spiritual perception to the extreme, manipulated the burning world fire meticulously, and successfully passed through the gap. Along the roots of the tree, the burning world fire finally entered under the glacier, and then spread along the gap between the glacier and the earth towards the soul flame. The soul flame has no consciousness, only some instincts left when it was alive, and has no feeling of the arrival of danger. Under Lin Moyu's control, the burning world fire approached it smoothly, and then turned into a large net to cover it. In the eyes of the dead, the soul flame began to twist wildly and violently, and the burning world fire burned fiercely, obliterating its last existence. You are already dead, and these scraps and garbage left behind have no need to exist anymore. Die, don't pollute this world anymore, you dirty thing. Lin Moyu's words were filled with disgust, and he was expressing his disgust for the Black Blood Realm on behalf of the Great Tao. A scream was faintly heard in his ears, the cold wind was biting, and countless glacier beasts screamed collectively. Under the glacier, the ancient power was struggling to survive, madly hitting the ice tree. But it was useless, the glacier was so thick that it couldn't break through it at all. The burning lasted for 2 minutes, and the soul flame was finally completely burned. Without the soul flame, everything fell silent, and the suppressed ancient power began to collapse. At this time, Lin Moyu discovered that a large amount of fresh tea leaves had grown on the glacier tea tree. The power suppressed under the glacier dissipated, but became the nutrient of the glacier tea tree, giving birth to a batch of fresh tea leaves. Lin Moyu seemed to have realized something and murmured to himself, the glacier suppresses and cultivates the glacier tea tree with its power. The glacier tea tree absorbs its power, which gives it a way to evolve into a glacier beast. This action is both cause and effect, and the cause and effect are intertwined, which is really magical. Lin Moyu has already understood the role of the glacier tea tree. The glacier tea tree can continuously absorb the power under the suppression of the glacier, and with its power, cultivate itself. It is indeed a very good method. But there must be a ray of life in the avenue. That power also came to the outside world through the glacier tea tree, gathered obsessions, and formed a glacier beast. When the inside and outside are connected, the original rootless and sourceless power has a source, so the glacier tea tree can never absorb its power completely. The other party will naturally not destroy this only channel connecting the inside and the outside, so the two sides formed a delicate balance. Planting the ice tea tree is a good intention, but it didn't do a good thing. The Jiuji Glacier is related to the ancestors of the Hansui Holy Land. Perhaps it was arranged by the ancestors of the Hansui Holy Land, but it is hard to say whether the glacier tea tree is his handiwork. It is better to drain than to block. In Lin Moyu's eyes, if he really did this, there would be nothing wrong, but he was not careful enough and some details were not taken care of. 427. Lin Moyu was not polite either, and collected all the tea leaves from the nearby tea trees, leaving almost nothing behind. In the future, without that power under the glacier, the output of glacier tea will be greatly reduced, but this is not Lin Moyu's business. Lin Moyu doesn't care at all, it's none of his business. This is the fruit he planted, so naturally he can't let others take advantage of it. The 4-pole glacier tea is not bad. On the way to the 5th pole, Lin Moyu never encountered glacier beasts again. The source has been destroyed, and glacier beasts naturally cannot exist. This is also a way to deal with glacier beasts, and it can cut the grass and eradicate the roots. But Lin Moyu also knows that it is not easy to cut off the source. The 4-pole glacier is still good, and the further down you go, the harder it is. Lin Moyu even doubts whether there will be real black under the glacier after the 7th pole. If so, Lin Moyu's eyes revealed excitement. If so, he can earn another big reward. Entering the fifth pole glacier, the temperature dropped sharply. As soon as Moyu landed, his body was covered with a layer of ice. The fifth pole glacier is normally a place where only the seventh realm ancestor can enter. Moyu is only at the fourth realm of Daozun now. Even with the body of the sixth realm of Daozun, the fifth pole glacier, CGDH, has exceeded his limit. The ice is getting thicker and thicker, gradually turning Moyu into an ice sculpture. Moyu was frozen, his eyes slightly closed, motionless. Only from his body, there are constant sounds of huge waves hitting the shore, and the blood and chi are surging in his body like a tidal wave. The cold air keeps invading his body, and the avenue of power stimulates the blood and chi of the whole body to fight against the cold air. This time, the avenue of power is different. There is more vitality in the avenue of power. Now Moyu's avenue is ruled by the avenue of immortality. While stimulating the avenue of power, it will also drive the power of the avenue of immortality. The two powers of the avenue of immortality can be freely converted according to Moyu's wishes. When facing the enemy, the avenue of power can wrap the power of death. When the chi and blood are stimulated, the power can wrap the life force. The life force and chi and blood work together to quickly repair the frozen areas. The cold air not only freezes the body, but also invades the soul. However, Moyu's soul is too high, and the effect of the cold air is greatly reduced, far less than targeting the body. As the avenue of power was in operation, the soul world also made a tsunami-like sound, and the cold air that invaded the soul was completely eliminated. After only 10 minutes, Moyu adapted to it, and the speed of repair was comparable to the speed of damage. Then, the speed of repair became faster and faster, and the body began to gradually adapt to the cold temperature. After another 10 minutes, Moyu put away the power of life, and only relied on the avenue of power to stimulate the blood and chi to resist the cold temperature. After only half an hour, the ice that froze Moyu appeared dense cracks, and then exploded. Moyu slowly walked out of the ice sculpture, and the cold air blew on him. Only a thin layer of ice was formed, and then it would be driven away by the power of blood and chi. In just half an hour, Moyu had adapted to the cold of the fifth pole. The physical body was improved, and the soul realm was also improved a little. Just as I thought, the cold air in the nine-polar glacier can indeed be used to cultivate the body and the soul at the same time. However, the fifth pole is not enough to cultivate the seventh realm of the body. At least the sixth pole, body, can enter the seventh realm. If it goes wrong, the sixth pole is not enough. It may take the seventh pole. Moyu felt the changes in his body. It takes a lot of power to step from the sixth realm to the seventh realm, which is much more difficult than cultivating the body before. But no matter what, at least there is an improvement, which is a good thing. He once thought that physical cultivation was much more difficult than realm improvement. In fact, it is true. If the realm cultivation is really not possible, you can retreat for a long time, while physical cultivation requires various opportunities. Fortunately, he has continuous opportunities, and the strength of his body is always above the realm. Walking on the glacier land of the fifth pole, the cold air kept coming. At first, Moyu would have some thin ice on his body, but later there was no thin ice, which meant that he had completely adapted to the cold air of the fifth pole. Here, Moyu once again felt an ancient and powerful force. This power was also sealed under the glacier, just like the fourth pole. It's just that this power is stronger than the fourth pole. As I expected, the further back the nine-pole glacier is, the stronger the sealing power will be. According to this calculation, the power of the seal after the seventh pole may exceed the ninth realm of Daozun. By then, will the world-burning fire be able to burn it to death? The world-burning fire is getting stronger and stronger, so it's just right to use them as nutrients to cultivate the world-burning destruction. If my realm can be higher, it may be much easier. The power of the burning world fire depends on the degree of cultivation and Moyu's own realm. The way to cultivate the burning world fire is also very simple, that is, let it burn those high-level souls, and the more it burns, the stronger it becomes. Lin Moyu began to look for the source. There are two ways to find the source. One is to find it through the Glacier Beast. The second is to use the Undead Legion and use the Eye of the Undead to find it. Lin Moyu's mind moved, and the space around him twisted and deformed, and the Skeleton King flew out. Looking at the Undead Legion, only the Skeleton King can barely survive here for a long time. The flames wrapped the Skeleton King and rushed in all directions. Soon, the Skeleton King encountered the Glacier Beast. The combat power of the Glacier Beast here has reached the 7th realm of Dao Zun. In a single fight, the Skeleton Lord is not their opponent. The Skeleton King did not fight with the Glacier Beast, but directly led the Glacier Beast to where Lin Moyu was. Lin Moyu had been waiting for a long time. The skeleton hell covered the surroundings and devoured the glacier beasts that were attracted, making them the nutrients of the skeleton hell. The level of the glacier beasts in the upper pole was not high enough, so Lin Moyu did not devour them all. The glacier beasts in the 5th pole were strong enough to be the food of the skeleton hell. To cultivate the fire of the world and feed the skeleton hell, the 9-polar glacier is indeed a good place. The forbidden area for disciples of Hansui Holy Land, where even the 7th realm ancestors could not go too deep, the dangerous 9 extreme glacier became a good place for Lin Moyu to improve himself. One by one, the glacier beasts of the 7th realm of Dao Zun were lured here and then eaten by the skeleton hell. Lin Moyu did almost nothing and reaped a lot of rewards. The evil spirits in the skeleton hell feasted on the food and howled continuously. Lin Moyu could feel that the power of the skeleton hell was slowly increasing. Although the realm did not change, it was really getting stronger and stronger. Lin Moyu looked thoughtful. With the strength of the skeleton hell, at least at the 6th pole, I can still walk sideways. At the 7th pole, we will face the glacier beasts with the combat power of the 9th realm of Daozuan, and it will be a bit troublesome at that time. We need to eat them one by one. Let Supu and the skeleton hell cooperate with each other, be careful, and we should be able to handle it. As for what Xiaomei said, the glacier beasts will merge with each other and become glacier beast kings. I just need to not give them the opportunity to merge. Lin Moyu has already thought about what he will do at the 7th pole. As for the 8th and 9th poles, he has not thought about it yet, and can only take it one step at a time. Lin Moyu can feel that when the glacier beast dies, the suppressed power under the glacier will instinctively shrink back. By the direction of shrinkage, Yin can judge the area where the opponent's body is located. While leading the glacier beast over, Lin Moyu also walked towards the area where the opponent's body is located. The glacier is vast, and the number of glacier beasts is amazing. The skeleton god will lead all the way here. There are already tens of thousands of them, but it is still just a small area. Lin Moyu walked fast. It took him almost 2 days, and he didn't know how far he had walked, but he finally arrived at his destination. In the Eye of the Undead, Lin Moyu saw another soul flame. This soul flame was obviously stronger than the one in the 4th pole. It also had no consciousness, no disgust from the Great Tao, and was also from the Black Blood realm. He hated it very much. For the things in the Black Blood realm, there was no need for the Great Realm to say anything. Lin Moyu made his own decision. The soul flame was beating slowly under the Eye of the Undead. The soul flame was not complete, like a clone or a fragment, and was a little stronger than the 4th pole. It was suppressed under the glacier, wandering unconsciously, and its position was not fixed. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry to kill it. The glacier beasts had not been killed yet, and it could not be wiped out. Once it was wiped out, the glacier beasts would collapse, and the skeleton hell would have less to eat. Lin Moyu is like an old hunter who has set his sights on his prey. Wherever the prey goes, he will follow it. During this period, one glacier beast after another was attracted from afar and became food for the skeleton hell. As time passed, more than 100,000 glacier beasts had been killed. The efficiency of the Skeleton King was rapidly declining, and the number of the Skeleton King was decreasing. Almost done. The soul flame just happened to come not far from a glacier tea tree, and Lin Moyu followed the same method and used the burning world fire. The burning world fire turned into a thin line and drilled into the glacier along the glacier tea tree. Under Lin Moyu's control, it accurately attacked the soul flame. The soul flame was ignited, and Lin Moyu heard a shrill scream. The scream went straight into the soul world, extremely harsh, and just listening to it made people feel trembling. All kinds of things in the Black Blood realm would bring fear to people, and were accompanied by nausea. This time, the burning world fire burned for a long time. Lin Moyu estimated that it took at least half a day to burn the opponent out. During the burning process, the burning world fire became much stronger. After the burning, nothing was left, and there was no soul crystal. Even the burning world fire thinks you are worthless, a dirty thing from the Black Blood realm, worse than garbage. Lin Moyu looked at the glacier tea not far away with a trace of disdain. Having lost its soul, the suppressed power was quickly absorbed by the glacier tea tree, which produced fresh tea leaves every day. These tea trees are really magical. They can turn the power of the Black Blood realm into tea leaves that are beneficial to cultivation. If these tea trees can be planted all over the Black Blood realm, perhaps the Black Blood realm can also make use of waste. Lin Moyu suddenly had such a bizarre idea. Although he had never been to the Black Blood realm, he felt that his idea might be feasible. Of course, the premise is to kill all the guys in the Black Blood realm, or keep them in captivity to continuously provide tea for himself. This idea is very vicious, but if it is used in the Black Blood realm, Lin Moyu feels that there is no problem. Collect all the tea leaves from the nearby tea trees and head towards the sixth pole. Like the fifth pole, the moment Lin Moyu entered the sixth pole, he was greeted by the same terrible cold. Lin Moyu was once again frozen into an ice sculpture and then gradually adapted. The whole process was like the fifth pole was replayed. This time, it took longer. Lin Moyu was frozen for a long time before he broke out of the ice. His body and soul were improved again. After this improvement, his body and soul were very close to the 7th level of Dao Zun. The most important thing is that his body is more and more adaptable to the cold air. It seems that as long as I enter the 7th pole, my body can be upgraded to the 7th level of Dao Zun. By then, I will definitely be immune to the cold air, and I will ignore the great danger in the Nine-Polar Glacier. Lin Moyu summoned a Skeleton King. In the cold air, the immortal flames that enveloped the Skeleton King quickly extinguished, and in the blink of an eye, the Skeleton King became an ice sculpture. The cold air in the 6th pole is too strong. Even the 7th level of Dao Zun can't hold on for too long here. Only the 8th level of Dao Zun can come and go freely here. It is normal for the Skeleton King of the 6th level of Dao Zun to be unable to move here. Lin Moyu is just trying it. With a thought, Su Pu and the Thunder Lich appeared beside him at the same time, and the remaining war beasts also appeared at the same time. Most of the war beasts have died in the battle, and only more than 50 are left. However, they are all Dao Zun 7th realm war beasts, and they can still be used. The war beasts have thick skin and flesh, so they can still hold on here. The Thunder Lich is wearing the Thunder Avenue, and with the power of the Avenue, he can barely resist the ice and cold. As for Su Pu, the ice and cold can't hurt him. Then Lin Moyu took out the General Seal of the Divine Talisman Army, activated the seal, and tried to increase the power of the war beasts and Thunder Sky as much as possible. Lin Moyu whispered, "The number is a bit small, or my realm is too low, otherwise it wouldn't be so troublesome. But it's better than me looking for it alone. Besides, there are also advantages to a small number, so that too many will not be attracted at one time." Lin Moyu comforted himself. The 6th Extreme Glacier Beast, whose combat power has reached the 8th realm of Dao Zun, is already extremely powerful. Of course, it can't be compared with the 8 realm ancestors of the Hansui Holy Land, but if the number is enough, it can also kill the Red 8 realm ancestors. Lin Moyu was full of confidence in the Skeleton Hell. Not to mention the Glacier Beast, even the 8-realm patriarch could be trapped and killed. Soon, the first Glacier Beast was led over. This Glacier Beast was huge, more than 30 meters tall, and looked like a white bear, but it had 3 heads and looked very strange. Lin Moyu directly used the skeleton hell and wrapped it. The evil spirits of hell flew out, instantly crawled all over the body, and bit it one bite after another. The Glacier Beast seemed to be unaware of the pain, and it counterattacked madly, shaking off a large number of evil spirits of hell. But if 100 were shaken off, 200 would pounce on them, and more, and they could not be killed at all. This battle without any exciting scenes lasted for a full 5 minutes. The Glacier Beast finally sank into the magma and became the nutrients of the skeleton hell. At the moment of its death, the soul heard a roar, and the roar was like a sharp knife piercing the soul, and the brows could not help but frown. The death of the Glacier Beast in the 6th Pole Glacier actually attracted a soul attack. The soul attack came from a very far place. The opponent used the Glacier Beast as a medium to lock onto himself and launched an attack. To be more precise, it used the obsession of the Glacier Beast to skip the skeleton hell and directly lock onto himself. Soul attack is nothing. Lin Moyu's soul can easily dispel it. It's just that the appearance of the soul attack made Lin Moyu have some guesses. Could it be that the soul suppressed here has developed self-awareness? If it has self-awareness, it will be a bit troublesome. Let's go and take a look first. Once it has self-awareness, it will be afraid and will run away. And if I want to attack it, I basically need to use the Glacier Tea Tree to do it. If it escapes to a place where there is no Glacier Tea Tree, it will be very troublesome for me to deal with it. At this point, the fire of the world cannot burn it to death all at once. The glacier that originally suppressed it has become its best protective layer. Let's find it first. If it really has consciousness, it is not impossible. When Lin Moyu was thinking about how to deal with the Black Blood Remnant soul, he had already thought about the backup plan. He considered various possibilities, including the other party becoming conscious and then escaping. He had already thought of a way to deal with it early on, but it was better not to use this method if he could. Once used, Lin Moyu didn't know what the consequences would be. Maybe there would be no consequences, or it might cause very serious consequences. Guess is always just a guess. Without seeing it with your own eyes, everything is just an unknown. Another Glacier Beast was attracted here. Lin Moyu still used the old method to get rid of the Glacier Beast. The Glacier Beast with the combat power reaching the 8th level of Dao Zone is a great tonic for the Skeleton Hell. The Skeleton Hell can strengthen by 1 point every day, which is stronger than swallowing hundreds of Glacier Beasts of the 7th level of Dao Zone. Starting from the 6th level, the Skeleton Hell began to grow stronger at an astonishing speed. One Glacier Beast after another was attracted, and the number of Glacier Beasts swallowed increased. The Skeleton Hell also became stronger and stronger, and the swallowing speed was constantly accelerating. After swallowing hundreds of Glacier Beasts, the speed of the Skeleton Hell's swallowing has increased several times, from the initial 5 minutes to swallow one, to now it only takes 1 minute to swallow one. The Skeleton Hell is getting stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Every time a Glacier Beast dies, Lin Moyu will hear a roar and enjoy a soul attack at the same time. From the initial surprise to the later habit, even Lin Moyu doubted whether his guess was wrong. If the other party really has wisdom, why would he do this when he knows it is useless? This is very abnormal. Now, hundreds of Glacier Beasts have been swallowed. Lin Moyu also locked the approximate position of the other party and flew away quickly. Lin Moyu ran in the glacier at an astonishing speed. He was worried that the other party was really intelligent and would run away. After running for several hours, he didn't even know how far he had run, and finally saw the other party. A soul flame that was larger than before was jumping under the glacier. This soul flame was still incomplete, just a larger fragment. Lin Moyu stopped far away, looked at the soul flame, and said to himself, this kind of incomplete soul flame should not be able to give birth to new wisdom and consciousness. If he doesn't have wisdom, then he should have a stronger instinct. If so, it will be easy to deal with. Guessing is not as good as seeing it with your own eyes. Lin Moyu walked over quickly. If there is wisdom and can sense his arrival, it will definitely jump. No matter how strong the soul flame is, it is in a suppressed state and can't do anything to him. What's the point of not running away from an opponent you can't beat? Are you waiting to be killed or humiliated? After Lin Moyu approached, the opponent didn't run away, but instead roared. The roar resounded through the soul, full of tyranny. Lin Moyu's mouth slightly raised, not surprised at all, but couldn't hide his joy. So that's it, there is no wisdom, but the nature is too tyrannical, and has more fighting instincts. It is indeed unlikely that the soul will give birth to wisdom when it is so damaged. If it can be bigger, it is still possible. From the 4 poles, 5 poles to the current 6 poles, judging from the changes in the soul, even in the 7 poles, it is unlikely that the soul will give birth to wisdom. At least it will take 8 poles to give birth to wisdom. But they have the same origin. If wisdom is born in the 8 poles, what about the souls in the 9 poles? The 2 residual souls have independent wisdom. Will they fight? Thinking of this, Lin Moyu suddenly felt a little funny. It is not impossible for the residual souls of the same origin to fight. Without wisdom, so violent and full of murderous aura, this is easy to deal with. The residual soul suppressed under the glacier will only find a way to kill itself and will not escape at all. It has no fear, only instinct. Lin Moyu is not in a hurry to deal with it. He continues to let Su Pu and others lead the glacier beast over and feed it to the skeleton hell. Such a rare opportunity, how can it be missed? Lin Moyu waited patiently, day by day. He was not in a hurry. The Hansui Holy Land did not set a time limit, and the Jiuji Glacier did not have a time limit, so why should he be in a hurry? The number of glacier beasts in the 6th pole was also not small, and he had eaten tens of thousands of glacier beasts. In Lin Moyu's opinion, the skeleton hell was very close to the 8th level of Daozun. Now a glacier beast was surrounded, and it would be eaten clean in less than 30 seconds. The skeleton hell had begun to completely crush the glacier beasts in the 6th pole, and there was no pressure even if hundreds of them came at the same time. What's more, Black Prison was still sleeping in the nether black pool, and he was too lazy to move. These opponents seemed not strong enough to make him move. As the new nether black dragon, Black Prison retained the arrogance that the nether black dragon should have. Lin Moyu finally shifted his attention to the residual soul, and the burning world fire followed the nearest glacier tea tree, drilled into the glacier, and pounced on the residual soul. At this moment, the burning world fire was also much stronger than before. Lin Moyu believed that the burning world fire would definitely burn the other party to death. Screams sounded in the soul, and soul attacks came one after another, but were all blocked by the soul world. Lin Moyu could feel that the other party's residual soul was at a high level and should not be weaker than the innate soul. But because it was a residual soul, the attack power was not strong, and it did not pose a threat to Lin Moyu. The burning world fire tightly surrounded the residual soul and began to burn and refine it. Lin Moyu could clearly feel that the burning world fire was slowly getting stronger. Since entering the 9 Extreme Glacier, the burning world fire has increased by at least twice. The other party did not escape as Lin Moyu guessed. And the more the burning world fire burned, the crazier the other party became, and the more violent the aura became. Lin Moyu had a smile on his face. Okay, the more this, the better, become the nourishment of the burning world fire. The burning world fire burned for a whole day, and the world finally quieted down. Lin Moyu clapped his hands and took back the burning world fire that had become much stronger. Okay, pack up, it's time to go to the 7th extreme. Only the ancestors of the 9 realms can enter the 7th realm. I want to see what it looks like. I hope you won't disappoint me. The 7th pole of the 9-polar glacier is said to be a place that only the 9-realm ancestors are qualified to enter. Xiaomei has entered the 7th pole before, and she has already told us some of the things that need to be paid attention to. The first thing to face at the 7th pole is the stronger low temperature, which is no longer a problem for Lin Moyu. Then there are the stronger glacier beasts. The glacier beasts at the seventh pole have already touched the threshold of the Nine-Realm ancestors in terms of combat power. Although they are not too strong in the Nine-Realm, they are a little different from the sixth pole. They no longer act alone, but begin to move in groups. Often they act in groups of 3 or 5. And they have an additional ability, which is to merge with each other and become a more powerful individual, called the Glacier Beast King. The strength of the Glacier Beast King varies according to the number of fusions. The glacier beasts at the seventh pole have only touched the threshold of the Daozun Nine-Realm. If 3 glacier beasts merge together, it is equivalent to the middle level of the Daozun Nine-Realm. If 10 glacier beasts merge together, they can almost be on par with those at the peak of the Nine-Realm, which is equivalent to Su-Pu. The best way to deal with the Glacier Beast King is to prevent them from merging and to kill them separately. This is also the method that Lin Moyu had thought of early on. In addition to the Glacier Beast, the seventh pole will also experience a cold current explosion. When the cold current explodes, the temperature will become lower, and even the Nine Realms ancestor may not be able to withstand it. The best way is to retreat to the junction between the seventh pole and the sixth pole. It is relatively safe there, and you can fly and be more flexible. Boom! The roar broke the tranquility of the seventh pole. The ice shattered like rain, shooting in all directions, and Lin Moyu walked out of the ice. The blood on his body roared continuously, and the skin was full of light, and the whole person was shining, like a god coming to the world. An invisible breath emanated, the breath came from the flesh, and the invisible force affected the space, and the space around Lin Moyu was distorted. After continuous polishing of the 5th, 6th, and 7th poles, Lin Moyu's flesh finally reached the 7th realm of Daozun. Not only the flesh, but also the soul was promoted together. While being promoted, the Avenue of Strength also completely adapted to the cold air in the Nine-Pole Glacier and became immune to it. Once immune, even the cold air in the 8-pole and 9-pole could no longer affect Lin Moyu. This is the advantage of the Avenue of Strength, but also its disadvantage. Once immune, he could no longer use the cold air to improve his body and soul. Nothing can be perfect. Lin Moyu knew this very well and was already very satisfied. The body and soul of the 7th realm have improved a lot. When the two are combined, my strength has increased significantly. The Avenue of Strength alone is enough to be on par with any 7th realm ancestor. This trip is worth it. The cold air penetrated from the nasal cavity and the skin of the body, and the body did not feel uncomfortable at all, but felt very comfortable. Formally stepping onto the glacier land of the 7th pole, Lin Moyu's eyes flashed, and he looked down at the glacier under his feet. The white glacier, the heavy ice that has been sealed for countless years, seems to have nothing, but Lin Moyu could feel the mighty power flowing under the heavy ice. This power was ancient and powerful, but it was sealed by the glacier and could not escape. There was a glacier tea tree not far away. The 7-pole glacier tea tree was even more sturdy and tall, and it continuously absorbed the ancient power sealed under the glacier. Because the ancient power was too strong, it could be clearly felt. The glacier tea tree absorbed a small part, and most of it spread into the space and mixed with the cold air. These radiating powers, with strong obsession, eventually evolved into glacier beasts with different shapes. Here, even the war beasts of the 7th realm of Daozun could not move freely. The Thunder Lich could not hold out for long, and only Su-Pu and Lin Moyu could move freely. Lin Moyu summoned Su-Pu, but did not let him go away, but followed him. This place has become dangerous, and it is no longer a place where he can play at will. The two walked forward in the glacier land, and the cold air became stronger and stronger. The cold air from different directions collided and turned into a group of white mist, blocking the sight. Here, the vision is not good. Without obstruction, you can only see about 10,000 meters. If there is fog interference and obstruction, you can only see 1,000 meters. Suddenly, Lin Moyu stopped. Thousands of meters ahead, 3 tall figures appeared. The 3 glacier beasts, all white, looming in the mist. They walked side by side, very slowly, silently. Lin Moyu walked fast before, and a distance of several thousand meters was just a matter of a few steps. If it was not discovered in time, it is very likely that he would have hit it head-on. Lin Moyu watched from a distance. The three glacier beasts were all about 10 meters tall, not too tall, and looked a bit like foxes. He turned his head to look at Su Pu and said, "Does it look a bit like your real body?" Su Pu answered truthfully, "I can feel that they have the breath of my tribe." Lin Moyu was surprised. "Are you sure you didn't sense it wrong?" Su Pu nodded. "I can't sense it wrong, but this breath is very ancient, and it is a bit different from the current Skyfox clan." Lin Moyu said, "This means that your Skyfox clan once participated in the war here." Su Pu closed his eyes and sensed carefully. After a moment, he said, "No, this breath should come from the ancestor." The ancestor had 9 clones. When the war started, the 9 clones were scattered everywhere. This should be one of the ancestor's clones. Lin Moyu knew that what Su Pu said should be correct. One of the clones of the ancestor of the Skyfox participated in the war here and fell here, and then left some power breath, or thoughts and obsessions. Lin Moyu said, "3, is it a problem for you to solve one?" Su Pu said, "No problem." "Then let's do it." Lin Moyu shouted in a low voice, and the space avenue was activated. In an instant, he crossed a distance of several thousand meters and came behind the 3 glacier beasts. His speed was very fast, but Su Pu was faster. Su Pu waved the piercing cloud sword and swung hundreds of sword lights, falling like a storm. The sudden attack of the 2 immediately attracted the attention of the beasts. The 3 glacier beasts turned and roared at the same time, with uniform movements, and the tails behind them slammed on the glacier. The cold air turned into a tornado, like a waterfall flowing backwards, rushing into the sky. Good Zhao, Su Pu was powerful, and with the addition of the piercing cloud sword, the sword light shattered the cold air and fell forcefully on the main glacier beast. The sword light carried a huge impact force, which blasted the 3 glacier beasts away, and the directions of the blasts were different, and the distance between the 3 glacier beasts was instantly pulled apart. Then Su Pu aimed at a glacier beast close to him and killed it expressionlessly. The 2 glacier beasts that were blown away to a distance wanted to kill them immediately. Lin Moyu pointed at the same time, and the skeleton hell suddenly emerged, trapping the 2 glacier beasts in it. Even if they have the combat power of the 9th realm of Daozuan, they can't break free in a short time. Countless hellish evil spirits pounced on the 2 glacier beasts, and the red spider lilies swayed wildly, releasing azure light, and the breath of the glacier beasts dropped sharply. The 2 glacier beasts roared wildly, releasing rolling cold air from their bodies, and a large number of hellish evil spirits were frozen into ice. A dragon roar sounded from the depths of hell, and the black prison poked out a huge head from the dark black pool and rushed towards one of the glacier beasts. Chapter 3360, See If I Can Be Immune. Black prison rushed out of the dark pool, turned into a black lightning, and rushed straight to the glacier beast. Although the glacier beast had no wisdom, it had a strong fighting instinct and clearly felt the threat from Black Prison. The huge tail suddenly pulled back and collided with Black Prison. Black Prison opened his mouth wide and endured the attack of the glacier beast. He bit down a glacier beast without changing his momentum. The 10-meter-tall glacier beast was like a small shrimp when facing Black Prison. Black Prison chewed mouthful by mouthful, and his sharp teeth kept falling on the glacier beast, piercing its body with holes. The glacier beast fought back frantically, and its tail whipped into Black Prison's dragon mouth, beating Black Prison's skin and flesh. But Black Prison had no sense of pain at all, and he didn't feel any pain at all, and he kept biting frantically. The 2 fought the most intense melee like this. If it were any other creature, I'm afraid it would have been bloody. But whether it was Black Prison or the glacier beast, no blood shed. At most, some ice chips fell from the glacier beast, nothing else. The fight between Black Prison and the glacier beast was extremely intense, but Lin Moyu could see that as long as the stalemate continued, Black Prison would definitely win in the end. Su Pu was much more relaxed than Black Prison. He easily suppressed the glacier beast and beat it without any chance of fighting back. With Supu's strength, let alone dealing with one glacier beast, even dealing with 3 at the same time would not be a problem. Even if the 3 ice beasts merged into the Glacier Beast King, they might not be Supu's opponent. Supu retreated from the Pseudo-Dao Dao realm, and then became a resurrected person through the resurrection of the dead. Although he did not return to the level of the Pseudo-Dao Dao realm, he was truly at the peak of the Dao Zun realm, enough to be comparable to any peak Dao Zun. On the other side, the last Glacier Beast was surrounded by the evil spirits of hell. The dense and endless evil spirits of hell, it was unknown how many layers were wrapped inside and outside. Although a large number of hell spirits were frozen to death, the number of hell spirits was too large, as many as 10 million, and the number of frozen to death did not decrease. The hell spirit bit the glacier beast one by one, not sparing any part of its body. The glacier beast roared and struggled, but could not escape. Dense cracks appeared on its body, and ice fragments fell out and were immediately eaten by the hell spirit. The glacier beast's body began to slowly become incomplete, first with a large number of gaps on its body, and then its hands and feet began to break. Advertisement. The hell spirit told Lin Moyu what the truth of eating everything is. Wow! Countless fragments fell from the sky, and the black prison completely bit the glacier beast, but did not eat them, but spit out the body fragments and gave them to the hell spirit. It seemed that it disdained to eat the glacier beast, just killed it, and then vomited. The hell spirit was not as picky as the black prison, and ate whatever was available. When the black prison violently solved the glacier beast, Supu also killed his opponent. The glacier beast was dismembered, and then Supu threw all the pieces into the skeleton hell and gave them to the hell zone spirit. This was also Lin Moyu's intention. After eating in the previous pulls, the skeleton hell was a little full, but it had not reached its limit. The skeleton hell was close to the 8th realm of Dao Zun. If it could complete the promotion, then it would be able to walk sideways in the 7th pole glacier. 3 glacier beasts with the combat power of the 9th realm were devoured, and the majestic power turned into nutrients for the skeleton hell, making the skeleton hell stronger again, getting closer and closer to the 8th realm of Dao Zun. At the moment when the 3 glacier beasts died, Lin Moyu clearly felt the vibration of the ancient power from under the glacier. It did not launch a soul attack on itself like it did at the 6th pole. Lin Moyu knew that the other party must have this ability, but the other party did not do so. They are all soul fragments, with the same roots and origins, but have completely different reactions, which makes Lin Moyu curious. The evil spirits of hell ate all 3 glacier beasts, leaving no residue. Lin Moyu felt the changes in the skeleton hell and whispered, "It's almost time to be promoted." The fusion of 2 pieces of hell fragments has obtained a nearly complete nether black pool, which has greatly strengthened the foundation of the skeleton hell. As long as there is enough power to supplement, it should not be a problem for the skeleton hell, CGDG, to be promoted to the 9th level of Dao Zun. Perhaps it can be completed in this 9-pole glacier. What a great place! He continued to walk towards the depths of the glacier. The number of glacier tea trees in the 7th pole glacier has obviously decreased, but the size of the tea trees has obviously changed. Each tea tree is hundreds of meters high, with lush branches and leaves, covering the sky and blocking the sun. They have been absorbing the ancient power under the glacier and turning it into their own nutrients. However, the ancient power under the glacier also flows to the outside world through the glacier tea trees, absorbing powerful power from the outside world and feeding itself. For countless years, the power suppressed by the glacier has not weakened, and there is even a tendency to become stronger. The glacier beast is the best proof, and the number of glacier beasts seems to be slowly increasing, and the 7-pole glacier has become more dangerous than before. Advertisement. Lin Moyu had not walked for a while when he encountered beasts again. There were also 3 beasts in a group. He followed the same method and killed them effortlessly. There were many glacier beasts in the 7-pole glacier. You could encounter them almost every time you walked for a while. Glacier beasts were basically in groups of 3. 5 beasts were rarely seen. Killing them in groups, the skeleton hell became stronger and more efficient. Every time a glacier beast died, Lin Moyu could feel the tremor from under the glacier. At first, it was like a warning. As he killed more and more, the warning became stronger. Soon the warning changed qualitatively, from a warning to a wave of killing intent. Lin Moyu found it interesting. In his feeling, it was like a child getting angry. From the initial pointing and cursing, it became a direct attack. But no matter how the opponent changed, he could not stop. After killing 3 more glacier beasts, Lin Moyu whispered, "If there is another batch of glacier beasts, the skeleton hell should be able to advance. As long as the hell spirit can reach the 8th level, the rest will be easy. By then, even the glacier beast king will be nothing." Lin Moyu knew the ability of the skeleton hell. Once he was promoted to the 8th level of Dao Zone, he would be able to walk sideways in the Dao Zone realm. As long as he did not encounter the pseudo-Dao Dao realm, there would be no opponent. Just as he put away the skeleton hell and prepared to find the next target, the quiet glacier world suddenly heard a whistling wind. The cold current rolled up the wind, and the temperature began to drop sharply. The fog in the distance was swept away by the cold current, and the vision suddenly became clear. The whole world became clean in an instant, and the whistling wind disappeared at this moment. The whole glacier world was unusually quiet. Lin Moyu's heart moved slightly, a cold current erupted. This strange change is like the calm before the storm, and the quiet often means an extremely violent eruption. The calm lasted less than 10 seconds. In an instant, the wind blew violently, and a white cold current came over. Under normal circumstances, you should retreat quickly now, retreat to the junction of the 7th pole and the 6th pole, where it is relatively safe. But Lin Moyu did not retreat. He took back Su Pu with a smile on his face, "See if I can be immune." In the few seconds when the sky and the earth were clear, Lin Moyu vaguely saw countless white figures appearing in the distance. This cold wave outbreak is not that simple. This sudden cold wave outbreak was not simple in Lin Moyu's eyes. It came too abruptly, without any signs, which was different from what Xiaomei said. There would be some signs before the cold wave broke out, enough for people to evaluate, not as abrupt as it was now. In addition to the glacier beast that appeared in the distance, and the killing intent he felt, Lin Moyu was 80% sure that this cold wave outbreak was indeed unusual. Whether it was the cold wave or the glacier beast, they were all related to the power under the glacier, and the root was the residual soul at the core. If everything was dominated by the other party, it meant that there was something wrong with this residual soul. Lin Moyu had to consider whether his initial judgment was correct. According to his estimation, at least at the 8th pole, the strength of the residual soul was enough to give birth to wisdom. However, everything still had to be seen to be believed. Lin Moyu no longer thought about it, and he would know when he saw it. The cold wave was approaching, and the terrifying low temperatures seemed to freeze the world. Lin Moyu was motionless, allowing the cold air to invade his body. Standing in the cold current, Lin Moyu did not feel any discomfort. Both his body and soul were immune to the cold current and had no pressure. The avenue of power is indeed magical. Once the immunity is completed, as long as it is the same power, no matter how the strength changes, it cannot break the immunity. I experienced the magic of the avenue of power again. The power of the cold current is obviously stronger, but the essence has not changed, so it cannot break the immunity and hurt myself. Lin Moyu stood in the cold current and went upstream. He passed through the entire cold current. In addition to the sound of the wind, he heard other sounds in his ears. That was the sound of a large number of glacier beasts rushing. When the glacier beasts walked, they landed silently. But once they ran and stepped on the glacier, they would make a crashing sound. Judging from the sound, there were a lot of glacier beasts coming, at least hundreds of them. Hundreds of them, you really think highly of me. Lin Moyu was not afraid at all. If it was before, he would have turned around and left. He must be crazy to fight against hundreds of glacier beasts of the 9th level of Dao Zun. The opponent has no soul, not a living being. The corpse after death is ice debris. Although it has power, it cannot be used as material for corpse explosion. Unable to use corpse explosion to quickly clean up the enemy, then he needs to fight head-on, and it is impossible to win. But now, the promotion of Skeleton Hell is imminent. As long as he can kill one or two of them, once Skeleton Hell is promoted, let alone hundreds of glacier beasts, even if there are several times more, he will not be satisfied. Lin Moyu has made up his mind to use this batch of glacier beasts to complete the promotion of Skeleton Hell, and by the way, he can also let Skeleton Hell have a full meal. After walking out of the cold current, the world is wide for a while. Lin Moyu saw the glacier beasts flying after the cold current. There are about 300 glacier beasts of different appearances. The number of glacier beasts in the 7th level glacier must be more than this. The reason why there are so few, Lin Moyu felt that it was because the other party could only manipulate these. The power of the remnant soul is limited. To create a cold current and control so many glacier beasts at the same time, it may be its limit. Su Pu appeared beside him. Lin Moyu smiled. Su Pu, how many can you deal with? Su Pu answered truthfully, 10 is no problem. With Su Pu's power, dealing with 10 is indeed not a problem. It is not 1 on 10, but 1 on hundreds. It can kill 10, and the difficulty is completely different from 10 on 10. But the premise is that the other party does not merge. Once merged, it will not be so easy. Lin Moyu said, is there any way to kill a few quickly? Su Pu said, yes, you can kill 2 quickly. Lin Moyu smiled, okay, you kill 2, and I will kill a few. Origin technique, gather power. A strange breath rose from Lin Moyu's body, and the origin technique was activated, and the Emperor climbed step by step. Instantly reached the 6th realm of Dao Zun, and then broke the bottleneck and entered the 7th realm of Dao Zun. After entering the 7th realm of Dao Zun, his strength continued to increase, and he broke through again to the 8th realm of Dao Zun. Without using the Dao Immortal Pill, the 8th realm of Dao Zun was the current limit. This is because the body and soul have broken through the 7th realm of Dao Zun. Otherwise, the power can only be pushed to the 7th realm of Dao Zun at most, and it can't even reach the peak. The gap between the 7th realm and the 6th realm of Dao Zun is too big. After the 7th realm, the gap between each realm is even greater. With the power of the 8th realm of Dao Zun, Moyu is still no match for any glacier beast. However, Lin Moyu didn't think of fighting the glacier beast head-on. The light in his hand flickered, and the Calamity Scepter appeared in his hand. He planned to use the Calamity Scepter to quickly get rid of a few glacier beasts. The killed glacier beasts will naturally become food for the Skeleton Hell. If his judgment is correct, after eating a few more glacier beasts, the Skeleton Hell can be promoted, and then all problems will be solved. The glacier beasts approached quickly, and Lin Moyu shouted, do it. He and Su Pu rushed out separately, and Su Pu instantly transformed into a body and turned into a sky arc 1,000 meters behind. The 8 tails merged into one, evolving into a giant of 10,000 meters, and were pulled out with a bang. The glacier shook violently, the world shattered, and the entire space was shattered. 0. A large number of glacier beasts were blown away and flew in all directions. Su Pu grabbed the piercing cloud sword and slashed it out. The piercing cloud sword also became extremely huge with his body size. With a bang, a large number of glacier beasts were slashed away again. After the glacier beasts were blown away, they quickly stabilized their bodies and came back to kill again. Su Pu ignored all this, but stared at one of them and bombarded it wildly. He wanted to kill it quickly. This was Lin Moyu's order and the highest instruction, regardless of the cost, regardless of life and death. The space around Lin Moyu was distorted, and a large number of skeleton gods appeared between heaven and earth. The skeleton gods would be frozen to death in less than 2 seconds after they came out, but this was not important. The important thing was that they came out. Even if they were frozen to death and turned into ice sculptures, they could separate the glacier beasts in a short time. The reality was the same as Lin Moyu expected. Millions of skeleton gods successfully separated the glacier beasts for a short time. 0. The Thunder Lich then appeared, a drop of ancestral water flew out, the power of faith burned fiercely, and the seal of the divine talisman army shone. The ancestral water, the power of faith, and the seal were strengthened, and all means were used at the same time. Chain Thunder. A bolt of lightning blasted out and landed on the glacier beast. Then the bright lightning exploded, and all 300 glacier beasts were killed by thunder without exception. Not only the glacier beasts, but also under the glacier, lightning appeared. The glacier beasts were dominated by the residual soul under the glacier, and the chain thunder would naturally not let this leader go. Lin Moyu screamed in his soul, followed by a strong murderous intent. However, this murderous intent was like a breeze on his face, and he felt nothing. The glacier beasts slowed down in the thunder, and the thunder had a paralyzing effect. Lin Moyu rushed out in the thunder, increasing his speed to the extreme, rushed to the nearest glacier beast, and swung the unloved scepter fiercely to hit the glacier beast's feet. The feet of the glacier beast were smashed like tofu, and its huge body fell down with a bang. Lin Moyu raised his staff and smashed it nonstop. Wherever the calamity scepter went, Zheng's body was shattered. The glacier beast had no soul, so it could not smash its soul directly like the gods from the outer realm to kill it with one blow. If you want to kill a glacier beast, you must smash it. In a blink of an eye, a glacier beast was smashed to pieces, and the space around Lin Moyu was distorted. The skeleton hell suddenly appeared, and the evil spirits of hell flew out and began to share the food. At this time, a large number of glacier beasts smashed the barrier formed by the skeleton gods and rushed towards Lin Moyu. Looking at the glacier beasts that were coming to kill him, Lin Moyu's mind moved, and the scope of the skeleton hell expanded rapidly, covering a large number of glacier beasts. Each glacier beast had to face tens of thousands of hell evil spirits at the same time. After all, the glacier beasts were in the 9th realm of Daozun, with powerful combat power. The cold air burst out recklessly, and even the temperature of the skeleton hell dropped a lot, and the magma began to freeze. Lin Moyu ordered some hell evil spirits to devour the glacier beast he had killed with all his strength, and he turned to the other glacier beast again. A large number of fragments were thrown into the skeleton hell. Su Pu killed a glacier beast and threw the broken body in for the hell evil spirits to devour. When Lin Moyu rushed out, a large number of glacier beasts rushed over and attacked Lin Moyu. Accompanied by bursts of dragon roars, the black prison rushed out from the dark black pool, and its huge body lay in front of Lin Moyu, blocking most of the attacks for Lin Moyu. The glacier beast's attack landed on Black Prison, and 930 beat Black Prison's skin and flesh, and his huge body was frozen into ice and almost broke. However, Black Prison did not retreat, and insisted on staying there. Lin Moyu took the opportunity to kill a glacier beast and swung the Calamity Scepter to smash it hard. The Thunder Lich cooperated with Lin Moyu very well, and swung thunder again, using the paralysis of thunder to slow down the glacier beast. The blue light illuminated the sky, and the red spider lilies swayed continuously. All the glacier beasts illuminated by the light slowed down. Lin Moyu quickly approached and smashed the sun staff. The hit was still the leg. The glacier beast was tall, so the effect of hitting the leg was the best. It is hard to imagine that the battle at the 9th level of Daozun is not a battle of magic, not a pouring of the power of the great Dao, but a close combat, with you punching and I hitting. Under the Calamity Scepter, the glacier beast's legs were smashed like tofu. The huge body fell down with a bang, and Lin Moyu seized the opportunity to jump up and gave the glacier beast a full body massage from head to toe. Boom! A huge force hit Lin Moyu, and Moyu was blown away for thousands of meters. Heiyu failed to block all the attacks, and some attacks still fell on Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's skin was torn and his body was almost half crippled. The cold air invaded, and the avenue of power frantically stimulated the blood and qi. The avenue of power carried a huge life force to heal Lin Moyu's injuries. The attack power of Daozun Jiujing was strong enough to seriously injure Lin Moyu with one blow. If he came again, Tian would be dead. But Lin Moyu was not worried. He dragged his seriously injured body and rushed over again. The glacier beast that was attacked by him just now was only half alive, and he could not let it go easily. Heiyu screamed. Facing the attacks of more than 100 glacier beasts, he retreated step by step, and his body was almost broken. But he was the Nether Black Dragon. As long as the Nether Black Pool was still there, he would not really die. The evil spirit of hell rushed forward desperately, regardless of his own death. He wanted to entangle the glacier beast. Su-Pu was under greater pressure. He was staring at a glacier beast and it was about to die. But the other glacier beasts had already begun to besiege him. The 8 foxtails behind Su-Pu danced wildly, turning into shields to block most of the attacks. It was okay for the time being, but it couldn't last long. Lin Moyu burst out with all his strength, regardless of his own injuries, and instantly crossed thousands of meters, and came to the half-crippled glacier beast again. Raise it up again and smash it down. The sound of iron hammering sounded, and the staff fell down, smashing it into pieces. At this time, Heiyu finally couldn't hold on, and with a scream, his body was broken into 2. The lower half of the body quickly shrank back, and a large amount of black gas rushed out of the Nether Black Pool, and the broken upper body was also pulled back. At this time, Su-Pu threw a pile of broken bodies over fiercely. He finally completed his mission and quickly killed 2 glacier beasts. Without the black prison blocking them, a large number of glacier beasts rushed towards Lin Moyu, and the attacks were overwhelming. Retreat! Lin Moyu shouted in a low voice and retreated quickly, and Su-Pu also retreated in response. The glacier beasts chased the 2 of them like crazy, and they were also fearless of life and death, regardless of everything. The evil spirits of hell had already pulled the 2 killed glacier beasts into the magma and devoured them quickly. The breath of the skeleton hell was rapidly getting stronger. It had reached the critical point before. With the swallowing of these 4 Daozuan 9-realm glacier beasts, the skeleton hell finally broke through the critical point and entered a new level. The breath of the skeleton hell rose wildly, and the flames soared into the sky. In an instant, the skeleton hell expanded to its maximum extent, covering an area of 10,000 kilometers. The glaciers were solid, and the skeleton hell could not spread downwards, but could only spread wildly to the sky and all around. The speed of the spread of the skeleton hell was too fast, and all the glacier beasts were instantly covered in it. The flames erupted violently, like countless volcanoes erupting at the same time, and the scene was spectacular. The magma that was about to be frozen before was all restored. The hell evil spirits screamed and howled, and the hell evil spirits that had just died were all resurrected at this moment. The aura of the hell evil spirits increased sharply. The number did not increase, still 10 million, but compared with the 300 glacier beasts, the gap was tens of thousands of times. Bang! As if the heaven and earth were broken, the aura of tens of millions of hell evil spirits reached a new level. They collectively broke through and entered the 8th realm of Daozun. Tens of millions of hell evil spirits rushed out with screams and rushed towards the glacier beast like a tidal wave. The glacier beast exuded a terrifying cold air, but most of it was offset by the flames on the hell zone spirit. The hell evil spirits were not frozen again, but their movements became slower, which did not affect their eating. Before, the hell evil spirits were the 7th realm of Daozun and could not resist the cold air of the glacier beast. But now that they have been promoted to the 8th realm of Daozun, they are naturally not as good as the glacier beast in a single fight, but under the siege, the end of the glacier beast is coming. After a few bites, cracks appeared on the body of the glacier beast, and it was bitten to pieces in the blink of an eye, and pieces of it were swallowed by the hell evil spirits. Lin Moyu chuckled and said, "It's just like what I thought. Once the skeleton hell is promoted, there will be no rivals among the Dao Masters." What Lin Moyu meant by no rivals was not a one-on-one fight, but a group fight, and he was the only one to fight everyone. Facing such a skeleton hell, even if hundreds or thousands of Dao Masters of the 9th realm came together, Lin Moyu would make them unable to return. If the Hansui Holy Land did not have a stronger foundation, Lin Moyu could directly destroy the Hansui Holy Land by using the skeleton hell. From then on, the top forces such as the Holy Land no longer had the confidence to be strong in front of him. In a blink of an eye, most of the 300 ice beasts were devoured, and the rest were only half alive. 0.5. Suddenly, these glacier beasts exploded, their bodies turned into cold currents, quickly escaped from the encirclement of the hell evil spirits, and merged with each other. Every 10 cold currents merged with each other, and the power was rapidly raised in 3 breaths. All the hell evil spirits that rushed over were repelled by a powerful force and could not get close. Lin Moyu frowned slightly, Glacier Beast King. The fusion happened right in front of Lin Moyu's eyes. 100 glacier beasts merged into thousands of Glacier Beast Kings. In Xiaomei's words, the Glacier Beast Kings were very powerful, at least at the peak of the 9th realm of Daozun. To Lin Moyu, there was no difference between a dozen Glacier Beast Kings at the peak of the 9th realm of Daozun and hundreds of Glacier Beasts. It was just a matter of eating faster or slower. He watched quietly, as if watching a play. It's a good opportunity to see where the limit of the skeleton land is. Maybe eating these Glacier Beast Kings will improve the effect better. Seeing the Glacier Beast Kings merge with each other and become stronger and stronger, Lin Moyu was not worried at all. He was full of confidence in the promoted skeleton hell. As long as it was still within the scope of Daozun, the skeleton hell would be able to deal with it. Dragon roars sounded again in the skeleton hell, and the nether black pool spewed out thick black gas, which covered a large area like clouds and mist. A pair of bloody red eyes lit up from the black gas, looking gloomy and terrifying. Then, the head of the black prison slowly emerged from the black gas and made a loud dragon roar. The skeleton hell completed its promotion and devoured a large number of glacier beasts. The black prison, which had just been beaten to pieces, also recovered. As long as the nether black pool was still there, it would not die, and it would only take time to recover. This time, the black prison not only fully recovered, but also became stronger. The powerful pressure was released along with the dragon roars. The combat power of the black prison has reached the 9th level of Daozun. Combined with the characteristics of the skeleton hell and the nether black pool, the black prison is enough to challenge any 9th level of Daozun. After a moment, the cold air suddenly contracted, and the 14 Glacier Beast Kings merged and revealed their true forms in the cold air. Each Glacier Beast King has the combat power of the peak of the 9th realm of Daozun, only slightly weaker than Su Pu. 26 They are as tall as 100 meters, with scales all over their bodies, dense spikes on their backs, and 2 tails behind them, like scissors. The appearance of the Glacier Beast King is extremely strange, and it is hard to say what kind of beast it looks like, and it is hard to describe. But what is certain is that they are all extremely powerful and difficult to deal with. If it were Gutsong and others, they might be able to fight against a Glacier Beast King. Even if they couldn't beat it, at least they could retreat unscathed. But if they faced more than 3 Glacier Beast Kings, all they could do was to flee immediately, the farther the better, otherwise they would be killed. Even if it was Su Pu, at most he could only fight 3 Glacier Beast Kings at the same time, and more would not work. Now there are 14 Glacier Beast Kings, which is a force that can almost destroy the Hanshui Holy Land. Lin Moyu estimated that in the years since the formation of the Jiuji Glacier, there may not have been so many glacier beast farms at the same time. The tea of the other shore kept swaying, and the blue light enveloped the entire skeleton hell. The breath of the Glacier Beast King weakened under the blue light. They have not yet escaped the category of Daozun and will still be affected by the other shore flower. All attributes are weakened by 30%, the combat power is greatly reduced, and the number of replies is still amazing. Lin Moyu said to Su Pu, "You also go up and cooperate with the skeleton hell." Su Pu nodded, "Yes." Not only Su Pu will go up, Moyu will also go up. As long as you get close to the Glacier Beast King, you will definitely kill the opponent with the Scepter of Natural Disasters. The 14 Glacier Beast Kings are completely formed, and the contracted cold air bursts out instantly, freezing a large number of hell evil spirits. The magma boils and falls like a rainstorm, falling on the Glacier Beast King, and continuously makes a crackling sound, and countless cold air turns into thick and spreads in the skeleton hell. The coldness of the hell spirits was extinguished by the lava, and countless hell spirits rushed out like crazy, killing the Glacier Beast King. The hell spirits didn't care how strong the Glacier Beast King was. Let alone the Dao Zun realm. Even if you were the Dao realm, as long as Lin Moyu gave an order, they would charge forward without hesitation. Su Pu also rushed out. This time he didn't need to attack multiple enemies at the same time. He jumped one by one to attack and kill. Black Prison rushed out with a dragon roar, biting the Glacier Beast King, and at the same time, his huge body rolled up. The Glacier Beast King, which was hundreds of meters tall, was like a tiny thing when facing Black Prison. Lin Moyu took a deep breath, rushed out with the Calamity Scepter, and came to the feet of a Glacier Beast King in 2 or 3 steps. As soon as the Calamity Scepter was raised, a cold current hit him head-on. Lin Moyu seemed to have hit an unbreakable high wall and was blown away without any resistance. Not only him, but also the Hell Zone spirits were blown away. At the same time, a large number of Hell Evil spirits were blown away by the huge power of the Glacier Beast King, but the next second, they came back. Some Hell Evil spirits had their bodies broken, their limbs shattered, and some even had only a head left. But this did not prevent them from coming back. The Hell Evil spirits howled, their voices hoarse and unpleasant, and they were not afraid of death at all. They pounced on the Glacier Beast King, tightly grasping the Glacier Beast King's scales, spikes, and everything they could grab. The sharp fingertips had already pierced in, hooked firmly, and bit down one bite after another. The Glacier Beast King continued to burst out with amazing power, shaking the hell spirits away and shattering them. Every time, most of them could be shaken away, but there would always be some that would stay. There were too many evil spirits in hell. No matter how frantically the Glacier Beast King fought back, the number of evil spirits in hell that remained on them continued to increase. The Glacier Beast King waved its claws, hitting the skeleton hell like a mountain hitting the ground. The skeleton hell was twisted by the shock, but it still persisted stubbornly and did not really break. Lin Moyu rushed over again and was shaken away without exception. His body was broken, his body was full of wounds, and his hands and feet were almost broken. Lin Moyu had no choice but to retreat. The realm is still not enough. Even if it is improved by focusing, it is just the strength that has been improved, not the realm. There is still a lot of gap in all aspects. Give up the idea of going up, use the power of life to heal the wound, and put away the Calamity Scepter at the same time, and become a spectator. He can't even get close now, unless the gem on the Calamity Scepter is activated, otherwise there is no way. This is the real gap in strength. Dao Zun is in the 9th realm, and it is the peak of the 9th realm. It is really not easy to deal with. Finally, accompanied by a violent roar, the cold current exploded, the entire skeleton hell was shaking, and the Sun Glacier Beast King fell down. Su Pu finally solved his first opponent. The Glacier Beast King was chopped into pieces and scattered into the skeleton hell. A large number of hell evil spirits rushed over on the spot and shared the broken body of the Glacier Beast King. 753 Su Pu immediately went to find the next opponent. The Glacier Beast King that was caught by the Black Prison was already at the end of his strength and could not make any waves. Lin Moyu saw it and knew that the outcome of this battle was doomed. He was content to be a bystander, watching the entire battle as if he was enjoying a big show. One Glacier Beast King after another was killed, and the battle lasted for more than an hour. 14 Glacier Beast Kings at the peak of the 9th realm of Daozuan were all wiped out. The skeleton hell ate their corpses, and its breath became stronger and stronger. Lin Moyu reviewed the entire battle and summarized, although the Glacier Beast King is powerful, it has no soul, no powerful magic, and no magic weapon. If it were replaced by the human race or the demon race, the strong people of the same realm would have stronger combat power. The skeleton hell may be able to trap and kill them, but if they are determined to escape, they can probably escape. It seems that if you really want to make the ninth realm of Daozuan unable to escape, you still have to wait for the skeleton hell to be promoted again. But if I want to deal with a certain force, I just need to release the skeleton hell, and there will be no life within a radius of 10,000 kilometers. Used to destroy the clan, this is simply a supreme skill. Okay, now I know where you are, it's my turn to find you. I want to see if you really have wisdom. After killing these glacier beasts, Lin Moyu already knew the direction of the residual soul. Chapter 3364 The Trouble is Coming Next. Lin Moyu always had doubts in his heart. He believed that his judgment would not be wrong, but what happened in the seventh pole made him doubt his judgment. Everything must be seen to be believed. He still wanted to see with his own eyes whether the other party really had wisdom. The remnant soul was not big enough, and it should not have wisdom. If it really had wisdom, then many things would have to be overturned. He had to rebuild and estimate the system of spiritual branches and power. Not only him, but even the database of the human emperor had to be changed. The other party was a remnant soul, but there were differences between remnant souls. Although the holy symbol Tianzuan, who was once in the big world, only left a remnant soul, and it was much smaller than the remnant soul in the glacier. Even the remnant soul in the fourth pole was far better than the remnant soul left by the holy symbol Tianzuan. But the remnant soul of the holy symbol Tianzuan was left by him on purpose, and it contained the memory of the holy symbol Tianzuan. It was natural for wisdom to be born from it. But the remnant under the glacier suppression has no memory, but only a relatively pure soul fragment. So if you want to give birth to wisdom, you need a relatively complete remnant soul. Lin Moyu judged based on his understanding of the soul and the growth rate of the remnant soul at each pole. It is possible for the remnant soul to give birth to wisdom at least at the 8th pole. Lin Moyu walked quickly in the cold wind. He walked very fast, and the glacier tea trees were left behind and disappeared in an instant. He never encountered glacier beasts along the way, as if the glacier beasts along the way had been wiped out by him. When the soul flame appeared in his eyes, Lin Moyu finally arrived at the destination. The soul flame was almost exactly the same as he expected, the same size, the same strength, and there was no difference. It is indeed unlikely that a remnant soul of this level will give birth to wisdom. Unless the soul of that guy is so strong that Lin Moyu cannot understand it. Obviously, that guy has not reached this level yet. Lin Moyu looked at the soul flame from a distance, and the soul flame also discovered Lin Moyu's arrival. It is not like the 6th pole, which only has a violent killing atmosphere. It seems much quieter, giving people an illusion of waiting for an opportunity. Under this illusion, people will think that the other party has wisdom. But Lin Moyu does not think so. After careful observation, Lin Moyu is completely sure that the other party has no wisdom. The other party has a stronger fighting instinct, which is so strong that it is not only about fighting and killing, but also uses some tactics. The people in the Black Blood realm seem to have extremely strong fighting ability. This ability is innate, as if they were born for fighting. Advertisement. So it is normal for the residual soul to have a fighting instinct. Judging from the residual souls of the previous poles, the residual soul of the 7th pole has almost 1/10 of the entire soul. If there are more, it may really evolve independent wisdom. It's a pity that without wisdom, it will be useless after all. After seeing clearly, Lin Moyu walked over step by step. He knew that even if the opponent had no wisdom, it would still fight back with its greatly enhanced fighting instinct, and would not allow itself to be slaughtered like the previous few. The remnant soul began to retreat, and it kept wandering in the gap between the glacier and the earth, and retreated to the side of a glacier tea tree. Not only did it not stay away from the tea tree, but it stuck to the roots of the tea tree. The roots were its only tool to communicate with the outside world, and streams of black air quickly seeped out along the roots. The soul flame was jumping very violently, and it could be seen that it had used all its strength. The glacier moved slightly, and the black air that seeped out sent out a summoning force, and a large number of glacier beasts rushed towards it from all directions. Lin Moyu felt the breath of the glacier beasts, and there were quite a few of them, at least over 100. Each breath was extremely powerful, and the over 100 glacier beasts were all glacier beast kings. So they are waiting here. Lin Moyu chuckled. No wonder there were no glacier beasts along the way. It turned out that they had all merged into glacier beast kings. It takes at least 1,000 glacier beasts to merge hundreds of glacier beast kings at the peak of the 9th realm of Daozun. The 300 glacier beasts before were obviously just appetizers, and now they are the main course. Lin Moyu smiled and said, I do have the fighting instinct, but it's a pity that I am still too stupid. If I had used so many glacier beast kings at the beginning, I would have turned around and left without saying a word. Now, it's not good enough. If the skeleton hell had not been promoted, facing hundreds of glacier beast kings, Moyu would not have fought them at all. Now that the skeleton hell has completed its promotion, although there are many glacier beast kings, it is not a problem. The space was distorted, and the skeleton hell expanded to the extreme in an instant, covering an area of 10,000 miles. The hundreds of glacier beasts rushing over, instantly swallowed by the skeleton hell. The red spider lily swayed, weakening the power of the ice beast king. The hell evil spirit rushed over with a roar, opening its mouth without thinking twice and biting. Advertisement. The cold current burst out, and the first batch of hell evil spirits that rushed over were almost all blown away, but the second and third batches of hell evil spirits continued to rush over. Even if it was the Ice Beast King at the peak of the 9th realm, it would not be so easy to kill the hell evil spirit at the 8th realm of Daozuan. Su Pu and the Black Prison attacked the Ice Beast King at the same time. Lin Moyu shot out a line of fire, and the fire of the world flowed along the glacier tea tree under the glacier, wrapping up the remnant soul like a poisonous snake. The soul heard the screams of the remnant soul, and the remnant soul was in great pain in the burning of the fire of the world. But it did not retreat, because it still needed to control the Glacier Beast King. Lin Moyu smiled and said, let's see who can't hold on first. Lin Moyu was very confident in his skeleton hell. Even in the face of 100 Glacier Beast Kings, Lin Moyu still believed that his skeleton hell would be the final winner. Moreover, the skeleton hell will become stronger and stronger. After eating all the 100 Glacier Beast Kings, the skeleton hell will be strengthened a lot. The remnant soul did not escape either. It seemed to be fighting with Lin Moyu, as if to see whether it would be burned to death first or Lin Moyu would be killed first. Moyu was killed. Time passed little by little, and finally a Glacier Beast King was killed by Su Pu. Once a Glacier Beast King died, the battle was almost over. The skeleton hell devoured the bodies of the Glacier Beast Kings and gradually became stronger. The evil spirits of hell fought to feed the war. Those dead evil spirits of hell quickly revived and continued to attack. Then, the Glacier Beast Kings died one by one, and the skeleton hell was not damaged at all, but became stronger and stronger. Until this time, the remnant soul, Wang Zhao, did not escape, and it continued to fight with Lin Moyu. This also made Lin Moyu confirm that his judgment was correct. The opponent really only had the instinct to fight, and was not far from the birth of wisdom. The fighting instinct prevented it from running away, and it only thought about how to kill Lin Moyu, the invader. Such a remnant soul is not difficult to deal with. Unknowingly, the fire of burning the world became more and more vigorous, and it burned again and again, and the fire of burning the world became stronger and stronger. Lin Moyu controlled the rhythm of the battle, trying to make the rhythm of the skeleton hell killing enemies consistent with the rhythm of his burning the residual soul. After half a day, when the last Glacier Beast King was killed, the residual soul was also burned into pieces by the burning world fire. After this battle, the skeleton hell was greatly strengthened, and the power of the burning world fire was almost doubled. For Lin Moyu, the harvest was extremely great. The glacier tea tree continued to grow new leaves. Without the residual soul, the suppressed power would be quickly absorbed and turned into tea leaves. Lin Moyu collected the tea leaves unceremoniously, muttering to himself, "The next thing is trouble." The Jiuji Glacier, on the surface, has 9 poles, and after the 9 poles is the Endless Glacier. From the first pole to the 7th pole, Lin Moyu has a plan in mind. Through Xiaomei's narration, he has thought about what to do and predicted various things. In fact, the whole process is not much different from what he thought. The physical soul successfully broke through to the 7th realm of Daozun and became immune. The skeleton hell also successfully broke through with the help of the glacier beast and reached the 8th realm of Daozun, becoming the strongest magic in his hands. The only accident was the appearance of the residual soul. Fortunately, until the 7th pole, the residual soul had no wisdom and did not cause much trouble for Lin Moyu. But Lin Moyu also judged that from the 8th pole, the residual soul is very likely to give birth to wisdom, which would be easy to deal with. Moreover, he lacked information about the 8th pole, did not know the situation of the 8th pole, and could not make advanced predictions. This means that once entering the 8th pole, the danger will increase significantly. Lin Moyu collected the newly grown tea along the way. Jiuji Glacier tea is a good thing. The tea of the 7th pole is already the best. Whether it is for drinking or giving to others, it is a rare good thing. However, he did not deliberately take away all the tea leaves. The glacier is too big. If he wants to walk through the glacier, it will waste too much time. Lin Moyu just took some along the way. On the way to the 8th pole, he was thinking about what might happen in the 8th pole. 377 If there is no change, the 8th pole will be the same as the 7th pole, with stronger glacier beasts and remnant souls with wisdom. If there is a change, it's hard to say. Once the remnant soul has wisdom, it will definitely find a way to escape. It's really hard to say what will happen in the 8th pole. At the same time, Lin Moyu was also thinking about why the remnant souls were suppressed here. All remnant souls have the same roots and come from the same soul. This soul came from the Black Blood realm. He was a strong man in the Black Blood realm, at least in the Dao realm, and not just an ordinary Dao realm. He was stronger than any undead from outside the domain that Lin Moyu had ever seen. The soul of such a strong man in the Black Blood realm was forcibly torn apart by humans, divided into several parts, and suppressed in various places in the 9-pole glacier. Since he had the ability to break apart the souls of the strong men in the Black Blood realm, he should also have the ability to kill them. Why not kill them? But just suppress them? In addition to suppressing them, he also used the glacier tea tree to continuously absorb their power and cultivate them. Lin Moyu really couldn't figure out what the strong man's intention was. And the identity of that strong man, could he be the ancestor of the Hansui Holy Land, the ancestor of the Gu family? Everything had to be seen with his own eyes to be confirmed. Standing at the junction of the 7th pole, J, and the 8th pole, Lin Moyu took a deep breath, then go and take a look, and see what it looks like below. For countless years, the 8th pole of the 9-pole glaciers, where no one had ever been, finally welcomed its first guest. After descending 100,000 meters, the cold air came crashing down, blowing on Lin Moyu like a knife. An invisible special aura emanated from Lin Moyu's body, and all the cold air was offset. Although the cold air was strong, its essence did not change, and it was still immune. After landing, Lin Moyu looked into the distance, slightly surprised. The 8th pole, it turned out to be like this. Lin Moyu saw a glacier tea tree, which was 1,000 meters high, already a high mountain, with lush branches and leaves covering the sky like a continuous mountain range. What surprised Lin Moyu was not the glacier tea tree that was tall enough. He had seen trees that were even bigger, some of which were 1,000,000 miles long, and 1,000 meters was nothing. What surprised him was that the glacier tea tree in front of him was waving its branches and vines, fighting a glacier beast. The glacier beast was not the Beast King, but it had a battle record similar to that of the glacier beast king. The glacier beast of the 8th pole has the peak combat power of the 9th realm of Daozuan. The glacier tea trees here have combat power and are enemies of the glacier beasts. Lin Moyu immediately collected 2 pieces of information, and the 8th pole had indeed changed. Before, the glacier beasts and the glacier tea trees were in a mutually beneficial relationship, but now they have become enemies. Lin Moyu did not participate in the battle between the two. Since the glacier tea trees have moved, it is hard to say whether they are enemies or friends. He naturally chose to wait and see. The two sides are evenly matched, and it seems that neither can do anything to the other. However, Lin Moyu can see that the glacier tea trees are still stronger. The key is that the glacier beasts can come and go freely, and although the glacier tea trees can attack, their bodies cannot move. It is deeply rooted under the glacier and does not move. After a while, the battle ended, the glacier beasts retreated, and the glacier tea trees did not pursue. This battle was like a friendly match, with no winner. Lin Moyu frowned slightly. When the glacier beasts retreated, he clearly felt a force rising in the distance. This rising power was like a signal for gathering, and the glacier beast retreated only after receiving the signal. This also means that someone summoned the glacier beast away. We have to consider that the person who could summon the glacier beast away is the remnant soul suppressed by the Black Blood realm. Suddenly, a voice rang in Lin Moyu's ears, "Finally someone is here." Lin Moyu was slightly stunned and looked at the glacier tea tree. "Are you talking to me?" The branches of the glacier tea tree swayed slowly and rhythmically, and at the same time, the voice rang again, "Yes, it's me." "Are you from the Gu family?" "Why didn't I feel your Gu family blood BK?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "I'm not from the Gu family. I came down on behalf of the Gu family to find the ancestors of the Gu family." Glacier Tea Tree said, "Do you have any evidence?" Lin Moyu took out the jade card given by Gu Hanbing. "Does this count as evidence?" There was a trace of Gu family blood in the jade card, and the Glacier Tea Tree immediately sensed it. "Yes, it is indeed the Gu family's blood jade card. I didn't expect that the Gu family couldn't come down themselves, but let an outsider come down. And your realm is only the 4th realm of Daozuan, and you can actually come here, which is really amazing." Lin Moyu asked, "Senior, do you know where the ancestor of the Gu family is?" Glacier Tea Tree said, "The ancestor of the Gu family is not here. He guards the 9th pole, and I guard this place." Lin Moyu asked, "Is it to prevent the residual souls of the Black Blood realm?" The Glacier Tea Tree was obviously a little surprised. "It seems that you know a lot. Come on, follow the direction I point to. The body of the one who is waiting for you there." The branches and leaves on the tea tree extended infinitely, spreading far away towards the glacier. Lin Moyu did not feel any malice from the Glacier Tea Tree, and when he saw the blood jade tablet of the Gu family just now, he also showed a hint of intimacy. For the time being, the Sichuan tea tree can be trusted. The branches seemed to be able to extend infinitely, pointing the direction for Lin Moyu. Soon, Lin Moyu saw another glacier tea tree, and the two glacier tea trees were equally tall. The new glacier tea tree completed the relay between the old and the new. The old branches retracted and the new branches stretched out to continue to point the way for Lin Moyu. After a dozen relays, one after another, Lin Moyu finally saw the body of the glacier tea tree. It was a giant tea tree that was tens of thousands of meters tall, with a huge trunk. One had to stand far away to get a glimpse of the whole picture. The branches drooped and turned into a mountain range, like a snowy mountain, stretching in all directions. Lin Moyu instinctively compared it and said to himself, "Not as good as the world tree." The body of the glacier tea tree exudes a terrifying aura. Lin Moyu feels that the glacier tea tree has reached the Dao realm. Not the pseudo-Dao realm, but the real Dao realm. Lin Moyu even feels that it is stronger than Master Ku Rong. A plant-type creature of the Dao realm guards here, and it is obvious that the residual soul of the Black Blood realm is also powerful. Lin Moyu saluted the glacier tree. "Human Lin Moyu greets the senior." A white light flashed in front of the glacier tea tree, and a projection of an old man appeared. The old man had kind eyes and wore a white robe. He also leaned on a white cane. Lin Moyu frowned instinctively when he saw the old man. Although the movement was very slight, it was still seen by the old man. "Little guy, why are you frowning?" Lin Moyu said, "Nothing, it's just that seeing you reminds me of an old senior." The old man said, "An old senior, do we look alike?" Lin Moyu nodded. "We look different, but we dress a little similar. He wears a green robe, and you wear a white robe. The colors are different." The old man's eyes flashed, and although he didn't say anything, his reaction was also noticed by Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu realized that the old man in front of him had seen the old man in green robe, and thought to himself, no wonder they look so similar, it seems that he is imitating the old man in green robe. Lin Moyu didn't know how strong the old man in green robe was, but he was sure that he must be more than the Tao realm. But he didn't say it, and Lin Moyu pretended not to know, but asked, I don't know what to call you. The old man coughed lightly, you can call me Shu Lao. His tone was obviously 3 points more polite than before, and he was obviously giving face to the old man in green robe. Lin Moyu said, Old Tree, can you tell me what's going on here? Old Tree said, you are the only one who has come in for so many years, and you are entrusted by the Gu family. I will tell you what I should say. He waved his hand gently, and the glacier tea tree began to sparkle, and then projected countless pictures. Each picture carries a piece of history. The old tree slowly explained to Lin Moyu, the origin catastrophe has come. A strong man from the Black Blood realm has penetrated into the origin continent and attempted to pollute the core of the origin continent. The ancestors of the Gu family and I were ordered to stop him. The opponent is very strong. Even if the two of us join forces, it is difficult to gain the upper hand, but we have the fate of the great Tao, so we have no choice but to fight to the death. During the war, the ancestors of the Gu family obtained a rare treasure. With this rare treasure, we tore open the soul of the strong man in the Black Blood realm. His soul was divided into 7, 3 of which occupied 90% of the entire soul, and the other 4 were of different sizes, totaling 10%. It should have been torn more severely, but our strength is limited. We can't exert the full power of this rare treasure, and we can only do this step. After that, we turned the rare treasure into a 9-pole glacier, and threw the largest soul under the endless glacier, and sealed it. The other 2 slightly smaller souls were suppressed at the 9th and 8th poles respectively. The remaining 4 were suppressed at the 4th to 7th poles respectively. The old man and the ancestors of the Gu family guarded the 8th and 9th poles respectively, and never left, to fight against the souls of the Black Blood realm. It's embarrassing to say that with the fighting power of the old man and the ancestors of the Gu family, we can only tie with the opponent's residual souls, and can't even kill them. At this point, the old tree sighed deeply, as if he was a little ashamed. It's really embarrassing that a powerful man in the Tao realm can't even kill less than 1/3 of the opponent's residual souls. Lin Moyu listened to the old tree telling his story. The story was not very moving. It was just a very simple story of following orders to stop the enemy. But Lin Moyu heard some clues from it. This story was not as simple as it sounded. The old tree must have concealed something. For example, how did he get this strange treasure? The strong men of the world of blood are so powerful that even they are not opponents together. With just one strange treasure, they can tear the opponent's soul apart, and the strange treasure can also evolve into the 9 extreme glacier. Can such a good thing be obtained just by saying it? But the old tree refused to say it, so Lin Moyu naturally would not ask to the end. The old tree said at the beginning that he would naturally say what he should say. The subtext is, I won't tell you, and you don't ask too much. Lin Moyu was very tactful. Are the glacier tea trees in other places all the incarnations of the predecessors? The old tree laughed. It can be regarded as my incarnation, my child, and the continuation of the life of the well. My body is a Tao tree, which can produce the leaves of the Tao, which is what you call glacier tea. After taking it, it can accelerate the understanding of the Tao. Although that guy's soul was torn apart and we kept him here forever, his black blood power still continues to spread outside the Jiuji Glacier. Asking for flowers. So the ancestors of the Gu family set up a formation outside the glacier so that the Gu family would guard the formation forever. And I scattered the seeds on the glacier, turning them into glacier tea trees, constantly absorbing the black blood power scattered in the glacier. You came all the way here, and you should have felt its torn residual soul struggling under the glacier. Those glacier beasts are its instinct and obsession to escape. Lin Moyu said, I did see a few residual souls. They were connected to the outside world through the roots of the tea tree. The old tree sighed, "This is what I didn't expect at the beginning. I didn't expect that a tiny gap would be used. The black blood world is indeed pervasive." Lin Moyu has another view. The old tree's idea is good. Use the iced tea tree to absorb and refine the power of black blood, cultivate tea, and then feed it back to the disciples of the Hansui Holy Land to make them practice faster. But in fact, the glaciers transformed by the strange treasures are not completely controlled by the old tree, so there will be some problems. This also proves Lin Moyu's guess that they got the strange treasures too soon, and they didn't even have time to refine them before they used them directly, which led to such problems. Lin Moyu said, "It doesn't matter. The residual souls have no consciousness and always maintain a state of balance. I came along the way and have destroyed the residual souls." The old tree trembled violently, and all the projections collapsed in an instant, showing how shocked he was. He looked at Lin Moyu in disbelief. "You said, you destroyed the residual soul?" Lin Moyu nodded. "You can sense it. The residual souls from the 4th to the 7th poles have been killed." The old tree immediately closed his eyes to sense it, and after a moment, he slowly opened his eyes. "It's really destroyed. How did you do it?" Lin Moyu said, "I have a kind of flame that can burn the soul." As he spoke, the world-burning fire emerged from Lin Moyu's palm, and the world-burning fire burned fiercely, emitting a completely different breath from the cause of fire. The old tree stepped back 3 steps. "The Great Tao Essence Fire. It's really the Great Tao Essence Fire." He is right. There are really people who can control the Great Tao Essence Fire. Not only control it, but also come. Great, I can finally return to the Great Tao. Great, it's really great. The old tree looked a little crazy. Lin Moyu saw it. The old tree really knows something. He was wondering who the he mentioned by the old tree was, and whether he was the real owner of the strange treasure. Lin Moyu remained silent and asked in a low voice, "Old tree, what is the Great Tao Fire?" Old tree looked at Lin Moyu with complicated eyes. "You don't know that the fire you control is the Great Tao Fire?" Before Lin Moyu could speak, he explained to himself, "Yes, it is normal for you to not know what the Great Tao Fire is at your level. I don't know where you got the Great Tao Fire from, and I don't want to know. Don't tell me. The cause and effect is huge, and I don't want to get involved. I can tell you that the Great Tao Fire is one of the strongest flames in the Great Tao of heaven and earth. It can burn and refine the soul. When it is refined to the extreme, almost all the souls of practitioners cannot withstand the burning of the fire of human emotions. In the soul void, the Great Tao Fire is the strongest weapon. As long as your Great Tao Fire is strong enough, you can walk sideways in the soul void." Old Tree told Lin Moyu some information about the role of the Great Tao 430 Fire, but unfortunately Lin Moyu did not get the answer he wanted to know. He wanted to know where the Tao Essence Fire came from and what its essence was, but the Tree Elder was obviously unwilling to say. Maybe the Tree Elder didn't know either. Through the description of the Tree Elder, Lin Moyu has confirmed that his burning world fire is not the Tao Essence Fire. The Tao Essence Fire can burn the soul and refine the spirit branch, which the burning world fire can also do. But the burning world fire can also refine the world, which the Tao Essence Fire can't do. So no matter how similar the two are, it's not. In Lin Moyu's opinion, his burning world fire is more advanced and more powerful. Who is that mysterious master? Why can he master a fire more powerful than the Tao Essence Fire? This shouldn't appear in the big world. It's really strange. Lin Moyu couldn't understand it. The existence of the burning world fire was very unusual. But now is not the time to seek answers, he said. I can use this fire to burn the black blood remnant soul to death. The old tree said, "It should be no problem. Your Tao Jinghua is not strong enough, but as long as it burns for a while, it can be burned to death. Let me think about how to create this opportunity for you. That guy is very cunning." The old tree has been dealing with the black blood remnant soul for countless years, and knows the details of the other party, and it is not easy to deal with him. Lin Moyu asked, "Senior, can you tell me about the situation of the black blood remnant soul and the black blood realm, so that the junior can work together to find a solution?" For Lin Moyu's question, the old tree had no taboos. The creatures in the Black Blood realm are different from us. They have two forms. One is the Black Blood Sword Saint. They all have a natal sword, with extremely strong attack power, but relatively weaker defense. The other form is the Black Blood Fist Saint. They are based on fists. Their attack power is not as good as the Black Blood Sword Saint, but their defense is much stronger, and they are more difficult to kill than the sword. Both forms are determined at birth and cannot be changed later. The essence of both is black blood. Black blood is the root of the Black Blood realm. No one knows where black blood comes from or where it is located. All the strong men in the Black Blood realm are evolved from black blood. This is the classification of the Black Blood realm. Then I will tell you about their realm. Lin Moyu finally truly understood the situation of the Black Blood realm. Their power system is different from that of the Origin continent, but most of them are just differences in name. Each power system can correspond. There are only two types of Sword Saints and Fist Saints in the Black Blood realm. Unlike the Origin continent, there are countless categories of practicing various avenues. They have powerful cultivation since birth. The Black Blood people who have just evolved have the battle experience of the Other Shore realm. The Other Shore realm is their childhood. If nothing unexpected happens, the Other Shore realm is also their weakest state. Then they will continue to absorb power and gradually become stronger. They don't need to practice at all, nor do they need to comprehend the avenue. All they want is time. This is somewhat similar to the Dragon Clan. They can become stronger by sleeping. Each black-blooded person has a different upper limit, and the upper limit is determined at birth, so there is no choice. For weak black-blooded people, the upper limit may only be the Tianzuan realm, while for strong black-blooded people, the upper limit is the Dao realm, or even higher. The higher the upper limit of black-blooded people, the rarer they are. In addition to being difficult to kill, black-blooded people also have a very terrifying ability, which is to pollute most things. They can even pollute the Dao. Once polluted, the vitality will be greatly damaged at the least, and the Dao will collapse at the worst. What the old tree and the ancestors of the Gu family blocked was a black-blooded fist saint who was going to pollute the core of the Origin continent. Once he succeeded, the Origin continent would be in big trouble. The old tree's voice was hoarse and slightly low. This black blood fist saint is called the 7th saint level in the Black Blood realm. The saint level corresponds to our Dao realm, and the 7th saint level means the 7th level innate soul. 1. And Lao Gu and I are both at the peak of the 8th level innate soul, which is a little different from him, so we have never been able to do anything to him. Also in the Dao realm, the gap between the 8th level and the 7th level is actually very large. The old tree said this with a little pride. They were able to stop the Black Blood Fist Saint, who was equivalent to the 7th level innate soul, with the 8th level innate soul, which was already very powerful. But the Black Blood Fist Saint was indeed powerful. Even with only 1/3 of the residual soul, he could tie with the tree. Lin Moyu said, the residual soul has developed self-awareness. If I guessed correctly, the residual soul in the 9th pole should also have developed self-awareness. If the two self-awarenesses meet, do you think they will kill each other? The old tree laughed. What you said makes some sense. This method is useful for the creatures of our Origin continent and the creatures of the Heavenly God realm, but it is ineffective for the creatures of the Black Blood realm. No matter how many consciousnesses they have, all consciousnesses will eventually be ruled by black blood. They are truly of the same origin, so no matter how many consciousnesses they produce, they can be fused together. Once the residual souls are fused, the power will increase significantly, and it will be difficult to suppress them at that time. The old tree denied Lin Moyu's idea, and Lin Moyu also realized that he knew too little about the Black Blood realm before, so he had such a wrong idea. Lin Moyu said, it seems that the only way is to burn them to death. The old tree said, that's right, but your Dao Jinghua is not strong enough. It takes a lot of time to burn it to death. You have to find a way to trap it. Back to the old way, 1.7 Lin Moyu realized that this was the only way. The key to the problem now is how to trap the other party. Lin Moyu asked, "Isn't it suppressed under the glacier?" The old tree shook his head. "Of course it is under the glacier. The glacier transformed by the strange treasure is not so easy to break through. It's just that it keeps changing its position under the glacier, so it's hard to lock it." Obviously, the old tree can't think of any good way. Lin Moyu continued to ask, "Old tree, what is the situation under the glacier?" Old tree said, "Why don't you go and see for yourself?" As he spoke, the old tree body vibrated, and one of its roots slowly vibrated, revealing a door on it. The old tree body was too big, and any of its roots had a diameter of more than 10 meters. Lin Moyu passed through the roots and entered under the glacier. There is another space under the glacier. A huge force is constantly falling from the glacier. Lin Moyu feels like he is carrying a heavy burden and has the illusion that he can't move. This is the suppressive force from the glacier. It is this force that makes the entire Geoji glacier world unable to fly. Lin Moyu looked up and saw that the glacier above his head was almost 10 meters high. Under his feet was a piece of frozen soil, not a glacier, and it was colder than the river. Even though he was immune to the cold current, he could still feel the cold. Suddenly, his body felt lighter and the gravity on his body disappeared. Lin Moyu knew that it was the old tree that controlled the glacier and took back the pressure on him. At this time, the projection of the old tree appeared in front of him again. This is the world under the glacier. The power of suppression is everywhere. I just want you to feel it. The power of suppression felt by the Black Blood Fist Saint is tens of thousands of times stronger than what you just felt. You are under the eternal frozen soil. Whether it is the endless glacier or the eternal frozen soil, they are all part of this treasure. Under the suppression of the glacier, the Black Blood Fist Saint has been greatly weakened in all aspects, but he is still powerful. I can only compete with him by suppressing the glacier. Lin Moyu observed the situation around him and whispered, "For so many years, you have been trying to suppress him, and he didn't find a way to fight back?" The old tree laughed. "Of course, the glacier beast here wants to rush out and go to the upper poles to rescue the remnant souls suppressed above. And he has attacked my body many times, and he can only kill me to really get out of trouble. The glacier is under the control of the old tree, and the Black Blood Fist Saint has no chance." Lin Moyu asked, "How often does he come?" The old tree said, "It's hard to say. It may be long or short, but if necessary, I can provoke it." Lin Moyu thought for a while, "If I set up a formation here, maybe I can trap it for a while." The old tree said in a low voice, "It's not easy to trap the Dao realm." Lin Moyu said, "Normally, if you want to deal with the Dao realm, you may need a 9th level formation. But the Black Blood Fist Saint is only a remnant soul now. Although his combat power is still strong, if you just want to trap him, maybe an 8th level formation can do it. At least it won't be a problem to trap him for a while." Lin Moyu felt that the less than 30% remnant soul of the Black Blood Fist Saint was actually not as powerful as the old tree. It's just that because of the glacier suppression, the old tree couldn't exert all his strength under the glacier, and the Black Blood Fist Saint was cunning enough, and he would slip away when he saw that the situation was not right, which also led to the two sides always being evenly matched. According to Lin Moyu's understanding of the Dao realm, he felt that the perfect 8th level formation with 2 weapon formations combined into one should be able to trap the Black Blood remnant soul. It doesn't take too long as it can trap him for a while, even 1 or 2 hours, that's enough. While trapping the opponent, he can constantly repair the formation and burn him with the Burning World Fire at the same time. His power will become weaker and weaker, while he can become stronger and stronger. With the increase and decrease of one, he will eventually win. Shu Lao said, "I can also temporarily enhance the suppression power of the glacier. Although the effect is not too great, at least it can help you." Lin Moyu nodded, "Try it that night." Shu Lao said, "You can try it, even if you fail, it doesn't matter. I have been here for countless years. Time is meaningless to me. Even if it doesn't succeed, I can keep you safe." Lin Moyu nodded. He believed in Shu Lao's ability. In order to ensure that the formation can be arranged smoothly, Shu Lao completely removed the suppression history of an area. It can manipulate part of the power of the 9 extreme glaciers, but only part of it. Lin Moyu took out the origin crystal and began to set up the ceiling formation. He used the 8th order origin crystal and the 9th order origin crystal to set up the formation, with the 8th order origin crystal as the main one, and the 9th order origin crystal was used at a few key formation nodes. While setting up the formation, he continued to draw runes to form a rune formation, allowing the rune formation and the weapon formation to merge with each other and achieve perfection. This was the first time that Lin Moyu officially set up an 8th level formation, which was also the advantage of the ceiling formation. The ceiling formation can be simple or complex. It can be 3rd level or 9th level. In Lin Moyu's eyes, other kinds of trapping formations are not as flexible and changeable as the ceiling formation. Lin Moyu's movements in setting up the formation were smooth and pleasing to the eye, and the old tree showed approval in his eyes. Although this formation method is different from others, it has indeed reached the realm of perfection and has some Taoist rhyme. In the art of formation, it is rare for an excellent talent to appear again. If he can reach that step in the future, perhaps. At this moment, Lin Moyu was fully engaged in arranging the formation and did not notice the change in the old tree's eyes. Only he knew what the old tree was thinking. It was the first time that Lin Moyu arranged the 8th level formation. His movements were very careful, and he did not dare to be distracted at all. Until the formation was completely arranged, the weapon array and the talisman array were perfectly integrated together. The formation was accompanied by a faint light and then disappeared without a trace. Before the formation was activated, it would not be revealed, and it was extremely difficult to be discovered. Lin Moyu said, "The range of the formation is 100 meters in radius." The narrowing of the range enhanced the formation's ability to trap the enemy. The junior used the method of fusion of the weapon array and the talisman array. Although it is an 8th level formation, the effect should not be weaker than some 9th level formations. Lin Moyu was very satisfied with the formation he arranged. This was the limit he could achieve at present. The old tree laughed and said, "Although I don't understand the formation, I still have a good eye. Your attainments in the way of formation are amazing. But the formations of your era are somewhat different from ours. When you meet old Gu, you can discuss it with him and perhaps you will gain something." Lin Moyu showed a happy expression. It would be an honor for the younger generation to ask Senior Gu for advice. The 2 large formations at the entrance of Jiuji Glacier were both created by the ancestors of Gu family, which shows that the ancestors of Gu family were also good at formations. Lin Moyu was very interested in the divine runes of prehistoric times, and 920 might be able to learn something from the ancestors of Gu family. The formations had been arranged, and Lin Moyu returned to hide in the roots of the old tree, while the old tree went to provoke the black blood remnant soul according to the plan. This was obviously not the first time that the old tree had done this, and he was familiar with the way, and the branches extended infinitely and went to the distance. The old tree did not know where the black blood remnant soul had hidden, and the glacier was so vast that even he would need some time to find it. Lin Moyu waited patiently for more than an hour, and the old tree suddenly said, "Be prepared, it's coming." Lin Moyu's eyes became transparent, and he saw the situation outside. In the eyes of the undead, he saw a ball of soul flame rushing towards this side rapidly. The soul flame jumped sharply, much stronger than what he had seen before. At the same time, Lin Moyu felt a strong sense of disgust in his heart, and the disgust from the great Tao appeared again. This also shows that the other party has consciousness. Whether it is evolved later or not wiped out completely, it is not important. What is important is that the other party has consciousness and wisdom, which arouses the disgust of the great Tao. The great Tao keeps sending a voice to Lin Moyu, "Kill it, kill it." With the cover of the old tree, the black blood remnant soul did not know that there was an extra person here. As planned, the old tree led the black blood remnant soul to the area where the formation was located. Lin Moyu whispered in his heart, "Back." The sealing formation was activated with a bang, and the invisible force turned into a cage, trapping the black blood remnant soul in it. The flames shot up into the sky. The moment the sealing formation was activated, the world-burning fire had already entered the formation, turning it into a sea of fire. The black blood remnant soul trapped in the formation had nowhere to escape, and screamed on the spot. At the same time, the old tree manipulated the glacier to forcibly suppress the black blood remnant soul. The suppression force instantly multiplied several times, making it difficult for the black blood remnant soul to move. The black blood remnant soul screamed continuously, and it evolved into a black-clothed giant, punching out one punch after another, making the sealing formation unsteady. Lin Moyu left the tree roots and stared at the sealing formation. Once the sealing formation was in a state of collapse, he would immediately repair it. The one trap now was a Dao realm powerhouse from the Black Blood Fist Saint, comparable to the 7th level innate soul. Even if there was less than 30% of the soul, it was still terrifyingly strong. The sealing formation roared continuously and shook continuously, and the power in the origin crystal was being rapidly consumed. The world-burning fire continued to burn, burning the black blood remnant soul, trying to refine it. Unfortunately, the world-burning fire was not strong enough, and Lin Moyu's realm was a little bit worse, so it would take a long time to really burn the other party to death. After just a few minutes, the power of the origin crystal was exhausted. Lin Moyu was quick-witted and quickly replaced it. He didn't have many of the treasures, but there were plenty of origin crystals, which he could afford. Lin Moyu stared at the formation, knowing that he had succeeded halfway. He could clearly sense that after more than 10 minutes of burning, the power of the black blood remnant soul had weakened a little, while the world-burning fire had become stronger. At the current speed, as long as he persisted for 2 hours, the black blood remnant soul would no longer have a chance to escape. In this process, at most some 8th level origin crystals would be consumed, and Lin Moyu said it was a drizzle, which was completely affordable. Suddenly he thought of something. Old tree, be careful of the dog biting when it's angry, maybe it will manipulate the glacier beast to attack you. Old tree laughed, it's already here. Old tree was happier than Lin Moyu when he saw the black blood remnant soul trapped. As for the glacier beast, old tree didn't take it seriously at all. On the glacier, he was a Dao realm existence. Even if the glacier beast king of the 8th pole came, he could only lie down obediently. Lin Moyu said, after you kill those glacier beasts that come over, can you leave the fragments for me? Old tree agreed without hesitation, no problem, I'll keep them all for you. He agreed very happily, and didn't even ask Lin Moyu why he wanted to stay. In his eyes, these fragments were no different from garbage. But it was different for Lin Moyu. That was a good thing. There were still tens of millions of hell evil spirits in the skeleton hell waiting to be fed. Time passed little by little, and Lin Moyu changed one piece of origin crystal after another. The effect of the sealing formation was unexpectedly good. No matter how the black blood remnant soul struggled, it could not break out. After more than 2 hours, the black blood remnant soul's breath became weaker and weaker, and the pressure on the sealing formation became less and less. On the contrary, the burning world fire became stronger and stronger, burning more and more vigorously. Lin Moyu replaced all the 8th level origin crystals that were about to run out of power again, and said to the old tree, please send me up. Without saying anything, the old tree opened the passage and let Lin Moyu return to the glacier. There was a roar in my ears, and a shocking battle was erupting on the river. A large number of glacier beast kings were rushing over from all directions. Each glacier beast king had reached the peak of the 9th realm, which was much stronger than the glacier beast king of the 7th pole. He did not reach the pseudo-Dao realm, but he really stood at the peak of the 9th realm of Daozuan. Even if Su Pu fought one-on-one, he might not be able to kill the other party, because the probability was a tie. But in front of the old tree's body, these glacier beast kings were nothing at all. The huge branch was lashed out like a whip at lightning speed, and the powerful glacier beast king was smashed to pieces on the spot, without any ability to fight back. The gap between Dao Zun realm and Dao De realm is too big. The fragments on the ground have piled up into a mountain. The old tree asked, "What do you want to do with these things?" Lin Moyu said, "Eat." As he pointed his finger, the skeleton hell appeared, and countless evil spirits of hell rushed out, grabbing the fragments and biting them. A series of tooth-grinding friction sounds were heard, and the evil spirits of hell began to eat frantically. The old tree let out a low cry, "Hell!" The voice was full of disbelief and shock. Lin Moyu said, "It's just a little similar. Please throw the fragments in. Those little guys are still hungry. I will continue to go back and keep an eye on the black blood remnant soul." The old tree was obviously still in shock, and instinctively murmured, "Okay, you go and keep an eye on it, don't let it escape." "Don't worry, it can't escape." Lin Moyu turned around and went back to the glacier, continuing to stare at the black blood remnant soul. The black blood remnant soul is gradually weakening, and the speed of weakening is slowly accelerating. If this continues, as long as it burns for a few more hours, the black blood remnant soul can be burned into a net. Seeing victory in sight, the old tree became more and more excited. He killed one glacier beast king after another, and the body fragments were thrown into the skeleton hell, becoming food for the evil spirits of hell. He no longer entangled whether the skeleton hell was a real hell. It didn't matter if it was, and it didn't matter if it wasn't. What a gift! The most important thing now was to kill the black blood remnant soul. Only in this way could he regain his freedom. Time was indeed meaningless, but freedom was of great significance. Lin Moyu stared at the black blood remnant soul without blinking, preventing him from jumping off the wall in desperation. Fortunately, this did not happen. 4 hours later, the black blood remnant soul finally turned into ashes in the burning world fire. The power of the burning world fire was greatly enhanced again. With the current strength of the burning world fire, if it burned again, it would take at most 3 hours to burn the black blood remnant soul to death. Once the black blood remnant soul died, the few remaining glacier beast kings collapsed at the same time and turned into smoke and dust. The old tree took a deep breath, and it absorbed a large amount of the remaining black blood power. The branches stretched out and produced a large piece of tea leaves. His body is a tea tree, and producing tea leaves is instinctive. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Congratulations to the old tree, you can finally regain your freedom. It's still early to regain your freedom, and now you have only taken the first step." The old tree was in a good mood at the moment, and his tone was much lighter. The opponent of countless years was finally killed, and he felt a sense of relief. Lin Moyu said, "Wang Zhao Zhao, from 0 to 1 is the most difficult. As long as you take the first step, it will be much easier later." The old tree nodded. "Little friend Lin is right, the first step is often the most difficult." The evil spirits of hell finally finished eating the fragments, and the power of the skeleton hell increased again. The aura of the evil spirits of hell was strong, much stronger than before. Lin Moyu felt that if there were a few more waves like this, the skeleton hell could be promoted again. The Jiuji Glacier is really a treasure land. You can't find so many Daozuan Jiujing for yourself to swallow in other places. With a thought, Lin Moyu thought that there is indeed another place. Inside the seal at the bottom of the world, there are not only the pets of Daozuan Jiujing, but also many Daojing extraterritorial gods. It's just that I'm not strong enough now, and going there is simply looking for death. But in the future. The old tree chuckled, "The problem of this pole is finally solved. Let's go to the 9th pole. I haven't seen Lao Gu for many years, and I don't know how he is now." Without the black blood remnant soul, the huge body of the old tree that had been rooted for countless years could finally move. Accompanied by bursts of roars, the entire 8th pole ice species was shaking, the earth was shaking, and cracks appeared on the glacier. However, these cracks were only on the surface. The glacier was extremely thick, and no matter how many such cracks there were, it would not affect the strength of the glacier. The roots that had originally taken root in the glacier and penetrated into the eternal frozen soil were withdrawn one after another. The giant tree body also began to shrink at the same time. The old tree was shrinking and getting smaller. The glacier was shrinking very quickly, and almost as long as the old tree shrank, it also shrank, leaving no gaps. A few minutes later, the glacier tea tree that looked like a mountain disappeared and turned into a kind-looking old man in a white robe, standing in front of Lin Moyu. The old tree held a square box in his hand. "Little friend Lin, this is a small gift as a token of respect." Lin Moyu took the box but did not open it. "Senior, I wonder what is inside." The old tree said, "My body is a glacier tea tree. In addition to producing glacier tea leaves, I can also cultivate glacier Dao tea. Glacier tea leaves can be divided into 1 to 7 extremes. Above the 7th extreme is Dao tea, but the yield of Dao tea is a bit low. I hope little friend Lin will not mind. Brewing with Dao tea can speed up the speed of Dao comprehension. If you can get Dao cold water to boil together, the effect can be multiplied several times. Each leaf can be boiled for 10 cups, and the effect of each cup can last for a whole year. In other words, a piece of Dao tea can greatly improve the effect of cultivation within 10 years. Now the speed of condensing Dao patterns at 837 is 1 per year. If Dao tea is added, I don't know how much it can be improved." Lin Moyu did not try immediately. After putting away the box, he bowed to the old tree. "Thank you for your generous gift." The old tree shook his head. "Little friend Lin, you are too polite. I should be the one thanking you. You helped me solve a big problem and gave me hope to regain my freedom. This favor is nothing compared to some Dao tea leaves. Let's go find Lao Gu. I don't know how that old guy has been doing these years. Let's go and make fun of him." The old tree seemed very cheerful and was laughing inside and outside. The two walked towards the 9th pole. The old tree was very familiar with the glacier and walked directly along the nearest road without looking for it. Lin Moyu asked, "Old tree, if you want to regain your freedom, do you have to really kill the black blood remnant soul?" The old tree said, "It's not that simple. Killing the black blood remnant soul is just the first step. There are still some things to do. Such a powerful treasure naturally has a price to use, but this price is nothing compared to killing the black blood remnant soul." Lin Moyu nodded, understanding this truth. The two of them used this rare treasure before they had time to refine it, and it was so powerful that it must have a price. As for what the price was, Lin Moyu had no problem. This was none of his business, and even if he knew, it would probably be difficult to help. Lin Moyu knew that his strength was not bad, but compared to the great Dao realm like Shu Lao, who was also a great Dao realm with 8 and 8 souls, he was not good enough at all. Not to mention himself, Master Ku Rong, who was also in the great Dao realm, was not good enough in front of Shu Lao. Lin Moyu changed the subject. "Shu Lao, can you tell me about the origin catastrophe?" Shu Lao smiled and glanced at Lin Moyu. "It seems that young friend Lin is very interested in the origin catastrophe." Lin Moyu nodded. "Yes, I have always wanted to solve the mystery of the year." Shu Lao said, "Regarding the origin catastrophe, in fact, not many people know about it, even in the great Dao realm. You also know that people like us in the great Dao realm spend more time in seclusion than awake. When the catastrophe came, many Dao realms were in seclusion, and some were in the soul void and could not return in time. Later, they were ordered to fight in a hurry. Many people were in a state of confusion, and even when they fell, they did not know the reason." Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment. When the origin catastrophe came, was there no sign? In the outer heaven, the strong people who practiced the Destiny Road, didn't they feel anything? Lin Moyu was a little confused. If the practitioners on the origin continent did not feel it, it would be normal. But in the outer heaven, how could those who practiced the Destiny Road not feel it? The old tree said, "It is indeed strange that there is no feeling, isn't it? In fact, the reason is very simple. The secret of heaven was obscured, and the Destiny Road became a decoration. Later, the facts also confirmed this. Not long after the war broke out, a road collapsed. My friend is so smart, you should have guessed which road was the first to collapse." Lin Moyu's heart trembled. "The Avenue of Destiny?" The old tree laughed. "Yes, the Avenue of Destiny collapsed, but fortunately, it was not completely broken. After all, it is one of the origins of the avenues, and it is not so easy to completely collapse it. As long as there is enough time, the Avenue of Destiny can still be restored. We have been trapped here for countless years. I think the Avenue of Destiny has been restored. Even if it has not recovered to its peak, it has at least recovered partly. At that time, the Avenue of Destiny lost its function, and we naturally could not predict the future direction. From the perspective of the entire battle, we also lost the initiative. Lin Moyu understood this truth. If the Avenue of Destiny had been intact, he could constantly predict the enemy's next move. In this way, he could take the initiative in everything, and it would be much easier to fight. But once the Avenue of Destiny collapsed, the advantages here would be gone, and he would be passive everywhere. I think so too. Lin Moyu felt that if he invaded a certain world, unless he could completely crush it in terms of strength, he would definitely solve the Avenue of Destiny first and make the opponent blind. However, Lin Moyu was also somewhat puzzled. The Avenue of Destiny is also the origin avenue. Is it so easy to collapse? The old tree shook his head. Of course it is not easy. The other party also paid a huge price to collapse the Avenue of Destiny. In fact, the main reason is that there is no Tao Master in the Avenue of Destiny. If there is a Tao Master, the other party will never be able to collapse the Avenue of Destiny. Let me continue. The subsequent war began to fall into a stalemate. We can only respond to each move, and we are somewhat passive. The old tree has lived for a long time. He became a Tao early, lived longer than most Tao realms, and knew more things. First, the secrets of heaven were obscured, and then the other party broke the Avenue of Destiny at a cost, and the Origin Continent was hasty to fight. At the beginning, the Origin Continent fought very passively. The other party came fiercely, the extraterritorial army of the Heavenly God realm, the Sword and Fist army of the Black Blood realm, and also brought their affiliated worlds to invade the Origin Continent. But later, the strong men of the Origin Continent quickly reacted, came out of retreat one after another, and returned from the Soul Void to join the battle. The situation began to improve rapidly. It was also at that time that Shu Lao and the ancestors of the Gu family received orders to come and stop the 7th-level Fist Saint of the Black Blood realm, and finally both were trapped here. It was also because of this that the two Tao Realm Masters were able to save their lives. If they continued to participate in the war after completing the mission, it was hard to say whether they could survive. So everything is unpredictable, and there is no saying that it is not a blessing in disguise. What happened after Shu Lao received the mission, he no longer knew. Lin Moyu also told what he knew, and the information from both sides merged to form a whole. Shu Lao sighed. I didn't expect that 5 of the 9 continents sank, which is a pity. Lin Moyu nodded. It's really a pity. Shu Lao said, but it doesn't matter. As long as the core of the Origin Continent is not broken, the 9 continents will be restored sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment. Can the continent still recover? Shu Lao said, of course it can. The Origin Continent is not that fragile. After so many years, I think it will be soon, and it probably needs an opportunity.